I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Welcome back to Game Changers Swiss Stage. I am Rivington here with Zobi. We're about to get into this. It's the Verizon Valorant Game Changers here. It's the America style, and we got some games coming to you today here to see who might be moving forward, who might be able to get themselves another win, because teams have been getting tossed up and the games have been hard to call.
Absolutely, jumping it towards Swiss round 3. We're getting towards that qualification point for a lot of these teams, but we've got to start out then. Okay, where are we right now in the schedule, in the matchups? And you have those 1-1 teams, those 2-0 teams, and those 0-2 teams. And we'll be taking a look at both some of those undefeated teams and some of those tied scored teams here today, Rivington.
Yeah, Swim Trek being one of those 2-0s. You got a few other ones. We'll see Empire be playing today, a team some people may not have heard of, which we got more players now coming into the Game Changer scene is where, I mean, we were talking about this before, Zobi, is a lot of the top tier players would go from team to team, but there's new ones in here now, and it's amazing to see.
Oh, absolutely. And what I love about Swiss is some of the randomness in the seeding, like when it does get down to like some of these, especially like 1-0, 1-0-1 games. Like I feel like we look at those undefeated teams, and there's one kind of outlier in there in terms of SAD in particular, right? Yeah, a team you maybe didn't expect to see there. And today I feel like SRG is going to be a really good litmus test, since some might be arguing they've had an easier run per se. And I feel like they have a good opportunity since SRG is changing that leadership style, since it is obviously Lydia stepping in and Alexis now calling over there in the SRG camp. So there could be another room in my mind for an upset. But then you look at the 1-1 teams too, Riv, and you're like, wait a minute, Fly has lost already, Wadadaa has lost already. It's like, what is going on?
Yeah, seeing Wadadaa go down last week was super interesting. Again, to that SAT crew, and you're like, wait, okay, they came back and they were just like, by the way, we're here to play. And you just, one map across all of the series that they've played has been dropped with, you could say, a slightly easier road to get to the position, but it's nothing to scoff at. You have to respect that score.
Oh, 100%. I got to catch the tail end of that series as well, and I was talking to one of their retirees, Aria, like, are you watching this? Like, what is going on in this series? But all in all, that does jump into our games for today. Feel like I think we got the more entertaining one on the main stream in terms of Swim Trek Blue and Puppy Thieves, just because there is some joint history between the players on those two rosters. Yeah. But honestly, Ouroboros, I got to cast them in a fun little like content-y event with the Game Heroes a while ago, and they kind of impressed me. It was good. Okay. They were against a puggier squad, but I think it showed promise that translated into the qualifiers and making the Swiss stage over maybe some more recognizable names. And then Wadadaa Ghost, I feel like Ghost hasn't reached the same peaks they had last year, so I'm expecting more out of them, and we need to see if Wadadaa can make a turnaround after last week's loss.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that as you go through the teams that have beat ones coming up. SAD also went through Ghost, and you're like, okay, definitely something to start considering for that squad. And looking at Swim Trek and Puppy Thieves for our first game, it's going to be a really good one because we have teams that know each other. It's going to be a vibe all around, and it's in a position where both are feeling good with what they brought to the table. So who's going to get the win, right? Somebody has to get a loss here.
Absolutely. So let's start breaking down those relationships and the players on these two teams, starting with Swim Trek Blue. You might recognize this core from over in VCL and the roster, and I should say the jersey that Corrupt is sporting there with Rose, and that would be Bob, Corrupt, and Sherrod also coming from that. Again, they're now the second GC core to make it in NA VCL alongside Shopify Rebellion Gold, and I think that's helped them a lot out in their journey and finding their stability this stage more than anything, especially with the roles now having continuance instead of major shifts like they did last season when they were part of YFPX. But we've got to talk about the big name change in this, right? Alavilli's out, Venture is in Rivington.
Venture is in, and where does that slot, right? Because you still have Bob taking the role of the duelist, as we were talking about, but Venture's been playing well. Is it going to be well enough for this? It's been a while. It could just be like riding a bike, though, and that's kind of what we're expecting.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? I was like, I feel like I've heard of Venture before, but it's been a long, long time. More recently, they've been, I think, part of the... Yeah, they've been part of the Elizabeth timeline because they played on a team in one of the Funhaver events called it Elizabeth Martini's fan club, and now Venture was on that team, and that was kind of their big return after not playing for over a year in competitive at all. And even then, it was in co-ed, it was in tier 3, and it's been almost like 3 years since they played in a Game Changers event. So very big return, very big throwback to old style Game Changers, which is a nice storyline for one of the players we're going to talk about a little bit later in their opponent on the other side, Rivington.
Yeah, Puppy Thieves they're coming in. And don't be deceived by the name. They have fangs. This is a team that is going to be serious about everything. Is they, one, looking to get signed here, and two, have a hell of a squad already. Terror, a teammate that's always going to be able to play anything you want, usually in that position where they're coming in as the duelist, but from Hikikimori in the past to 100 Thieves GC and now with Puppy Thieves, plays. Same with Zoriental. There'll always be a highlight in there, but you have Scary Shark too, but it's really Miara and St. Claus are a question. They're coming in, and only a question because what are they going to be able to do? And we think it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, Miara is obviously a namestay in this space, but St. Claus is that one that even when I saw them, I think in that Wadadaa game, that Wadadaa upset, I'm like, wait, where did St. Claus come from? And they played under Baka Gods in the qualifiers, didn't unfortunately make it at the last possible step, but they were one of those players that you're like, wait, if they're holding their own against these teams, they're going positive despite the losses, this could be a rookie to see surrounded by veterans find success, and that's exactly what we're seeing, I think, here and now. And it's been a long time, I feel like, in the game changer scene where a main event contender features a rookie, and so I'm glad to see that these veteran players, especially someone like a leader like Nora, is taking a player like this under their wings and finding success with it. And speaking of Nora, her and Zoriental played alongside the core that is on SwimTrek Blue in YFPX last year, right? And was kind of in this co-IGL structure with Corrupt when Corrupt, was focused on VCL. So if there are two teams that are going to have the perfect reads on each other or call in very similar fashions, it would be these two teams today.
I feel like this is just going to be a high caliber shooting match in the first place, and we're going to get a few maps that give us some distance. Breeze will get us there in the range shooting, but we go to Lotus and then Haven. Coming into this, Swim have basically everything locked up across the board except for a Fracture game that nobody's really played. Everybody wanted Fracture back and nobody plays it. So it's going to be tough to get Swim beaten on any map, but I think Wolf, they have a lot of footage, they have a lot of homework they can do on them, and they're strong enough.
Oh, 100%. I think Lotus is a smart pick.
I should say
out.
Puppy Thieves.
I think Lotus is a smart pick out of SwimTrek Blue just because Puppy Thieves have avoided both Lotus and Fracture. Again, they're trying to get the basics hammered out with a new duo pickup, right, to round out the old X100 Thieves core that stayed together. Haven to me is a dicey pick, right? It is less played by SwimTrek Blue, but when we talk about a team that is aimers, taking them to the most fundamental bread and butter maps in that regard feels like a challenge head on. And if it's one they're ready for, I do think that they would have a little bit of a fun series conclusion there on Breeze, but to me, I think Lotus is going to set the tempo. It's like, okay, is Wolf actually prepared? Is Puppy Thieves repped on this map enough because they haven't played it yet? And I do think that you think of St. Claus and being a really strong chamber that's now even contested Starbound in their last match. I think it'll be a nice fit to how this team plays, but again, we'll have to see. And you don't know what to expect from SwimTrek Blue either, because they've gone from like silly comps that are just meant to out aim you to then more serious ones when they face serious opponents. And I feel like this is a matchup when you have past teammates on the other side of the server that you're going to take really seriously.
Yeah, they still have to see what Venture is going to slide in for this, how that's going to affect what happens on the map. So once we get to agent select, we'll figure that out for you as the players are getting ready here for our first game of the day. SwimTrek versus what is Puppy Thieves, but it's Wolf, and you might hear us say Wolf throughout the game because that's just kind of fun.
Well, I will say dogs love water, so they can definitely get some doggy paddle action going here, hopefully up against their opposition. But well, let's see what we're expecting composition-wise. I think let's start with, like we mentioned, I think Raidy sub 1, I'm assuming, is going to be Venture, and it does look like we are getting that 1-for-1 sub. We were expecting Venture to maybe be on a Senti position like they played more recently in Co-Ed, or Duelist if they played back in the GC days, but I'm actually really glad that Bob is staying on that primary Duelist. To me, it's her strongest role, and I feel like as she's gone through roster mania the past, like, about season, I feel like she hasn't been on this role primarily, so I'm really glad to see SwimTrek Blue actually letting her frag out, and I'm hoping that's going to deliver, especially since they are running a solo Duelist composition versus Puppy Thieves double.
Yes, Puppy Thieves double, something I didn't really think we'd see or had to say until we got to Empire later today, because we were talking about that before too. Really cool to see they're bringing double power in here, which means all this utility is really there to open up space and make sure they can get it, but it also allows for double pump fakes, really getting in the head of SwimTrek once they're on the attack side. So is it as good on defense, right? You're usually wanting to use all that for aggression. You don't know where they are until they take your site. So we'll have to see SwimTrek being aggressive, like you said, with that single Duelist. But Sharad's chamber, I feel like, is There's so much damage to be done there. It'll be something we're watching throughout this match.
I'm sad we don't get to see Sandclaws as well in that chamber here, but they have played Vice a couple times.
Yeah, that would be a great matchup.
And they are really stable. Again, they're more mid-pack than top of the leaderboard on this agent in particular, but it's interesting to see because I feel like it's usually a Neon counter as well, right? In Swimtrek Blue, they don't really have a dedicated Neon, actually, right? They've been leaning into the Phoenix, they've been leaning into the Raze a lot. They don't need the running gun down with a shotgun because they will just shoot you long range anyways with the aimers on this squad. So with them starting out in the attack, I do think, like you mentioned, it's going to be a major test for Puppy Thieves with the double duelist, with, again, only the Vice, instead of like a KJ Viper or something like that, especially without the Viper. How many is enough for Puppy Thieves to get, do you think, on this half?
On defensive side?
Yeah.
I say 4 or 5 would be a good battle. A 6-6 would be fantastic. To go on the attack side with a double duelist 6-6, I think is enough. You get pistol, and you can kind of run the show with how you want to bring Swimtrek around the map. They have to respond to what feels like an aggressive hit, and if they don't, that's going to be some crazy mental gymnastics calling that they stay strong on, because it's hard to not buy a fake from a relay bolt coming through in a fast lane, and then you have the Neon actually sell it while the Raze is getting ready with everybody else to hit the other side, or even vice versa on the duelist you're using, so you can make it look different each time.
And I will say for Swimtrek Blue and how we typically see this Chamber Viper run, it's usually like a double lurk setup on the attack. I'm wondering if they're going to lean into that, if they are just going to simplify behind the firepower this squad has. And even then, I'm usually against, I feel like, a lurking IGL, but I feel like this map in particular fits it really well, because if Corrupt sees nothing, calms that there's no util investment A side, they can then rally the troops and be like, hey, we're ending here, get over here. And I think that is a great pairing, as long as they're not getting picked off too early, and if Puppy Thieves aren't giving them that sort of information or how their defaults look are a perfect counter, it could be a great way to kick things off.
I think it's a great point. It makes a lot of sense, especially from the way we saw Swim playing last week, when there would be situations where FlyQuest would be right behind them. They would have the timing on the map. They'd know if they were taking too long. They know the positions they could be in. So, yeah, Corrupt being over there, being able to make those calls is something they can easily use as a window to get an advantage in this. We are on the map. We are ready for some wolf to swim. Is that a thing? Yeah.
Doggy paddle. They're going to doggy paddle, I believe. But alrighty, a good call from Swimtrek Blue. Lean towards C. Double duelist, you expect to fight A, and Sherrod. Yeah, you're not going to find too much against that brunt of utility.
Nope. Out of there. And double. Says double initiator out. Not really initiator, it's a Boomba, but they're just like, yeah, keep clearing. More clear. They set up 2, pushed up for Wolf here, and they're quickly moving across the map to see if they need to help St. Claus over on C, but it seems like they've slowed it down. Set up a little defensive line of scrimmage across the sites.
Yeah, I feel like the Neon Fade wanted to set up a little revolving door trap, but just hitting it without rotating kind of stalled that out, but hasn't stopped it. In the meantime, they are looking to end C here.
Play their life. Nicely done by St. Claus. Gets out. So how do they retake now? They're actually pinching with a nade through and a relay bolt. This could be really disgusting if they get these perfect. Do they have that util? They don't have the nade. And they don't have a relay bolt. No, and the shots are already coming from Swim. They know they need to push. They know they need to peek through these smokes, reset the smoke, and they're going to double peek through it at Waterfall, but the kills are still coming through at spawn. Glowstick takes 1. Sherrod gets 3 over there on the Headhunter. Refund that money right away, and Swim get a flawless first round.
Wow, and I like the slow pacing behind it, right? What set them up into a pretty uncontested C site. Despite that, the proactivity from Puppy Thieves should have let them have a super cohesive retake there, but that's when the individuals on Swimtrek Blue start to shine, right? Sherrod solo able to shut down 2 Waterfall before the Halls players can truly regroup. You saw the Raze trying to get to Terra's side, and they get picked off Halls. So that's something we're going to have to see Puppy Thieves expecting, is this forward fighting tendency in the post out of Swimtrek Blue. But for now, no changes. It's just, all right, Eco, see if we can find one of these openers. Sherrod.
Hello. Ooh. Double, triple. No, oh my God. How did Sherrod get out? Everybody just chose to not peek the extra part of the rock. Okay. I was going to say, there's so many members there. They had to get something out of it, and they do. Coming back with that death ball to head back to C, and we might get a bit of a repeat of the first round on this hit.
Yeah, I like St. Claus just kind of respecting the take. Again, we mentioned it's more for the Neon than the Raze, so they're just going to disrespect it anyways.
Yeah. They're much closer this time. Time to explode onto the site. They're not even going to really let the spike go down, and already the kills are coming through, but the follow-up is there from the side of Swimtrek That's a second round. Nice job by the sub coming through. That's Venture doing some with the Bulldog on the Omen play for the game. So we'll keep track of that as well.
Yeah, you saw them hold that paranoia super late. Again, they're confident in Bob to make that space C-side, and it was perfectly timed out of, again, you mentioned that early grouping waterfall, that early push out, and then little target switch action showing like they haven't any dust to dust off in the server in terms of the aim department after being out for a while. But yeah, looking right back into the swing of things here, and ooh, we went from, okay, just Sherrod conditioning that I'm solo A to the entire team minus his Raze looking for a fight.
Sees nade. No sees. Just sees nade.
Late sees.
Peek still comes through. Yeah, late is scary, and Zoriental there getting a good follow-up, and this should be a bonus round they clap back on. Just no respect to that A position again, and that's exactly the way the Puppy Thieves needs to play. Here's a nice lurk around, or I should say flank from Terror.
Did that wall get tripped?
Should be able to play
yes.
slow.
Okay.
I heard it. Yeah, I thought I heard it as soon as we popped away.
I do like them not overcomplicating, going searching for Bob, though. And I feel like I like the hero rifle in Bob's hands, but maybe if she was there to help them fight then for that A main space, it would have gone a little differently. Because I fully believe if it's 5 rifles versus 5 rifles, Swimtrack can win the A main space, but was not going to happen this round or in that fashion. And Bob now... I do feel like coming from C long is the least likely of the angles, so she could maybe hope for a back turn or two, but with time ticking away, you see St. Claus recognition like, okay, they're not here by now, they're never going to be.
We see the Rose soon and know that somebody's at least near this area to get that fight on. It's the partial. If I don't find anybody, I save, but I'm really looking for somebody. And there's one. Rose goes off. Yeah, catches that right in the eye.
20 seconds left. Yep, it feels like the save is imminent. It's like you also want to try to do damage since this is the bonus, but you're more worried, I think, about the long term here. So,
see what the new tech would be was jump peek out to a blast pack that puts you back behind the wall.
See how many you'd be staring down. See if there's 1v1 you can take pretty fairly.
Yeah. Why not? Or even take a shot before you get blast packed back, and that would just be insane. But you're probably going down. They were all so ready on the mouse one to take that shot. So there is the bonus taken away. Swim will not get it, and this could be the momentum now that Puppy Thieves need. Glowstick has upgraded the Ares to the Odin. Let's see if that helps as they get to these sites. It looks like they're going to start conditioning C again in quite a bit.
Yeah, it's instead now corrupt on the A side lurk like we were expecting to see more so. Little info stall, see if they're crossing over towards wall, but with the Omen, with Scary Shark already deep there, they know this is all a ruse. And now they can position, prepare, ideally St. Claus for this engagement. I like Terror here as well, right? If they've been disrespecting the entry, you pop a little relay bolt there, they're stunned out and maybe even can't get past those thorns.
Wait a minute, shot. Oh, the shoulder was so early. So well played by Terror on that angle. Getting afraid to realizing it's going to be across the map as a little bit of the action starts. They're trying to creep in every angle that may not be watched, and B was watched. Bob's going to go ahead and capitalize on that, pushing back. Or, I'm sorry, Zoriental rather. As they head into door and make sure there can't be a cheeky switch.
I love this. They have them contained now with the Omen also inside attack or spawn, and they're not taking any fights they don't have to. And when the fights come, they have a high-low ready to go. Great lurk smoke.
Ooh, toesies. Bob says, I can make it. But this is the tough part. The duelist getting in, but the follow-up. There's a little bit of it. It's a trade, though. Scary Shark says not just yet. As St. Claus comes up big as well. Venture. Left looking right and left, down to 10, limping around, and it's going to be a spam through the box from Scary Shark on the big flank coming through to grab a second round, still keeping 3 alive.
I'm quite surprised that they invest the Nightfall there. I feel like they didn't have a full grasp on the situation map-wise because Corrupt peeled off so early from that A side and went for that B main lurk that gets shut down, and that's where that Nightfall was supposed to be kind of be that final engagement to get them into the C side, and again, you had the Fade rotate over. That was a perfect 3-stack tag team, even with St. Claus at, what was it, 37 HP? And that's the issue, Rivington with Swimtrack Blue. They have the firepower, but do they have the wherewithal to make a decision to find a solution when their default isn't working, right? They're still starting C side, and nothing has changed.
And it looks like Wolf just, or Puppy, I keep doing it, but it just feels like I'm not doing
It
him
says
justice.
woof
Puppy
woof too,
Thieves,
you know?
It does say woof woof. It's so bad. The Puppy Thieves aren't finding their footing, or they are finding their footing rather, and they're able to just read this, sitting back, not afraid of this hit. They're seeing the same thing just about every time, and this time the vines are there to just say an extra no. And yeah, this is quite held. Health comes back up for Terror. Venture looks to get a shot in. Very nicely traded there as they're looking to get a little money in the bank and maybe scratch at the pockets of Wolf here, because they're just going to be sitting on cash and trying to make any plays that they want now.
And usually I'm opposed to a really fast rotate like that, but because it's Nico, it makes sense. And secondary, while they're having that really strong rotate to enforce it from 2 to 4 on the C side, you also have that Omen like behind saying, okay, I have the information B main, they're not rotating just yet, we can stay with this rotation plan that we have. And that's how thorough this feels. And you talked about how, okay, Swimtruck Blue aren't changing things, but that C side hold is changing ever so slightly around the engagement utility that Swimtruck Blue has, right? That high-low, a little bit further away, outside the peripheral of that paranoia. That's really nice. And also, Swimtruck Blue, I feel like they're not respecting the Vice util. We're not satcheling it, we're not nading it, and that's difficult. But, ooh. Whoa.
Dang. That was big. This smoke that they keep throwing out, Swimtruck wants to try to play through it, hop on the rock, maybe get a peek. By that time, the door's open, people are already out. The timing, I think, was missed there. I don't think we'll see that happen again. If it does, that's big miss on Swim. And a big gain on Wolf. Zoriantel coming up huge there with a third. A fourth going to be just around the corner, and they know it's going to be the Chamber trying to stave off any of this initiator utility. Another dog! And it's Bob finally calms the show down.
Oh, and I don't know if they expect St. Claus here. That's your C player. The off angle's good.
Yeah.
The round's secure. We go raise for raise, blow for blow, but it's St. Claus, the rookie in the server, to close it out and confirm Puppy Thieves' lead. Collect that operator, bring into their own defensive arsenal. And this is where Swimtruck Blue, it's difficult, right? Okay, you cannot win the A main spice right now, unless they fight maybe 5 head-on with the Rays there instead of being one of those flank lurk players. C exits have fallen flat. They need a solution fast, and they haven't taken a timeout to solve that. So, maybe Bob playing here's the difference. Let's see, right?
All right. All there. All in. They get themselves actually across smoke. Orb doesn't go up yet, though. They hold it. They're trying to see how much they can get out in util, I think. And they get a little bit.
I like the delay.
That's such a cut. Paranoia to the right side, and it hasn't been committed on this time. The way that Puppy Thieves is committing to this as well has always been different.
Yeah.
The door being opened and the pressure created is always there to flex the muscles, but they keep switching it up.
Nora as well. They always have the From the Shadows to get out if this Paranoia combo comes through. So a lot of options, and it's so deep it doesn't even connect in the first place.
Nightfall. Ulti kind of misses there. Still a good bit of damage. Bob's able to answer with the Sheriff. They get into position to just make these pistols work. And I'd say already they're doing great. They can pick up a weapon off of this as well, and that's for Bob. Let's go.
Oh yeah, they make the showstopper work, right? You hear that, you're immediately disengaging. But even then, they're ready to reflood this retake if it comes through. They have a Neon Terror on the flank with an overdrive to supersede this operator. Now with the call with Bob through B to rotate, they might get caught out to ahead. Oh, the cape missed. The timing lodged.
Ooh, okay. They still have to realize they have guns, and this should be winnable. There's only one hero rifle now in Bob's hand, so I think they just take this super slow, hip to hip, right? Trade each other if it has to be a trade. It should be winnable.
Waiting for Terror main, it feels like the call.
Yeah, she's coming around. They got to get the up on a line first. It feels comfortable because it's going to trigger the wall. Oh, there's one. That's got to be comfortable.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it is their own wall. I'm looking at it backwards already since the whole map is flipped, and that's going to be Wolf coming up strong. Zoriantel knew it was their own wall. I was just trying to create intensity in the moment, false intensity. 5-2 for Wolf. Puppy Thieves are looking good.
And that's the difficulty there, Riv, is they're also disregarding the Vice util, right? On the Swim Truck Blue side. We mentioned how they're not thorough enough on the C clear. They're with that wall setting up. That's what allows Terra not to use any util, just walk up kind of unafraid that anybody could be B main still, because you'd expected them to have triggered it by then. But finally, Swim Truck Blue, we get that timeout. I liked the A fight, considering they won it on the eco, but it was also off of the showstopper they're not going to have every time. So I feel like I think starting A feels like the right call. I liked the delay as well to get at that util that you mentioned. So I think this is more like, okay, what is our set play going to look like to counteract this A side space? And honestly, with Terra still holding on to that operator here and it's starting out stairs, that could be the unaccounted factor, that small change in Puppy Thieves side that still disrupt.
Yeah. I think they expect of like even a force cross now, right? They're trying to get that space, so it'd be best to stay back, get a shot through. It's a great call. We'll see if they do move even off the wall. It's a timeout currently, so they might just run up past this and do something silly. We might expect it. Who knows? They've had a variety of round wins. It's not just had to be the post plant. They've been able to just shut these rounds down, and their bonus, the bonus that was supposed to be swims, just went to time there as Bob was timed out towards C. So yeah, I think there's a lot of comfortability on the side of Puppy Thieves right now to just almost in this round with the op. They switch it to mid. Yeah, see what Swim wants to do after the timeout. Why even force something?
I do like them heading towards C for the start. Again, I mentioned like they're getting mound pretty uncontested. I think once they get out of C, the post point is strong with how they fight pole and water successfully. They just need to be more thorough on this Vice util, and that'll be up to Bob here ideally. Or okay, how did this timing work out? A side.
Finally, they know they're gonna open it and get out, but it was that they used the smoke that they've been getting thrown on a TP across this time.
Yeah,
very nicely played.
They're breaking down the util one step at a time with the slow pacing, which is a great first step into this round because it's immediately going to be weaker when they follow through. But once again, this high-low, unexpected.
Oh my god, it just feels like such a hard angle to take. Everybody feels comfortable there that's set up on it, and now
That's
they have
also
a
the-
high-low.
It's like that's the issue. That's the third time they swung into a high-low like that as an individual, right? If it's two players, different outcome. Or if you op it off the line, I guess that works too.
Get the shoulder. Ooh, follow-up. There's the follow-up you're talking about, too, as they get it. I mean, going in there, Sherrod was like, don't worry, I can clear the site, right? But you get some teamwork in. Oh, peeking the smoke close. Oh, my God. It's like the barrels are almost touching. Holy moly. No! That was so risky from Terror. To play in that with a smoke drop. Maybe they thought the timing was there from Zoriento to draw the eyes, but it did not work out. The operator retake is always going to be difficult, and especially right now against Swim. They do well on that one to find a way back in.
Yeah, again, these post ones are not going to be the issue for Swim Track Blue, but I do want to circle back to something we said at the beginning, Riv. We said 4 or 5 was enough for Puppy Thieves, and I didn't even realize that they've already gotten to that benchmark, so they're kind of chilling for the rest of the half already, looking to hopefully widen that gap. But yeah, great follow-up following the pistol and the secondary buy. I like that they're now putting the operator a bit outside of C. That's a great pace change after you finally lost a round as well.
Yeah. Ooh, the orb starts to clear that. Oh my word. That was scary. Like, I felt like it was not going to be possible for a moment there. They get out. Easy stuff. The timeout, though, we have to remember, pays off for Swim, so that was very nicely called and maybe gives them momentum here. Keep pushing forward. A little bit of touch at A, but the way they've been getting C, and I guess we haven't even really seen them try to hold other sites, it's just the comfort for them right now.
Yeah, and look at the reclear B main as well. So once again, with also Omen now, deep wall side, scary shark clearing that. They know this is a C exec. Little sheer garden to stop the the nightfall, and while it strips the gun away, won't keep them alive. And now it's a crunch. They feel forced into C.
Oh my gosh. Everybody just turned up the mouse sensitivity for this round, and the side of Puppy Thieves snap into the headshots of Swim Trek. And there's Scary Shark taking down Glowstick, just trying to get some distance on the map before taking the weapon out again, but it was already circumvented. Puppy Thieves are reading this one so well, and they take it right back after that timeout win.
And there's your 6th round for the side of Puppy Thieves.
That's what we said.
Yeah, reward in the server for sure. A little woof woof energy, but I do think what's going wrong for Swim Truck Blue is I really like the default they came up with the Omen Viper fight A main to deny this trio take, but it's the fact that after they give that up, you see Puppy Thieves re-clear it, so they need to stay after they give that space up, at least in lobby, because that's the issue. They just narrow it down to see you one step at a time, and I'm not really going to see an exception this round. It's again, okay, I'll lie. The one exception is Charade. Okay, cross that out.
Now the wall. Into the vines just like last time. Oh, they haven't even activated.
Wait, and now they're gonna go in the corner.
See it. Yeah, that's dirty. Oh no. The mind games are gross. What? Oh my god, what did we just see? St. Claus, that is illegal. Falling, paranoia, headshot.
And that is why I wanted to focus on this rookie again. Moments like that, just disrespecting as well, and just reading the situation so well to not pop the flash, not pop the thorns, but instead just jiggle and walk, clear it to set up a close space angle.
No way.
Wow, and now it's like, okay, maybe you can't even argue for 7-5 because look at the ults and look at the bash economy on the Swim Truck Blue side. It's another Sheriff round, and this time you don't have a Nightfall, you don't have a Showstopper to open it up and at least give you a spike plant like we saw last time around. But needless to say, they're gonna go towards the weakest site. The timing's gonna come to a head. It's Oriental. It's the end of the half. They don't care to overinvest. They're going over the wall.
Oh, trying. That was actually a really sick play if they caught the squad there, but disperse here. Hearing that, they said, no way, we don't need it. Catches one in the teeth and gives it right back.
Yeah, does not want to give this gun away. I like the regroup here now alongside Miara as well. Oh, unfortunately cannot complete the great escape. They want this gun. They fight in a blue room. And nice satchel shot.
Double blast pack follow-up. Bob gets the first one. Little mini blast pack again to hopscotch forward. Crossfire into sight. Oh, no. Crossfire is too strong. And now they're going to try to get back into this one. Sidestepping out. Zoriental going for another 3K in this first half. And that's 8-3. They have surmounted the call of 6 rounds. And they are saying, we'll take more.
Wow. I mean, it's like, okay, they've lost the A space because of that engagement with Scary Shark having to get out, but then you look towards C and it's like, okay, they've taken mountain space instead. St. Claus off of that one-way deep, and they're ready then to flip on that B fight as well almost immediately. And that's where I think it's a danger zone that Swim Truck Blue doesn't know what Puppy Thieves defense look like. They haven't seen Lotus. This is their first rep in the Swiss stage on this map, and they should have known that if they saw the fade, they saw the that A site was deserted. And they didn't. They end B, they end on the stack. And now, like you mentioned, staring down an 8-4, 9-3, not what you want on an attack side map.
All right. Into position first. And around the Puppy Thieves kind of allowed the position to be taken first to see if it would be aggressed on.
Ooh.
Yeah, Swim is taking every advantage they can for this one.
It's also Puppy Thieves over fighting this time. St. Claus just fighting into a stack after you already know they shut down a player B main. Like, that trap also didn't work. I feel like they got a touch too proactive this time, and it coincided with Swim Truck Blue not slowing down their execs like they've typically done on some of these defaults. So finally they're going to be execing onto a C site without the Vice in the equation. So I mentioned again, I think their post plants are their strongest aspect right now on Lotus, so I don't foresee this 2v5 coming true with, I guess, the pit coming down and lack of a paranoia, but Yara, full HP here to kick things off.
Creeping in. Scary Shark is just hiding to the right side. Glowstick doesn't know the angles there. Ooh, wow. Just tapped on the head real quick. Miara's there, but the rest of Swim is ready for a 4th round to clean that one up. To find a few more in that first half was necessary. So 8-4 is what we get here. And really, with what we've seen from Swim coming out, we expected them to be the ones leading the pace throughout this. And Puppy Thieves have run away with that so far.
Yeah, again, it's always a risk picking into a map another team has not played. And I think we're starting to see the detrimental end of that. We hyped up as well, I think, Puppy Thieves, that this double duelist was going to deliver, but I do also feel like it's time for Charade to shine here, especially, and I do feel like it's more reactive, so it's like Swim Truck Blue, they don't have to come up with a solution necessarily because they can just rotate and answer the call with grouped fights. unlike where they have to be initiating that change on that attack side. So we'll have to see if that's the case, but for now, it's not a little duelist fight for main. It's literally just Charade, so On going to identify that, and I don't expect him to spend any more utility, just contact up here.
Using that rendezvous quick in a much safer spot, not getting cut into baby door, which is cleared up. Vulnerability gone. Oh, Terror with the double peek, gets it up for the second one. Very nicely played. That paranoia makes things a little funky, but it's going to be cleaned up. A double swing here by Puppy Thieves as they now control a little bit deeper on the map and are waiting to get more. Oh, Bob with a great read, but no kill there. It's still actually going on in sight. Bob doesn't stop. Corrupt has to stay alive, but it looks like they're going to get pushed out. This is an interesting round here where it just seems Wolf tries to keep moving and Bob tries to keep chasing.
And now it's like scatter, avoid the fight, delay at all costs. A little nade comes out to deny any retrade. The wall goes up as well to narrow the chances, and it is a little dicey here. It is one player per angle, so you see the Rays regroup when set on a cross, and it'll be St. Claus for contact.
One for Bob.
Bomb buddy out.
Oh, all the util to clear. Oh, trying to get one to kind of drop over the wall there, thinking there's obviously a secondary to help. The damage is incredible. The damage is ridiculous. Wait a minute, through the wall. Oh, Zoriental almost gets kneecapped by Bob in enough time to get the defuse, but there is not a tactical dance there to show excitement, and Puppy Thieves are going to be able to get that round.
Yeah, I feel like Swimtrek Blue did a good job, I think, just unearthing the massive rotations we were seeing out of Puppy Thieves, but yeah, they just lost too many along the way because they were always fighting into numbers, and that little pause after they won a main space as well from Puppy Thieves was really smart to evaluate their chances and see what the two-stack that regrouped into B main was going to find on B before fully committing to that rotate, like what we saw from Swimtrek Blue on their attack B rotates, but... All right, this time around, you've got to get an answer here. There's a 4-stack to make it 5 on A.
This is the old Inferno play. Show one, everyone is behind. And now they know the door's open. Then the rest of them are peeking, jumping over the wall. Scary Shark says, nah, that's good enough for me. That's too much.
Laura's like, I know this play. I've done this play. And so they're gone. They know C's free for the taking. A question now is how far do they go with the weapons advantage, or do they sit back on the long sight lines? And seems like the latter when you've got two Guardians in the mix, and that's a fair call. Still have the sniper rifle holding the flank as well once they actually finally get through this Vice wall, but I feel like they're taking a lot of time. This may be a die to the spike angle, play exit angle at this point.
Yeah. And now go B.
Talk about it. They have fun. They play a little silly.
Ooh, left side smoke, so they can at least tuck. They make it past. Get in the smoke and just blow up with the spike. Uh-oh. Hunting.
Oh, no.
Nora
Poor Corrupt.
will find some. Whoa. Oh, needed one in the chamber. Glowstick's going to be able to finalize it. And the team gets out 10-4 now. A big gap for Swimtrek to start coming back on as we get into this bonus. It's going to be crucial.
Their pick as well, which is what makes it particularly draining. And I will say, a silver lining in how that round concluded is you feed the kills, the orbs to the Omen, not a Fade, not a Neat. Like, literally any other player would have an impactful ultimate at the surface level. And Nora here can continue with that sniper rifle tactic. It's so weird to see your Omen as your A-side lurk, but you look at them in the composition and you're like, the Vice is playing more, again, like group for that flash. Since you don't have flashes anywhere else, it's... Ooh. Okay, conditioning succeeds. Chamber C-side instead of A this time around.
Just walked right out and grabbed that one for themselves. Zooming in. Okay, human sentry to 1 HP. Oh my gosh, that's so scary for Wolf. Terror there. Charade just cleans the site up. Saw the entrance, knew what the exit for everybody had to be. Goes down in the end, but Glowstick's able to get one. That is exactly the kind of round they needed for the momentum that needs to kind of kick in and just start to fire Swim Trek. What?
And it's exactly that win condition that we expected once the side swap. You see it, they play reactive, they stay grouped, and they just kind of they give into the push and pull from the side of Puppy Thieves and shot that reactivity after taking that C space, then immediately pop the revolving door alongside Corrupt and sandwich those players. That is something that we're going to see Puppy Thieves sound like they did on the pistol, pause and reevaluate before they get caught off guard. And ooh, Swim Trek Blue. Heavy A retake setup here with just a Venture here left to anchor the space.
Oh, in, out, Paranoia. The thing is, they're still going in together. Even if they're Paranoia to bodies, they're distraction. The people are distraction. The team, the Neon is a distraction. 1 HP now. Coming in for Zoriental. The trades, maybe. There's one for Bob. Gets stuck in the corner, though. This is going to be tough. Still finds another one. With 2 aimed at the corner.
Oh, Sherrod creeping up on the flank. It'll be St. Claus to dictate the rest of this round.
Big.
Whiffed. Yeah, that's now a 2v3 with very low HP on Terror. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Just using that back area to harvest Swim members. Oh, get the smokes up. They can play a little cheeky in sight with that. And just stick to one side, hoping that they will buy this. No, they didn't. They
Last player standing.
Oh, kill cam reveals probably both. Yeah. Oh, that timing.
Oh. Still work. The smoke actually gives them the option to work with in sight there instead of causing them to delay. A round now for Swim. They need it very much, and they'll keep 2 together on that one and see if they can string some more. Because Tour de Force is up. They could get a drop if needed. Boom, right there. 2 glow stick, and we're off to the races.
That would be great for sure. Double ult looking strong here as well to keep the money flowing versus it's a full reset on the Puppy Thieves side. I do feel like I'm starting to dislike what I was praising them for in terms of the slowdowns and pivotal moments. Like, they paused in tree, right? And that did allow both the Fade and the Raze to be in position to dump that C's nade combo that obliterated that exec, right? Versus if they do turn the dial up a little bit more, like look like the 10-6 team right now, it could overwhelm, and the eco lends itself to that quite well on the C mount fight. Just pedal to the metal, see what happens.
Yeah.
Have an overdrive too.
Oh, still peeking the smoke. It's not stopping Sherrod. They have an answer. They had somebody shoot the Prowler previously. Steps in. It was even a one-way-ish. Still made it out. Okay, it wasn't. It was touching the floor. I didn't think it was. I was wrong. It wasn't a one-way. That was just amazing by Sherrod to instantly disappear from the screen from what they would see and get back out. Like, holy moly.
Yeah, I will say Sherrod had a slower start, but now is singing. Yeah, has a choir backing them up for sure. That's where you do have to identify, I think, with that Fade kit where this player is, and that's where you mentioned the efficacy of having a pairing instead of Sherrod's solo has worked in denying those Prowlers, that haunts, and
so good.
It does feel like right now part of the solution is see Sherrod, avoid Sherrod, for sure. And now, I mean, oh, okay. I don't see, I was going to say, a big opera to counter, so I'm glad they got rid of that on the Puppy Thieves side. Meantime, it was defaulted look we've seen from Puppy Thieves so far. Double lurk. The double duelist comes in with a Raze now A side solo.
Let's see if Sherrod is here again. Took a bit too, because they got one way. They were going to double peek from either side to see if they get the fight, and then they had this fast lane.
Good info.
From the shadows to the right, very good info, especially if they saw Sherrod.
I don't think they did. I think they just saw the Omen.
Oh, still good enough. You're getting an idea of how they're going to play it, which means this side's a little bit stronger with the Omen more anchoring.
You would have thought you'd seen Sherrod already. Sherrod would see you have seen Sherrod already, basically.
Behind you or in front of you.
Nightfall goes in, the full execution to follow. A bit weaker though because the Neon's not there and because there's not been resiliency B main. That's where they are going to end on the pivot. Paranoia in the blue room sees to disconnect these players, but Relay bolts to appease. It's great 1-for-1 util trades, and they're just gonna hold their own, wait for their showstopper to initiate, and it doesn't find anything, Rivington.
Nope. Wolf's just gonna bite back on this one. Swung glow stick! Corrupting glow stick from both sides. I thought they were gonna win Baby Room and just be able to turn back for the fight, but not the case. Insta kills coming out from Swim Trek Blue.
And that's a chaotic B-side round that probably deserves another look at it just because of how close it was. I mean, I think that speaks to, again, how Swimtruck Blue do rotate really fast off of contact, and they're not really waiting until these, it feels like, deep players have already broken the trademark, have already gotten in. And that's a difficulty here. I do think they were at the cusp of Season B, hence the replication towards Pillar on the Eco. No showstopper this time either, to try and re-clear the site effective immediately, I guess. Trying to draw out these rotates, it looks like, right? They're wary that, okay, we've made a lot of noise, B main, and someone should be behind us, but no dice. Fast light in. Ooh, not a nightfall on the Eco Riv.
Yeah. Getting 2 tethers on that, so they know most have made it into sight. The commitment's already there.
Clip the wall.
It went into the side. It looked like shot it out of the air for a second. It hit the wall. Corrupt Bob, corrupt back and forth. And a Viper's Bite in there somewhere. Sherrod ends this one in an ew indeed. That was around. Swimtrek said, we'll just take that. Thank you so much. B is closed.
And we have duo ace. What's it when it's a trio? What's the equivalent of that? Because that's the core, right, from Rose that completely overwhelms that round. Just corrupt anchoring waterfall of all places was crazy to keep them in that uncomfortable position, that close space on B. You like them finally leaning away, but we are 1 round away from separating these two. This would have been a great time for Puppy Thieves, like, to extend that first time out.
Yes.
Lose this, it's Eco. It's suddenly 11-10, you're down, and the ults continue to come for the side of Swimtruck Blue. Pit down. Forcing them into this A fight where Venture's actually found the opener this time.
And that was just kind of a step and peek. They heard Terror take the position. Venture was so ready for it. It seems like they're not getting what would be really nice double pumps out of these, or pump fakes, even if it's a single one with the double duelist. You know, usually you can do that with double initiator, but your duelist can sell it, I think, just as much too here.
Yeah.
They're not getting into position the way they want. A few too many dry peaks, or considering it's safe space when it's just not a peak.
I mentioned this last time, right? This pause allows the rotates to come through. True for Swimtruck Blue, and then when they don't invest ults, they usually don't get the space, but the refi here burns Swimtruck Blue, opens up the entire A site, and suddenly they're the ones with numbers. Sherrod, Flank Brewing, past that Vice wall. They know that one is there. Corrupt trying to play off the timing, knows they're down numbers, and even the Thorns are going to prevent that.
Oh, the timing tell.
1 enemy remaining.
Easily cleaned up. What a switch of the round. From Nora. Oh my gosh. Another one seized up and knows that the peak is a disadvantage if they allow it to happen. So Nora swings on 2 and clears. Under seas, that's crazy. That is a very heady play and requires the mechanics that Nora showed easily.
Oh, 100%. And that's where I feel like that's the first time we've seen Swimtruck fight out to claim that additional space when they could just anchor it the old-fashioned way, right? Previously, we'd see, okay, the C's, the Nays, the Showstopper on the choke once they're actually exiting through it. Here, they went on the proactive line fighting to re-clear into tree, and that's when Scary Shark Nora is able to respond. And we were otherwise highlighting that Puppy Thieves weren't going to have a way into that site, it felt like, unless they pull out the Steel Garden, for example. But Udron goes their way. Bob. Oh, 1 for 1. Still have to get past the Viper, though, and they are respectful of that enough. And now they can assume maybe a rotate comes through from the shadows. And I don't know about trying to strong hand your way into the site, but they're going for it anyways.
Arsenal as well. Vulnerable DK. Everybody buffed and debuffed here. But the teammates are the buff that they need to get in. Nora taking space, backing up a little bit. It's a lot. Knowing there's one waterfall. Still swinging towards spawn. The trades come through very fast, but actually leave Sherrod alone in spawn now. The operator retake, and the timing is still there. St. Claus, the positioning, the movement, constantly staying active has continuously caught Swimtrek off guard.
Ooh, now 1 round away from stealing away Swimtruck Blue's map pick here on Lotus. Their first rep looking so well-rounded. Would take 3 to get to overtime. At least when you've had those 5 rounds in a row, you're going to have a little bit of the padded pocketbooks for the time being. And if you lose, you're out anyway. So you're just going to keep buying until it's loser OT. And, I don't know, that round, I mean, It really, I don't even know what went wrong in there, because I think they had to respect the Steel Garden. Hard to call, and we don't have time to delve into it because it's another C fight. They're trying to replicate the success they found in prior. Again, if they can handle Sherrod, then C becomes incrementally weaker. They're gonna respect it.
Out of charges.
So you can almost assume that the Viper was there, but you saw the C's over and you saw Chamber, so they're going.
They picked up on how fast the rotates are, I think, from Swimtrek 2, and they're praying into it. Point blank, venture the example.
Trying to get back in. Bob knows this is a very necessary round and already about to get back. Oh, they go. Ships in the night for a moment, but crash right into each other right after.
Not ready yet.
And all their stairs. Are they going to separate the power here? It looks like they might send Glowstick up towards heaven, but they got to time this. They got to re-clear just about everything, and that's not even to get into sight. They don't have another Prowler. This is all going to have to be off where they're aiming.
Snakebite's the only tool that could split up these players, and that's where they look the strongest.
Oh, Haunt kind of buys them a little bit of time. That timing they were waiting for works out so well in Swim. Look to stay alive, 30 HP on Terror. That's a shot from Sherrod. Another one to ring true, and it looked like they were out of util. Empty in the tank. I just didn't have the timing on that Haunt. Glowstick did.
Yeah. They just played that out perfectly. Glowstick not taking the dive. They're off of ropes, just waiting for Sherrod to scale after finding the 2 kills that they did. It's like, you've got to learn your lesson, guys. You cannot fight in a Sherrod close or long range. They're one of the players in GC that can retake with an operator, right? It's like usually a hindrance for most and not them. And Tour de Force Online is only going to solidify that fact. Double Up even comes out, handing it off to Bob here. So, let's see if that can shut down this A take. I feel like they have gotten Rebel space pretty much round after round, unlike when we saw Swimtrek Blue try to contest it in the last half.
We thought that Wolf, I keep saying Wolf, Wolf Puppy Thieves would have the field day once they got on attack with the double duelist. And they may have just got their tickets to the fair, actually. Get one opening kill. It didn't stop Swim last time from evening the map up. They did lose the first one, but they were able to trade right away. We're only seeing them be pushed back, playing their lives. There's the trade from Glowstick. They do even it up, and Sherrod's already creeping around.
Oh, Judge, though, playing on the close box in heaven, a different style post-plant setup. But even the Fade util isn't going to connect on Nightfall as well. I like that Terror doesn't fly too close to the sun, doesn't engage off of it, and they expected it. That's why the Prowler comes out from Glowstick, and honestly, at this point, it feels like Swimtrek's starting to run out of time.
Oh, Terror knew. Paranoia or not from that position, you're safe. Ooh, cleans it up on the final one. Just needed to calibrate a few. Yep, it's all right. We get there. Mags reloaded. Guns are ready. Gonna push out and try and stop it here. Venture gets one. Holy moly, this is a tall one. It looks like it's gonna be cleaned up by Puppy Thieves. There it is. A great attempt coming in from Swimtrek there to even it up, but it was too much in Puppy Thieves' first half. Able to get those rounds and close it out for the second on the pick of their opponents for Lotus.
Wow, I mean, coming into this series, I was like, it's either going to be close or it would be maybe a quick Swimtrek Blue just because it was a map they were picking into that we haven't seen Puppy Thieves play, but this frames them really well, and we're seeing them win a lot of just outright aim fights, it felt like, as well, minus, you know, like a heroic attempt from Bob, or Sherrod was just, I think, the one player that was a step ahead, it felt like, of Puppy Thieves at times. So I think all of my worries about Haven being such a simplified mechanical map have been tossed to the wayside, and, I mean, St. Claus, hey, my rookie to keep an eye on, I think, delivered in that regard as well. Super, I think, strong player in the caliber of the defense that gave them that 8-4 half, and they're going to be on the chamber in the next map as well, likely in that head-to-head versus Sherrod, if Sherrod doesn't stay on the Phoenix that they've sometimes tested out.
We are going to be going to break. You mentioned that next map was Haven. That is also going to be Puppy Thieves' pick, so I can't wait to see what they have. Swimtrek have a chance to come back when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers here in North America. We just finished map 1 of our first series, and it went a little faster than we thought. Really nice job coming in by Puppy Thieves. Swim Trek Blue seemed to be caught off guard, but there's still another map to go. We just have to get them on the right track. The timeout didn't seem to work for them right away. They were able to get some footing, but it just seems like the adaptation from Puppy Thieves kept happening too quick.
Oh, 100%. And it's funny that we say it happened faster than we thought it would, because it was an 8-4 half, right? That somehow ended in this 13-10 when it seemed like Puppy Thieves and that double duelist should have been stronger on the second half. But I think the complication came from Swim Trek Blue. Their attack looked a bit repetitive. Like, they couldn't come up with the switch that they needed. They couldn't combat a main. They were losing on the C-ticks because of how well St. Claus was supported, I think, by either the Fate or the Neon at times. Like, it was a really, really strong defense. And I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how teams with actual footage on that team look to dismantle it in some of the later Swiss rounds. But for now, you got to put that out of your mind, right? You're heading over to a map like Haven, and you're going to be leaning into some of those win conditions, right? I feel like Sherrod is honestly one of those for the side of Swim Trek Blue. I already hyped them up in their Haven despite not playing it since their qualifier, and I believe it was in the group stage as well, which was a 13-2 over Bakugods, which, Bakugods, that rings a bell, because that was St. Claw's previous team, actually. So now you have an inside informant times 3, right? 2 prior teammates for Swim Trek Blue, and a team that knows what this iteration then of Swim Trek Blue's Haven could look like.
A map that might bring out some more operators, definitely more long shots, but it is going to be a little different here. What are the compositions that we get? Again, venture into that side of Swim.
That question gets spicy, Riv.
The pick.
For Puppy Thieves, it's a bit more straightforward, I think. They go with the Neon Phoenix, again, with Yoder getting nerfed into Oblivion.
Yeah.
Swim Trek, I feel like they were in their meme mode, as I call it. They weren't running a legitimate, I think, high-level composition. It was Sova, Omen, Chamber, Phoenix, Reyna, actually, with Corrupt and Sherrod being on the Duelist and Bob on that Chamber. So I feel like I could see them maybe running like a Jet Phoenix, for example, or something with Bob. And it's who's on the Phoenix, right? Because you want Sherrod on that Chamber. It feels like more than anyone. And so maybe Venture's a Duelist player. Venture could be that hot swap fix, and you keep a different player then onto the smokes like Corrupt usually plays Astra Viper on some of the other maps for this team, like Split, like Lotus prior. So I feel like that's where I'm leaning and want this team composition to be, but Sherrod and Phoenix prove me wrong. I guess is where we're at.
Yeah, you mentioned the Reyna, and it like took me back to when I was doing the research for last week's games. I was like, oh yeah, the Reyna, that is a thing that they do. So it could be very interesting. I'm excited to see what they have for each other. I think Swim Trek, we're kind of just experiencing being a bit disjointed. You know, maybe having a different player come in. It's going to happen when you're retaking. They definitely look better when they were able to get onto kind of a more structured side with that defense. But let's see what we got here. Swim Trek Blue starting an attack. Puppy Thieves on defense.
Am I okay to be apprehensive about the Swim Trek Blue composition? Like, if you maybe like it's like the weird like double like anchors between the Chamber and the Viper, but that's normally the KJ Viper, and then you have no flashes either, right? Like the Phoenix composition Puppy Thieves have in it. Yeah, go for it.
I will say that I feel like teams have just been running over KJ lately. So maybe in that swap, but this is also then, it's not you can stay and make any of those fights happen unless you have 2 or 3 people in the site, right? You can't wall them off as much. You can maybe jet cloud yourself, but you're going to get one fight and then get swarmed. So a lot of Swim Trek's composition requires them to be on top of each other in every play, basically, unless it's just Bob watching the back. Puppy Thieves, I feel like, has a lot of freedom with just going crazy.
And they have scarier units on my mind. Again, the stuns, the flashes, you name it, it's there. And that's what worries me.
It's a package.
Yeah, for Swim Trek Blue, like, again, I don't see an agent that really can set up an entry for Sherrod, right? You don't have a secondary duelist that you can bait, right? Like again, it's just that paranoia, really. Or you're gonna have to see really, really effective shock darts here, but I still feel like those are more for, like, late post-round than anything, or some calming corner clearances.
Yeah.
This call feels more like a defensive crutch than an attack crutch for Swim Trek Blue, because you might be able to double up between Bob and Sherrod, and that would be a deadly combination. I'm saying it now.
Right? I mean...
But... I don't know.
It's like Bren says, you get shot and you're dead. You know, doesn't matter what you're doing. If you get shot, you're dead. So that could be the thing. Maybe, and they all have the aim. We know that. we know that. Swim Trek to use it last week to kind of end that on Pearl versus Flyquest Red. And Bob was like, you know, this is enough. It may just get to the enough is enough mode. We start off towards mid. And it looks like they'll kind of just hover on the sides of protection for that long to make sure they're not getting peeked out.
Yeah, one thing this composition is going to be great for at the attack is punishing players that are overstaying the welcome, are over peeking. And I got a little like drop in my soul when Zoriento is peeking B main with this double fight A main. Like, they're very characteristic, but again, those are things that Bob and Sherrod are going to be able to punish, and that's how they're going to get onto sites slow, methodically, not explosively. And that's where you cannot give them those opening engagements. Or don't do it. Info
okay,
Carter?
I run.
Yeah.
Zoriental, though, finds one towards mid as they try to get touch and go on different parts of the map. Mid and grass here. Clean that up, wall it up. Good follow-up damage, and a heal to come.
Well, because they have numbers, Oriental.
No way.
Whoa, disrespectful but successful. Finds a second there. And that's now your Omen, a secondary, maybe arguably entry gone. In the meantime, Bob has been working A, but I think Tara might have spotted
30 seconds
her
left.
out as well.
Oh. Creeping up. One cover the right, cover left. They're trying to just make sure there's no crossfire. Nice shot by Miara. Nobody even really has to give themselves up in sight as they're holding different angles, and that is a lot of damage coming from different people to hit that side up. Nice job by Puppy to have everyone there.
Ooh, and yeah, if the individual players maintain their form that we saw over on Lotus, I do think then, okay, the worries are quelled in terms of giving those open engagements, right? To me, it's like, okay, if Sherrod wins that fight against Zoriental, they immediately get that B side for free. And that's where, again, we are going to have to see Sherrod. We're going to have to see Bob find these openers in these fair 1v1s, or maybe even the crazy shots that we could see with the pistols versus a buy up here in the second to give them sights. Again, I don't see this being a comp that can overwhelm the opposition, and that'll be a big test for now. Nora, Scary Shark, see, Bucky in hand, and she just gets the job done, at least for two. Yeah.
And you're only giving up a Bucky. Like, they have to get close and no one there's Outlaw to come out. It's good money to drop, though. Grabbing a few more things, seeing if anybody will actually take the fight in Garage, which I think is highly unlikely. So Glowstick's going to go ahead and find a different spot here and join up with Bob. They have some room.
A gap right now, for sure. Trying to, again, not play it too risky. That'll be good money for sure. You see the look back? Yep, I was wondering if they were going to pass off the spike. Get some pips towards that tour de force. Or person with the Bucky can play the close choke.
Space. Yeah. Ooh. All right. Relay? No. Dart? No. Zoriental has just nothing.
That's what's dangerous about this. Just gotta 3-2-1 it together at this point. You know that they have the Bucky from the Nora engagement. Or you can wait for the dart. That works too.
Oh, now they know where it is.
Last player standing.
Oh, triple ping, triple swing, and it's not going to be enough there. Tear gets the final shot, knowing they just had to play a little cat and mouse around the corner. Defuse comes through for Zoriental to clean up and pick up some pips towards that running back. Another one. They made it expensive, though. A little expensive. Nice job.
Yeah. No, 100%. And we're starting to see again what those win cons are going to look like. And already this attack, despite it being 3-site between Lotus and Haven, feels different, right? I don't think we ever saw like a late round rotate out of Swim Truck Blue, right? It was always very like in the moment. And I feel like that helps when I feel like it feels like A and B are so connected on Lotus, but here it was like C all the way to A in the late round, and those are going to be really strong identifications the Swim Track need to make if they're not gifted these open engagements, these over swings, or if Sherrod and Bob aren't in the best form. But speaking of that form now, huge weapon advantage, so it's a deep fight this time off the Neon Phoenix A side, and Bob needs to communicate this to the team so they can challenge C side.
Sideways. Oh, they left. One enters, one leaves, and one.
They're all contained. They already have 3 flank side. On the side of.
It's a force. It's a force from Swim. Then they have to go through spawn. They have to do more. They're not safe anywhere.
Huge drone.
And they're just. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. They're getting pinched in. If there's a shot from spawn coming through, and they have to look at every which direction. And it's not one that's going to work. A flawless now coming in from Puppy Thieves. After a round that was pretty back and forth, they went very active from defense there.
Oh, 100%. And it was that tipping point of finding Bob and pushing through. And not just the two that did, but then you also had Nora, a Scary Shark. We've seen already, like, on the pistol round, want to get a little bit active outside of that door. And that round she does. She regroups, and then they get that joint kind of pressure. And honestly, you mentioned there was a correct call, right? Swim Truck Blue, they knew to speed up into C, they knew to flip it into CT, but that's where that drone, and again, it feels like the side of Puppy Thieves are so thorough and expecting this, that they were able to handle it before it even got started. So 3-0 right now, bonus converted, and it's just copy paste right now. Take A space and see what you can do with it.
Ooh. Some quick ones. I wonder if there was going to be a follow-up there. It looks like they're still trying to take this space, though. Oh, a second one seen. but that's enough time for Venture. But now, it was like, how much would they think I can grab one of those guns? They say no. Going
they
towards
know.
mid already. Got to join up.
Yep. Worried about Yara, who was down in short in sewers, and
Yeah.
now it feels like you can't find another opening.
2-second
Venture.
smoke. Back up. Get that money. Oh, saw leg. Oh, both saws. Crazy timing. By Scary to just have the wherewithal keep those little corner peeks in. Great money across the team. Something that they need very much so here to get some momentum. Oh, it was the simple. Called and played. A nice reposition there from the crosshair, but still Venture goes down. In another round going for the Puppy Thieves.
Okay.
Team
And I liked the call as well to stick around, find at least some of those refrags in A main, but it was, again, once you get down to that kind of 2v3 territory, I maybe wanted to see Bob pause and regroup there with Venture instead of continuing to find that space, because it was the same exact space that then we had to see Venture re-clear anyways once Bob had fallen. So we'll look towards the late round like they did previously, right? When it was a glow stick and Bob, but for the time being, yeah. I mean, this is I feel like if we lose this round, that's when it's the swim track panic button, right? I feel like this is the second time they've had that solid buy after the third, and we'll see what it looks like, especially with now Bob up online. Same set for the other side. You also have this Odin.
Aggression here.
Yeah, it's predictable now. It's every round, but this is anything but. Look at this, Hunter's Fury fight into A main, off of the run it back.
And run
this
it
is
back.
clean.
I was wondering if they were going to use them. The way that their ults are popping up are crazy, because they're going to do this, possibly get kills for Terror, who's now one away from over. This is the way it's coming through is crazy for them right now. This round should fall into their hands. It'll have an idea for next round win condition. Puppy Thieves is playing crazy.
And I can't tell if they're just mispaced against each other or if the Hunter's Fury threw that much chaos into the initial plan, right?
Yeah.
Standing ahead.
It's hard. I think one of the big things is that they're making swim track sweat on the back side right away.
Sweating in the water.
Yeah, you want to make the defense feel like they're out of
standing.
position. The attackers have free movement to move around. Not now.
Round's
They're
not over
pushed
yet.
back. That's true. It is going. I'm just blabbing over here.
I feel like
Venture could still make a play.
Yeah, Puppy Thieves were over fighting, it felt like there. I saw a lot of just 1v1s versus Glow Stick, and then they're up against Venture. And with Terror low HP, I thought there was a chance it was going to tip back into their favor, but Terror's just winning those. 8-1 right now, Rivington is crazy. We mentioned it, now it's panic button time. Timeout taken immediately.
This worked last time for them. There's got to be a lot of answers, though. I think one of the things they're battling is just, one, the agent discrepancy, right? In utility is where I'm going with that. Just having to deal with the flashes, the relays, the sonar, the extra util coming from Omen, all of that. And the other side of it is kind of like the paranoia, the dart, the jet dash. You know, like it doesn't feel like a lot. So you have to play like it's a lot. And if you're not doing well, nothing you do, Puppy Thieves they're not going to respect it, rather. So I think it's really hard in the first place that there's that utility mismatch already. And then there is just seems to be a gameplay macro mismatch right now.
100%. And that's where, again, it goes down to, aside from the one round where they knew Seaside was weak because they identified the Terror's Oriental A take, like, this isn't a team that can just fall back into, like, hey, guys, let's simplify. Let's just exit straight into a site.
Yeah.
Because you are going to get stunned out by the Neon. You are going to get mollied out by the Phoenix. Again, compositional mismatch, it feels like. I do think B, and again, the late pivots have been their go-to, but coming to that timeout, that's where now Puppy Thieves get to make a change. Chamber A side. Fast fight down C should apply additional pressure, even if they are purposely giving up B. They have looks like a game plan to play retake against it.
Little bouncer. Still aggressive. Finds one. So they know Bob could be trying to go down for the orb at some point in this round or holding A. That's just a distraction for this main play towards mid. Miara clears. I don't think they saw much, though.
No, that's gonna be a red herring. Full squad pulling up, minus lurk play from Bob. It's gonna be a matter of timing, right? You've lost the A link space, but look at the yard space. And
Clean.
is Bob gonna be perfectly timed or late is the question now.
Oh, and they have this crossfire coming in. They're doing the praying mantis. Swinging in together. Oh, nice stop there on that. Not knowing the smoke was going to be where the fight was. And they get the best of Puppy Thieves for now. Really the first time they've been up in numbers this half. And they get the lockdown and op on the retake. There it is. Nicely done by Venture.
Oh, and they know that the chamber started A side because of Bob's lurk up, so they end C here just to dot their I's and cross their T's. Bob, you gotta be careful. Corrupt is low, but Bob is just confident enough to win those, gets the op upgrade. They get on the board, and I like their pulls in that regard because they know that the duelists have been getting super active. They know that they've been taking their own attacker side spawn space, so that's what allowed that refight to come through. And I was wary. I'm like, wait, Bob missed the time, and they're going to completely dismantle this. But because they were, in fact, tucked away into A-Link, it works out. So,
yeah.
Okay.
It seemed like the timeout kind of refreshed everybody to remember, like, hey, there's times we need to reset and think of what the state of the game is. And it seems like that was a big one where you're like, you know what? We need to keep moving. Like you said, Chambers A, let's keep going C. Yeah, playing it smart. Playing now into the conditioning that Puppy Thieves has set themselves up towards this lobby side quite a bit. Oh, and it's the play. Draw them in. They heard a few shoot the drone from close. It's not enough to follow up with a hot hand or a flash curveball.
Yeah, for Phoenix, though, getting that safe exit feels monumental. And now they're kind of contained here, right? In terms of Terror waiting, listening for those rotates to come through with the spike drop. Terror, this fight's going to be huge.
Oh, that relay bull. It's hard to get out of that, and it's hard to get in, even if you're attacking. So no fight, just an escape.
Good info. Expecting the following, looking for it as well. We'll have that overdrive as well for the late round still in their arsenal. Little fake denial orb front B main, but with this trip still up C, this should get pinpointed pretty easily.
And it looks like it's Bob on a line, see if the op can take something. Peek from Sherrod to get more info.
Stack's still here.
C.
Ooh, everyone's gonna rotate A, right? You have to. That's all nothing.
What a beautiful fake call. That's where the dart just came from. So they have to know. They're just making sure there's no flank across this Oriental here. 1-2 almost cleans him up as they come up the ramp from sewers, and the operator's gonna have to sing for Bob here as they start peeking into sight. Terror doesn't want to give up an angle just yet. Wants them to commit past Terror, and that's all it takes is one more. The overdrive we talked about from just a few rounds ago. Oh, the gun switch! Bob gets it still! Not enough time, though, but those kind of shots will definitely get you going. Bob alive and St. Claus alive with the ops.
I love St. Claus just dips like, okay.
Yeah, not
and that's the thing is, it's like, was that an overinvestment in the overdrive? Perhaps, but you are already on the defensive half getting a 6 on Haven with a double duelist. Now, we have our own worries then about their attack side because we made that same argument for Lotus, but they closed it out anyways, proving that 6 to 8 was enough. And now, okay, you're one off from the Tour de Force. You have run it back left, which we know they make creative traps out of. The only thing that I think would save Swim Trick this round is the fact that they have another buy, they have big ultimates on their side.
Yeah.
I think this is the round exception where they have like a Hunter's Fury that could exec a death ball into a sight, and they chose Garage for that exact heavy fight, and I mean, Aura disrespecting it, the op disrespecting it, that's duelist down.
Oh. Just being able to switch it around. In comfortable hands of St. Claus right now. A nice little encroachment into Garage for the audio grab, just a little bit more gameplay, but the smoke is really just going to reset anything that's happening there and make them aware of the situation. And now they're going to clear the map on more. The big kills, though, as they come across. The rotation from A starts to come in. You just hit the trap, so they know there is already the flank.
Yeah, so now you can't rotate. You feel pressured into the site itself. And they don't know three are lurking back site and refighting into them. The engagement's strong. Miara composed the full house alongside St. Claus. This operator we finally get to see. It's not very Vice-like, but it definitely fits the chamber bill. And we are headed towards a more dominant defensive half for the side of Puppy Thieves on Haven than we saw on Lotus.
Yeah, and the defensive side is not really the advantage of Haven. The ability for the attackers to put themselves across 3 sites, mess you up, use the macro, kill your util, and then force a site with as many as they want especially A being one of the hardest to retake, it becomes an advantage always for the attackers. You know, in 3-side map.
You want to play?
To
Let's
see
play.
Wolf with 7 now and no answer here from Swim. One timeout taken away. It hurts. They have to come up with something different, and they're stopped at every front. The daggers could be a big play here. As you see, even they see Miara sees it and says, "Nope, I'm not going to give you the option. Not the chance to kill me. We're just going to scan it out." They're playing so safe.
Oh, that started from check blue. Puppy Thieves there got a little active outside of door. Meantime, trying to play for the info, the confirmation. There it is. Double kill to follow. Ooh, don't keep swinging to this toward the force. Terror is out. Says the slowdown's enough to hold the choke. Sherrod, mention these blades.
Oh, Phoenix util is a made for Haven. Seriously, the angles you can get and just the throws from outside or just inside ace works so well. See it denying him there, but it's not going to deny Sherrod. Still has the updraft to get a little bit of an angle. If they're not stopped, no smoke towards Heaven though can make it bad. St. Claus already starts to take control from that position, but Bob answers back. That's the big one. Zoriento's got to figure out a safe way into this, and there's a
30
trade.
seconds left.
This is getting weird right now.
Oh, they expect to flank.
There goes for the run it back. Yeah, says bye-bye. That's enough for me.
Oh, wow. Hit on the choke here for B-side.
I like
see if
that.
anyone was close.
Spike
You
planted.
force the damage. There's no way they can get through without taking a bunch of damage unless you wait for them to go all the way around.
Or you
So
play on the
don't go as
cusp of
close
it.
as you-
Oh,
don't
no.
go as close as you can. Oh my god. God.
They're gonna just swing together and trade, no?
Oh, but not in the
No?
corner. I love it. Never went to the distinct, the absolute corner. Oh, it's so good. Playing off the angles, playing in the middle. What a save round there for Swim Track. The Red Bull clutch coming in for Corrupt.
Oh, that is a much needed one as well.
That's
You
huge.
can make this as a comeback fueled off of getting individuals starting to come into form that we know are tier 2 even quality, then that's how you could maybe get a 7-5 on the board here. But 11-5 right now for Terror. Starting to slow down. It's everyone else in the team that's starting to catch up more than anything and keeping them stable here. But that's the issue. That was the big ult round, right, for Swim Truck Blue. So
Yeah.
they used 3 blades, Tour de Force, Pit to get that round down. And they're probably not going to have another one like that in this half. So St. Claus, one that does have one of the big pitcher ults. Tour de Force on the same aggro line. Sova util denied. Miara searching. This would be a huge opener.
Just
No
modeled.
smokes?
Unfortunate. Yeah. Still waiting in the rendezvous. St. Claus, safe as can be in this position. And another round. Swim Trek have to work in a 4v5 to convert. And that's the less util of your paranoia. And like you said, no smoke.
And I like it. I feel like we've seen so many looks from Puppy Thieves, right? They went away from the 8th fight, so now you're not giving them openers. There's in fact a crossfire set up here. That half of it wasn't even seen. Zoriento can play the super close line, denying alert play. They're baiting for it too.
It's like single click taps. What was the sound of that one? That was like an interesting fire pattern.
Okay, they're playing
Wall.
A-side retake off the Hunter's Fury right now. Right, and the
Yeah.
pings come out.
30
They're waiting. They're
seconds left.
expecting the Bob lurk up here, so that's a nice look. It honestly feels like it's gonna be a 5v4 retake, unless they can flood in the Neon Terror off of the Hunter's Fury, perhaps. That seems like the setup.
Standing ahead.
Ooh, yeah, they got a little bit of commitment out of that. I heard the dash coming in from Sherrod up to the fast lane.
Spike
Making them think they
planted.
had to force sight. This does one tag.
That's off down.
That's a big tag on Bob. Looking to go
Numbers.
in. What else do they have? Maybe some util coming up. Still have speed. The relay bolt to go through actually hits Corrupt right in the noggin there. They get Zoriento to take one down as Wolf lights up the kill feed, but no, it's scattered.
Go, go, go.
Scattered still means you're going to have members of Puppy Thieves alive at this point in the round since they were up 8-2 now as they make it look a lot like Lotus so far.
That's crazy. It's like Terra and Heaven's like, I'm keeping eyes on the target, go in, go in. Like, doesn't even try to stop and
Yeah.
pause to find the kill on the Corrupt who's stunned out, not even in a position to play off as Sherrod. And speaking of Sherrod, right? This was your MVP last map, despite the loss for Swim Trek Blue. Now 2-10 on the Jet. Again, this is why I was a compositional doubter when I saw this in Agent Select. And,
You're just running in, like we said, that wall of util every time. They have an answer for you. Whether the hot hands misses, you're going to hit in the face with a flash, and then relay bolts, or somebody's going to slide you out of the... There's just so much. There's so much.
Oh, they're going fast this time.
Backing up. Okay, they have some space. This is now like a test on Puppy Thieves. How do they react? Because it should be Swim really just making this uncomfortable.
Try to manage the space. They disrespect the snake bite. Nora's out. We're keeping a square 4v4. But I agree, this is a huge test. Not as much util. No ults to get yourselves out of this one.
Rescanning. Great clear. Saw the foot. Switched out there. Saw all Zoriantal actually.
I like the position for Venture. Oh, they give it up.
Don't. Oh, they're peeking out still. They're going to be curving and see Corrupt now trying to change position so they're not in the same one that Saint saw them. Out to fight for a great position. Corrupt comes up huge. Another round. Growing wings out here with the Red Bull clutches.
I mean, Corrupt just needs to get into a post play and then Corrupt locks it down is what I'm seeing. I'm learning. Pin or not, that was perfect play, perfect lineup, knock him down mentality. And I mean, that was after it felt like Swimtrip Blue were kind of giving that backside space up to Puppy Thieves because of how pigeonholed they were into shorts. So, all in all, they hold on. We're kind of praying for another possible 8-4 half here, Rivington, with the money souring on the flip side. No ults like Overdrive or Tour de Force to bail you out from this Bucky Stinger combination, but this A fight has been dangerous before.
Oh, okay, to get the safety. Position advantage is gained, though. They wanted that A long spot. They realized that pressing the buttons a little bit against Wolf and making them sweat is really working here. There's Corrupt again coming through. They just get to the back line right away. None of this waiting. And now it's just going to be the flank coming around that should be quite easy to stop here or detect off that. So the trade.
Yeah. From the shadows, a little quicker timing on the congregation here into towards CT, but paranoia here. You can try to set St. Claus up, or you can 3-2-1 swing it, and they go for the former ladder. They're baiting them into the Bucky.
A little bit of a swang crouch guardian there. Get the swang. Hello. Oh, the reposition. That's the thing. It only takes a second to get over there, but you're so focused, you don't think that amount of time has even passed. And man, they're behind you. 8-4. Again, like you said, just repeat a Lotus.
There we go. I feel like very different fashions, right? When you're starting at 5-0 versus that kind of methodical approach that we saw with the double pistol going the way of Swimtrack at least. So we'll see what they do now on the defense, because to me, I was Swimtrack Blue. I was like, this can be pretty defensive if Sherrod starts coming online and Bob continues to deliver in the individual performance. And now we're seeing Corrupt, right? I feel like Corrupt is going to be the hardest site anchor to get past, it feels like, with how they've been playing without really dependency on their util. But this comp does not mean take the fight to them on the defense, which is where I'm worried for Swimtrack Blue. Off barrier drop, look at this. Are they all going to just... They're going to walk down.
Oh, that damage. 58, 60. Okay, healing up a little bit off the wall there as we see him coming in. Getting themselves to safety. Crash the site. Paranoia comes through actually very early for the delay, but Swim is not slow on the flank. And Saint is trying to keep their hood up. Just hiding in the shadows. Oh, I saw you. You saw me. Very nice reaction from both players there. Another shoulder and another dead player. St. Claus comes up with 2, and Corrupt does what they can from the defensive side.
And this is not a retake comp, and you put your 2 retake agents on the flanks. Now what can Corrupt do from Evan? Nothing. Shut down by a lower player. The CT player is getting crossed up and cut down. Nora, right click, ready to go. They are definitely looking like all the gamers out there right now. 9-4, second pistol of the map secured, and hope diminishing at seeing Breeze in this series for the swimmers out there.
Seems like they are the real deal with what they've put together here. Especially seeing, Miara and St. Claus have their moments, not feel like seem like in their moments they're pressured or making mistakes there, but really just sliding in alongside the team. Everything seems to be working out. We'll see if they can keep it going. Now another pistol round for Wolf. I think that's all 4 throughout the half. Or, I'm sorry, maps. And they push towards the seaside for one of the first times.
Well, this is a comp that can definitely get away with just C-Take Simulator, but this is where I mentioned Corrupt and that anchor ability comes through. Just gotta also time it against this grain of Viper util as well if you want to advantageous engagement. And Shroud Corrupt, decent backside crossfire. Can Swim Trek Blue dismantle it? Relay Bolt says yes. Paranoia says yes. And look at that burn to a crisp.
Utility go burr. Like someone just absolutely concussed up, burning at the feet, trying to shoot a dart. Oh my gosh. It's like a normal day at work. Just too much to do. All right. They are in sight and totally garrisoned up now. Full clear on garage. A push in here from Swim just to see if they can touch the outside of the Radiant when it comes through. And Bob will look for one.
Yeah, that's why I think Ghostic was waiting, so they would at least be a little bit closer to each other. But yeah, this feels like a abandoned ship kind of play. And that's why I'm not too worried, because you didn't see a hefty investment, it feels like, from the side of Puppy Thieves, right? There wasn't the double Guardian, right? You didn't have a hero rifle like Vandal or Phantom. So even if they lost a little bit, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but they keep it clean across the board. Zoriental one off from the run it back, making me weary of a back-to-back bonus conversion on the halves here just a little bit after they've already reached double digits. And, I don't know. Yeah, and we know that Swim Trek only has one timeout left as well. If you had two somehow, it would have been like, okay, one now, one later, it feels like, but,
Yeah, I think it's tough with Swim Trek because they get themselves in like a really good position, and I think there's a few peaks, or they overstay their welcome on a situation, or slow it too much in a situation.
Joke's over.
Puppy Thieves is just not here to hang around. They want to be over and done. Yeah, continuing through the plays. I like the backup here. Nice play by Squad.
wait a minute.
Nah. I mean,
Hard read.
hard read. I have a few seconds left. I'm gonna go ahead and empty this clip. Like, get out of here. And that's Bob down 2. And then St. Claus is gonna have another move through. While Corrupt's like, okay, might be
Menace.
a Phoenix, maybe re-clearing. Absolutely. Everybody's being a menace.
Wait a minute.
Nice. Swim. Get a little bit of timing. That was a beautiful paranoia coming through from Venture. This is exactly what they've been needing, and they come to life at the necessary moment here before Wolf build the momentum. It is 10-5, but better late than never.
That is the charade that we knew and wanted to see in the server. Just very surgical, clinical on that retake. Facilitated, set up perfectly by those around them. And that's where, again, our doubts were, was it's like there's not a lot in the tank to set up a re-entry for charade, but the one time it does align with that paranoia out of Venture, it comes up perfectly. Gets into position to frag out, forces Puppy Thieves into uncomfortable post-plant positions. And even after we talked about how beautiful it was, a double duelist entry, the run it back, St. Claus on the backstab, and it did not ultimately matter.
Yeah.
So maybe they just need to lean into more retakes, because Corrupt's already not playing too anchory. They just give up the site because I know they can't hold on.
Right. I mean, that's the kind of stuff we need to see from Swim right now. Honestly, being able to adapt in the fast play and call your own audible, just make it happen. We saw it a few times before. They did paranoia quite fast, called it on like the first or second round, because they were trying to delay sight. So they definitely have an idea behind all of this. Oh, it's hard to get under the skin of Puppy Thieves all the time. There they have the answer for Bob pushing up, and still a bit of freedom on the map.
Ooh, Judge close corners for Corrupt. The distraction now drawn from Zoriental. You need a crunch factor. You need a trade, and Terror will deliver it on a golden platter. With no smokes, you want the deep's backside space as well. Terror looking, eyeing CT in a re-swing here.
I think St. Claus just heard them run away from spawn. Has Garage still held down? The 1v2 for Glowstick to try and get back in here. Oh, the double swing, the cooperation. So clean right now from Puppy Thieves.
And that's again a highlight of how well it feels like St. Claus fits into this system.
Yeah.
Miara has always been, I think, a flexible player. Again, you can plug and play her in any roster and she finds success, but that plus a rookie in a previously existing core that played through that qualifier, and I think that's where we're getting the picture here. That's now 2 rounds away from what I think would be viewed as a decent upset here, continuing the success that they found up against Wadadaa in week 2. And honestly, this is a team that, like, to me, the calling and how well-rounded it is, I'm excited to see them up against, like, SRG or something.
Yeah.
Another super structured team.
They have passed this litmus test so far, and definitely getting a little bit of a kickback from Swim Trek on that first map, second half of Lotus, where they were still able to find the answer. But just how many rounds have they been aggressive? And now they have people hanging out back here just ready for the plays you have to take down. Claws, right? Oh, 3 there. I thought it was just going to be a quick endeavor, really. Yeah, I mean, that's what it's for. Its namesake.
Found its heads, that's for sure. Bobbing for apples, glow stick, and another clutch. 1v3 this time's Oriental. Position confirmed, solo, engagement.
Ow.
That's the caution button. They flip the switch, they go on, okay, we're not fighting them one at a time, we're buying down time. We want 12. I think they're gonna get it. Just run his way.
Tara's like, no.
Miara has Hunter's
Fury,
I'll
draw them into my hand so you can shoot them from behind. Still answers, yeah. And Hunter's Fury, so.
Yep.
Match point.
Yeah, that's difficult, right? It's like at this point, Puppy Thieves are waiting for Swim Trek Blue to push up, like you mentioned. They get burned for that. And even when they start winning those engagements, when Sherrod slips through, then they collect themselves to try and refight, shut down a player like St. Claus, who was 16-8. Okay, let's call it now, Rivington. Does St. Claus steal MVP from Terror by the end of this map? 3 rounds right now. 3 kills right now.
So everybody runs into a trademark, 5 assists.
Okay.
And then yeah, you can even do that with like 2 kills maybe.
Oh, they're A side.
We'll see.
So.
Oh, this is gonna be tough. We'll see though. I don't think it's gonna happen. Glow stick takes 1. We may have more rounds though.
Yeah.
Miara, Hunter's Fury right away up the gut to try to get the team into the site, and Venture's there to say no. I'm gonna do a bit of anchoring right now. Another one. Oh, the better Omen comes out on top for the moment as they trade another. Now this is going to be huge for Miara. Been a bit quiet coming into the team recently here, and Bob's going to be able to make that one work. Yes, there is a chance that MVP is stolen, but there's also a chance we get a 3rd map to swim. We're going to get some momentum here.
Yeah, there we go. Finally shut down, get a 2nd round on the half. That isn't just a bonus. Denial. Look at the money.
Up against like 3 terrifying ultimates, but they have some of their own.
Yeah. That's what I was looking at. And it's like a half buy as well. It's like, they can avoid Oriental perhaps, but that's where also I do think Bob and this Tour de Force fighting down C-Long is a good look. It will hopefully deny optimal position for that ult investment. Hopefully they get ahead of it and don't just use one of those bullets on the ult. Oh, I don't know about this. They're faking A pressure, trying to draw them off of the C line. Kind of working. Aside from Bob. You can't whiff that. They're out of rendezvous territory, no?
Yeah, walking back in, and they're not even in. Okay, I was gonna say for a few more steps, that would have been a top play, maybe even. No.
They called the bluff and they were wrong.
Yeah, super bluff call. Okay. Let's see if there's any more over here.
You need to pop the overdrive, right? You found the opener here on the A side. I think if they just normal entry off of fast lane Bucky, it's not gonna work. Especially with an Odin.
Oh, that shock dart might hit Miara. Dodged out on that. Terror putting it on their shoulders. Has to do more inside. Goes for the 2nd one, but there's too much ammo for Glow Stick. Starts unloading the Odin. Again alive for another kill. And Wolf now have the site. They start to mark their territory. Can they hold it?
1v2. Candle in hand. Great timing in the graffiti, but with low HP shut down. It's the 1v1.
No. Looking right at it. Oh! The drop! It was just the recoil of the drop. They went to deny the sound on it. The kill from Scary Shark. Nora gets that pickup, and what a 2-map series coming in from Puppy Thieves. They were out there. The dog was there.
Oh, 100%. And this is a team that has a clear identity. They're fitting that formula of veterans plus a hot star rookie there with St. Claus. Like, I'm excited to see St. Claus like jump to the future like 2-3 years from now and where they are. Because right now, again, I think they're showcasing both like how aim heavy they can be with the chamber, but then also we talked about how like they were always able to slip through the timings. They were able to swing these traps, and I do think that level of understanding and read on the situation in a moment's notice is something you can't teach either in a player.
Yeah, to see that happen so quick, and in positions where there is things expected of them too. It's not kind of like you're just sitting back as a KJ and your util's gonna go off and you're gonna call things for people. The team throws to lockdown. So really awesome to see everybody progressing so well. A great game coming out of Puppy Thieves there as Swim Trek Brute take their first loss. We are going to be throwing to a quick break. On the other side, we have the Verizon post-match interview, so don't go anywhere. Even more Val, just stay here.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Game Changers Americas. We are in the Swiss stage round 3. We had our first match of the day between Puppy Thieves and Swim Trek Blue. And Puppy Thieves, they paddled hard. They swam hard. And they were able to take down Swim Trek 2-0 The second map of Haven was Puppy Thieves' pick, and they showed us why.
Oh, 100%. This double duelist just plays off of each other really, really well and maintaining space that allows them to just kind of understand then where the opponent's going, it narrow it down one step of the way, and that's why they were dominant back-to-back 8-4 halves. I want to see more of their attack half because I think that's where they're going to end up struggling in the future, and even did in closing out a map like Lotus, but those issues were nearly non-existent here on Haven, and I do want to chalk it up, I think, partially just to a compositional diff as well. Like, you just looked at the Swim Check Blue composition, and it was bland unless Sherrod and Bob were having the games of their lives, and it was kind of the opposite.
Yeah, they were actually really able to shut down a lot of the heavy hitters we would expect to kind of come alive for Swim. A lot of the things that Puppy Thieves were doing handled it fully by utility, just not allowing Bob to feel comfortable in positions. We have Corrupt on the other side. Huge shout out there, even at 12-15. Like, the amount of late game safe hands kept Swim in this for a lot of rounds and was really starting to build up there, but it even seemed like the timeouts couldn't mount more than a few rounds before Puppy Thieves figured out what they needed to do to win again.
100%. And Terror on the Neon is literally a namesake, a terror in the server, to say the least. And I do think that the setups there were really, really nice, especially from off his Oriental. Even though they weren't the flashiest in the server, just the support they were able to bring. And Nora's calling as well in that regard was really good for where these setups were. And again, just the proactivity that they brought. They had a good balance of it. It wasn't like what we saw out of the end of Swim Trek Blue, where they were too proactive that it became predictable and handleable. But it was good, like, okay, for securing rounds.
Now let's bring in one of the players of Puppy Thieves so we can hear from them ourselves. It's Oriental. Welcome.
Hello.
To the Verizon post-match interview. How's it going?
Good. You?
I don't think I have audio yet.
Oh, hello.
Okay, perfect.
There we go.
Hello.
Hi. First of all, congratulations on the match. That seemed actually
Thank
really
you.
fun to play from your team's side. Talk to me about kind of how it is playing against some of the old YFP members and just introducing everybody into the squad and making it look so seamless.
It was really fun playing like past teammates. It was actually our first match against each other, so it was really fun, I think.
Okay.
Amazing. And obviously for you guys, after qualifying on the 100 Thieves banner, became Puppy Thieves, and you ended up having to discover 2 new talents to round out the core in Miara and St. Claus. So they're looking like they're adjusting really, really great to the system that you guys have in place. So I was curious, how did that process go for you, and how did you even find these 2 players to fit into the Puppy Thieves picture?
Honestly, I don't know. We kind of just I kind of came into prac one day and trialed them, and it was really nice. And I mean, they're obviously sticking really well in these matches, like against Wadadaa and everything, and we're doing really good, so I think they're really good.
And with bringing them in, you go up against Swim Trek for today. Was there planning for a Swim Trek, or was it more kind of planning to build that the team had the right idea how you wanted to play and flow between rounds?
I think the team was a little bit nervous talking about playing against Swim Trek and Sherrod and going up against another chamber trick. But other than that, I think we played really well today. Like, we weren't that nervous, honestly. And I think we were playing on our A game.
Yeah, it looked it.
Amazing. I mean, yeah, 100% their A game, right? Swim Check Blue hadn't even dropped a map, and now you've taken the full series off them. And with that puts you 1 win away already as well from main event, where you'll be going up against the other undefeated team based on today's results between Shopify Rebellion Gold and SAD GC. I feel like it's kind of like evident who I think the answer will be in terms of who you think you're going to be facing off against, but what do you think the differing challenges will be between each as an opponent in the next round?
I think SR will definitely be hard, and sad we've lost to them in the past on 100 Thieves, but I think both matches will be very fun, whoever we play.
Perfect.
Heck yeah, that's the outlook. You just got to go in and be like, you know what, we can beat anybody. A final question, but I really am just give you the floor. Any shout outs, anything for the fans, anything you want to say?
Shout out my team. I mean, we all played amazing today. We all listened. We all were listening to comms. We were all calming. We were playing really great today.
Awesome. Clean comms wins games. Zorianto, congratulations on the win. Best of luck moving forward, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Very
All right,
concise.
we do have, very, very concise. We do have more to go today. I believe we are taking a break before we set that up, though, so do not go anywhere. We have more game changers coming up for you right after this.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Game Changers North America, Swiss Stage 3, or Round 3, I should say, not Swiss Stage 3. That'd be a lot of Swiss Stage. We got our second series of the day coming up. It is going to be Monarch X versus Empire, and we're going to have to really see who can be the king of this one.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like this is one where we don't really recognize the orgs themselves, but once you actually like dig deeper, you recognize the players behind them. And they were, I think, both sides kind of thrown into the roster mania post qualifiers, where teams that deserve and can individually play at the level of a Swiss stage were trying to find homes and positions in the Swiss stage despite not finding it on other teams. And that's where you do sometimes get those squads that just click chemistry wise and kind of lift each other up to new heights. And I do think that's like kind of summarizes both of these teams to a certain degree, because it's full of more the players that have been grinders. They play in every Radiant Academy, they play in every qualifier, win or lose, and they usually make it to Swiss but then don't find that main event prowess, or they do once in a while and are like that first team eliminated.
And then they switch between teams, as you were saying, and this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. There's that a lot of these teams are now making that impact, and can definitely see that out of Monarch and Empire coming out here within the game. We'll have that for you in a second. And it's just one of the things where I think both teams are growing, one, in an exponentially tougher GC scene with how good the players are, how many teams we have returning, how many players actually are in the churn of going back and forth between these signed and just under being signed teams. So to see players like Monarch and Empire teams still be able to be created in these scenes is awesome. So we have Clappy, CIA, Peep, Arthur, and Sober Sushi. So like you said, the name of the team may not be there for you, but the players for sure.
Oh, 100%. I think Clappy and Peep to me are two new ones that I'm excited to learn more about here. But Sia, Arthur, and Sober Sushi have been around for a long time. I know Sober Sushi especially. I played with her in some, I think, just some content creator GC events before, and she plays in Aurora Series for Mizzou Esports regularly, so she's a competitor. She's even gotten co-ed experience in the collegiate field. Arthur and Sia are just super individually strong players that you do also see jump around a lot, and are still, again, consistently at the top of the leaderboard in their respective roles. And I do look towards Sia, I think, being the one to lead the charge, I think, for Empire and the wins that they were able to find, such as that of VALORANT versus Hyperspeed Golden. And again, I think it's then where are they going to fall into place in this system?
It'll be interesting. They're a team that just loves the double duelist anyways. So they bring the aggression, they have fun. They're kind of, I was going to say it's not common to see it as much. We see it already on Lotus today, but they're another team that brings it on Lotus. So yeah, I feel like there's a lot of slots if they fit in here, and just the way that Empire GC can make it work with the squad. They are 1-1 right now. Currently, obviously, both teams are 1-1, but that game against Hyperspeed was pretty handily for them, 2-0. They did have a match on Lotus that they had to take down, so we'll see if that trends into this.
Yeah, it is difficult, again, when you're one of those final teams to make it through the qualifiers. In that second qualifier, you're going to be thrown into the teams that were undefeated coming into today, such as SAD, such as Swim Truck Blue. And I do think then, to me, Empire might slightly have the edge in today's competition just because they pushed SAD a little bit further, despite them both being 0-2 losses. But then again, it's the evaluation of, okay, SAD versus Swim Truck, who's the stronger team? And SAD, I think, is the one that's like the underdogs right now in the top 4 undefeated, versus Swim Truck Blue. We cement them, even if we did see their loss today, as kind of like the go-to team in Game Changers in terms of mechanics. So definitely hard to, I think, have confidence in a matchup like that. But all in all, then, I do want to take a look at Monarch X GC, because they are like a long roster sheet. Like, they have subs aplenty that are hard to then read, I think. And we're still waiting to see even who that 5th sub is going to be, because it's that much of a buzzer beater finish to see, okay, what composition are they running today and why. But how about we list for you guys the possible options for this team then for Monarch X? All right, I want to talk to you about this. We have Fate, we have Cora, we have Biffy, or in server it'll be Sadia. We have Blair, we have Chiayu, we have Simulacra, and we have Willow. Any of those names ring a bell for you?
It's quite a few. No.
Yeah.
No. But they do have the squad. We just have to figure out which one's going in. Who's wasn't it Biffy that's been playing recently? Or Sadia? Is that how you? Sadia?
Biffy's been around. Biffy's definitely one of the grinders in this scene that's like always in like a bunch of different rosters. They're kind of that last minute like
in the Frostbite
sub for you.
Sorry.
Yeah, Simulacra was a sub that plays regularly. No. But the player that feels like the odd one out in this roster for me is also Cora, just a touch, because she's the one that like was one of the rares that like comes in really flashy on the duelist, gets an opportunity in one of these signed orgs in terms of FlyQuest Red. But then it was like that weird season for FlyQuest Red where they were trying to reinvent themselves, and she just received a lot of pressure in a very short amount of time to perform. And some people get like rebirthed into that, they succeed, and others just kind of break down and don't have that same individual performance, and that was her. So I am curious to see how she's going to bounce back with this squad, where I think there are a lot less expectations and then more opportunities for her to kind of play how she wants to.
Yeah, they're getting their 5th ready. Let's talk about some maps. Let's look at maps. What do they got going on for that? Since we have a chance to. Empire versus Monarch X. What's up? Split? That's nice. A little freshen up on the day. And if we get the Pearl, which would be cool. So we got Haven on a second map again. So it'll be nice to see for a split for these teams. Now I gotta go to stats.
Yeah, so if I can help you out there. Empire's played it twice, 1 win, 1 loss. They fixed their mistakes that were evident in the SAD matchup to 13-8 hyperspeed golden. And this is one where you don't really see the double duelist. They actually have Sia flexing over to a stage, and they run the double controller. So it's very, I think, traditional to the current meta with that Neon at the helm as well. On the flip side, Monarch also played it, but they played a Raze Neon Cypher. I'm curious to see how the Cypher is going to fare. I get to see those one-ways, those little setups. But it was a 4-13 loss. We haven't gotten to see, okay, is it a Swim Trek Blue problem or is it a map-wide problem? And I think that's exactly why Empire pick into it, is they want to see if it's an issue. Haven is just the safe pick no matter how you spin it, honestly, in my mind. And if you make it to Pearl, then honestly, I'm going to say that Monarch might have a slight advantage just because they did have that win versus Frostwhite 13-5 on it. But let me see. What did they pick over? They picked it over... MOX banned it over Lotus. Okay, so Lotus was the final ban, and that makes sense considering Empire are actually the ones with 2 reps on Lotus. So honestly, I think them being Team B here was perfect.
Dang, and I was just looking at the split match too. You're thinking like maybe it was Swim Trek, maybe it was Monarch. That defensive side was a 10-2, so they couldn't get through
look at the
on
comp
attack.
they were up against. Look at the comp.
I know. But still,
the reference,
like,
it was an ISO veto clove.
Yeah. It's like, here, where's your utility? It disappeared. Sorry. Oh, you want to try to op? You want to try to scope? Here's a shield. Yeah, no, they weren't getting through anything. But now they know how to play against that. That's the thing, is you lose, you learn. Alexis said that last time when we were interviewing her, so it's gotta be true.
Well, like we said, we split up first. I will say as well, they did go over some experimentation on the Empire side. They switched from a Fade Vice into the Sage Sky, so a little bit different type of a flash. Maybe they wanted a bit more of that initiation, or again, maybe the Neon Rays on the flip side was, which they're going to be playing up against the exact same composition they played up against on SAD on this map. That's actually a fun fact. We'll see. Yeah, this new composition basically solves that go-to right now if you are trying to opt for a double duelist, which it's sad not to see the Waylay anymore. I really, really liked the Waylay Sky combinations over on A, but it is a little bit difficult.
All right, we are getting Monarch X's sub coming in. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break as they do that and come back to you with the game ASAP. So don't go anywhere. You might have time for a little bit of popcorn, but we might catch you half pop, so be careful. Be right back. Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America. Thank you so much for your patience. We are about to get ready into game. First, we got to look at our players, though, as we check out Monarch X and their entirety as the roster is ready.
Indeed. Now, we kind of talked about their expansive roster, and who was going to play today was the big question mark. It is Chiyu sipping out, which means that core Catnapper synergy may be a touch decreased, but they have a rep under their belt with Simulacra. Actually, that win last week versus Frost White was with her in the roster,
Yes,
so all good to go in that department. And they even played that possible decider we could get to later on for Pearl, so they're definitely, I think, hoping for that 3-mapper.
Yeah, and it's coming into smokes. Usually smokes don't change too much. The plays are quick. You can adapt, and then you're back into it, right? Maybe on the Astra, if we see that, they would be the lurking and whatnot. But yeah, I'm excited to see this one coming from Monarch now that they get themselves in. You talked about Korra and Fate, both hyper aggressive. I love to see the duelist comps of this team because they are just basically duelist, double duelist everywhere. It's their vibe, except for Split, and we are going to get some Split.
Yep, reminder again that our map pool is Split, Haven, and Pearl, starting out with Empire's pick, going on over to Monarch X's, and if we make it to that decider, it was actually Monarch who got the pick between Lotus and Pearl, and this is the smarter choice when you look at their history and that of their opposition. But yeah, gotta start out here strong, showcase that they can in fact bounce back from their previous loss on Split versus Swim Track Blue, and maybe Simulacra is just key to that, right? She wasn't playing in that previous Split matchup, and we'll get to see what controller she might be on coming into this one as well. I do feel like they're a bit more ingrained, it feels like, into some of the strat book that Split can employ at times, as either that Viper Lurk or, again, a strong like Paranoia pairing on the Omen. So it'll be interesting to see when we get into the comps.
Can't wait to see. They'll be on your screen soon. I think I said they played Sage. I had the teams mixed up when they said they didn't double duel. There's the Sage for Empire and the double. No, not for Monarch. The Sage for them too. So no double duelist coming through this time. And we get the Fades for the Sages. I'm sorry, the Skies. And yeah, a bit different across the board except for the Omen and Viper. Very cool.
Yeah, they're taking an approach to what Empire did. Empire loses the different comp. They switch it up into this more traditional one. Yeah. That's exactly what Monarch do, only that duelist difference. And I do feel like I've seen Korra on the Sage back when like it was like Icebox was in the pool, because that was a common switch up that teams like to experiment with. So I think she'll definitely be familiar with it, and I do think she can hold her own in a fight around mid space. So that's how I think it's going to function on their starting side of the defense, just a little bit more. And again, these are just kind of stability-based comps instead of momentum-based comps, which makes sense when you see on paper how close these teams could actually be.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of how the game would even play out in head, just looking at their stats, whether it would be util-based or shooting-based. You can't tell. It is a toss-up. It's going to be exciting to see these 1-1 teams go at it. Remember, you need to make it all the way to 4 to get yourself locked in. So they still have a ways to go here. And it's not going to get any easier when you win. That's Swiss stage. So they got to be really adamant about these wins, careful, and take what you can from them, especially the losses.
And we mentioned as well, both of these teams were kind of big roster mania shuffle ones after qualifiers, teams trying to find home spots, participation in the Swiss stage, and it's just gonna be a matter of which of them click faster because they don't have as many reps as 5 under their belts. And again, when I look at like just the eye test of the names in the server, I do go towards, I think, Simulacra and Korra as super strong standalone players, and for Empire, that's where I think they could have the edge with Sia, Sober Sushi, and Arthur, and just the experience that they have on this side, which honestly I might just be shocked by, because I do feel like I've seen Peep and Clappy also have their fair share of top frags on this team across their short Swiss stage debut so far, but we'll have to see.
I feel like Scrappy always wins in the unknown, right? It's kind of the thing that you can always rely on if things are going wrong. If the strat's not going well, you're still Scrappy. It's something you fall back to. And it looks like we're getting ready to hop on to Split here for your second game in just a moment. First one, or second game of the day. First one, 2-0. Let's try to get 3 out of this one. Let's try to get some 3-mapper. Because we had 2-0 last week, too.
Action.
Let's get some action.
Oh, wow.
All right. Swiss stage round 3 for VCT Game Changers North America. We're jumping in now, and it is going to be Empire versus Monarch X.
Oh, that logo. I feel like that's a newer stepping into Game Changer. We'd love to see it in Empire's return as well. But yep, Split here. Already about to jump in to the action once again. Monarch X starting on the defensive side. Empire on that attack. And I do feel like the Neon's going to be a bit harder to stop in those sort of early round engagements compared to the Rays on this attack. But Seas can stop either one in their tracks. So the Fade playing front and center here. Could be in for a rude awakening early on.
Close to drop. All is quiet. All right.
You proud?
Forward a bit of information. Yeah. They already have control of B main too. What a peek out on this. And they're going back. Insta wall B main. Peek out A main. And they have a lockdown with this wall on mid if anybody wants to even try to push through with a grenade to just lob in. Nice little defense.
Huge regrowth from the sky. They'll be picking up on that. Ideally, that these players are going to play a little bit aggro on the barrier drop now this time around. But they've gotten burned for it for the time being on the pistol. No entry here towards Zay's side, so your Sage has to regroup. You have to hope they give up the timing in. With Sadia here, I feel like they're playing like a one-and-done contact position, not fighting back into the site, and the rotations would come through. Yeah. And that they are. Double in vent, triple in ramp. Oh no.
Scary thing, yeah, they're going to swing it once they know it's only one. Blair goes down without Simulacra being really able to trade from the vent area, but they still have A. This is Asadia now. Doesn't have a drop out of heaven just yet, so this could also be a one-and-done position. Just denied on one. The distance there can't recalibrate for the second shot, and Sober Sushi opens up the site.
Okay. Plant down. Art's playing a bit alone for the main regrab and somehow survives off of a whiff, but the trade from Simulacra immediate. It's all down to Sober Sushi. We hyped her up and she has to deliver, but unfortunately the tag team off of Fate does not work. Monarch X from opening up aggressively to closing it out will be the first to strike and get that pistol on the board.
A clean retake. Lost a few right in the beginning too, trying to get the screen peek that was nicely doubled up. And yeah, starting themselves in a good pocket to get that 5v4 conversion right off a very fast kill from Blair right away. So trying to put something in the bucket to work off right away. You like that kind of initiation by a team. And we'll see if Empire can do that. Or something funky on the second one. Clappy looks like they want to get a slide into heaven or somewhere effective with this Bucky.
Well, mid-fight hefty without a stage wall there could definitely spell game plan for Empire. And that was probably something identified as well on the pistol round by that double lurk, but just waiting for contact and then disengaging instead. Also probably reacting to that early pressure that Peep found over towards A main with that aggro stage wall, so ooh, re-clear causes players to peel off. This opens up the door for Empire if they take the timing.
Shoddy? Not going to be the first to crawl forward. It's going to be the follow-up here if they actually get something off it and try and surprise. But it does look like that's set up for mid. They already have a look down A ramp on the side of defense. Don't have to be too crazy about it. Yeah, he's peeling back to try and get somewhere safe. Oh, the paranoia. Keeps him alive very fast from Simulacra.
Okay, vent space, mid space occupied. I like that Monarch don't engage. They just take the deeper lines here, right? Phantom in Fate's hand, the numbers on the A side. It feels like a pretty picture.
Almost missed. How do they play this, though? Life or for the fight? Actually staying in the fight. Fate's going to stay here. One just underneath, trying to draw eyes like the position's changed, but it hasn't. Still up on top, and they try to look. The trade there. Can they get to the Phantom is the question. No, they can't. Everybody just runs forward with the Spectres to see if they can grab that back into the hands once they get a little money back. Nicely done.
Yeah, while the Phantom drops, they do enough to keep it out of the hands of those attackers, out of the ecoers, and the rotate there, the pivot as well. I thought they finally were going to get the refrag to shut down that Spectre, but that's the moment where Simulacra strikes out of Ali's side as well. So well paced in that regard. If they were sure it's going to be a B end, and that's how they keep it pretty clean coming into the next weapon. Recovered? No, they lost the Phantom?
Looks like it.
That's not good.
401 Simulacra making a bit of the money back. Hopefully they can get it when they need to in the following rounds. But yeah, this is going to be tough to get through the guns of Empire.
They are starting a bit A-side, waiting for that initial fight that's now come 2 out of 2 rounds. This time it's Fate just holding the deep dark cover with that shotgun. And I feel like that's a good thing that Monarch's done. They get aggressive without getting punished for it in these early rounds. They've yet to this time as well. And there it is, see? They done it again. First blood.
Blair's timing. Like in the beginning, they even expected it.
Yeah,
now
that's true.
It's just scattered amongst the round that you want to use it. Oh, okay, we passed a minute. Nobody's in peak. Now Blair will still peak. What's going to happen on the third round?
This is shaping up interestingly enough. Arthur trying to solidify that option, that backdoor, but the regroup looking strong from Monarch X. 3 players here. You talked about Blair's timing. Right place, right time. Almost swings into contact. Instead, the decay. Is it enough? Oh.
Clean? Oh, a little hot feet there. They know. It's like, I'm not entering that right now. It's occupied. And an easy hold here as the Haunt gets shot down. They are confirmed with that knowledge. And it looks like Sober Sushi will save. So the low buy perseveres here. I should have said low buy. Their bonus buy, rather. Perseveres for Monarch.
Even after they weren't able to recollect that 4-step Phantom from Fate. And it might be too early to call, but I feel like I haven't seen like a decisive game plan from Empire coming into these rounds. Aside from that pistol round early fight, but then I got that got thrown into chaos when Clappy was first blooded. So I do just want to see like everyone on the same page towards one all-in idea, even if that's oversimplifying, just to see what happens for this team and if we can get them back into the swing of things. I think the most decisive they looked was that second round eco where they got mid space, but then after that fact is when they started peeling off a little bit. And again, when Monarch have better weapons anyways, it's like if you're taking team fights together, it still might not be enough.
Yeah, it could be those pistols too. Like you hear strategies and coaches saying like, well, we had a first 6. So you win the pistol and you have a very good idea of what to do in those first 6. And then obviously alts are going to throw everything off the rails once they start coming up. But like it could have easily been that. Looking so clean in that pistol, ready to execute. And now they don't have that kind of advantage to ride on. And sourcing these rounds for kills, that'll do just fine. Take out the one that's been dropping you in first blood.
Okay. Trying to get that rifle out of the purvey of keep here. I was maybe expecting a fast pivot there to try and help them go for that collection agent, but just the mid regroup, disrespect the Sage while vie out some of that utility, but with a minute left, gonna have to make a decision on the end point here before Monarch executed in their own hands. Look at Fate.
Oh, nice slow on the util. I kind of like the way they're denying this, but it does seem like they're still losing the ground as they back up a little bit. Just on the heels, can't get the play to go through, and they're just drawing eyes now.
That's the issue. There's 40 seconds left. You still have to get into the B site, and your duelist is completely isolated, playing more for a lurk backstab. And
it's going to make it interesting for the three trying to enter from B. That's for sure, because these two can drop out of heaven and just wreak havoc on anybody coming in. So that's going to be even quicker.
Oh, util though. Here, actually, no delay, no paranoia, no raise nade. That's the big pain point, but long range heaven, raptor weapons staring you down. They don't even need the util. They do it the old-fashioned way, and Peep's the only one that can shoot them up just a little bit with the sheriff. 2 on the round, that's all they wrote. And finally, Clappy gets back to the party, but fortunately a little too late. And Monarch X up 4-0 on Empire's pick.
Yeah, that one seemed like Clappy took the space because it was available, and honestly, that deep into vent, it usually throws a team off. But in the way Monarch was playing, they really didn't have to worry about too much. They still had a Sadia on ramp, and could play instantly back to that vent and walk down ramp or play the vent. So yeah, they had an idea how to play around it, and I think they know Empire is going to try to go for these quick hits and send somebody right in.
Well, speaking of sending someone right in, yeah, Fate's already through A main, cleared it out. Alert player forced to regroup with the team, split between their legs, and no, wow, Clappy.
Oh, Cora. Sia and Arthur down, but they are still able to answer. Clappy makes it into the site. Oh, they're going to push forward. Oh my, 2 flanking already? This timing is actually kind of insane because without the spike planted, they're not going to start to turn around just yet. And that would reset the timer. There we go.
Oh, the flank.
I've got your trail.
Oh, Peep, I like this. Just snake bite, get out. Further Seekers to delay any sort of regroup, retake attempt. To Sadia, the one that can open up the round from sight, but the trade's too clean. Just like that. What just happened?
Yeah, it looked like they went coming in from spawn. Asadia kind of went for a Rambo spray and went down, and with everybody looking that way, there was still another one, and another, and another coming out of B main and squashed the play, folded them up, and we're on to round 6.
Yeah, I feel like that was the most promising look we've seen at Empire, which makes it painful that they have to take the time out here now, right? We saw a great entry from Clappy, perfect timing of the regroup as well into B main. It shut down the anchors finally, but because he didn't have like an external lurk player, because that showstopper took so much space A side, they had immediate pressure breathing down their neck on the flank that they couldn't handle, and they couldn't really effectively flip into alley either because they weren't ahead of the game in any regard. So don't really have an answer, I think, yet just coming out of this timeout. I do think the more direct barrier drop plays, like what we just saw, are going to be better than these kind of directionless defaults, we can call them.
Yeah. I think being behind the play, it seems like Empire is doing the right thing. It's kind of when they have that chance to work the space, and then they have to source a Monarch player alone or do a dry peek. Everything they've been doing with utility is synced up. Really is. Just those last moments. It's almost like Peep cleared the garage, right? To delay with Viper's Bite. And then just the fight from up front, nobody was positioned yet for that garage fight, because maybe the garage fight, they thought they had a few more seconds kind of thing, but Monarch, they are not playing on the same clock. Their seconds are shorter or something.
Talking about a stellar sub as well. Simulacra 7-1 right now.
Yeah.
And this is funny. You're gonna maybe wall the A space. You're not gonna expect the operator ramps either. This shows a team that's having fun, trying to get inside the heads of Empire, who just took a timeout and are on an eco. Oh, here we go. I think they spotted her.
Haircut? Yep. Oh, the dog doesn't see that hard. Oh my God, Blair, the Viper operator. We love to see it. I love to see it in anybody's hands, but making it work without having an escape is even better.
Just
And
like
stepping
that.
up again.
Yeah, you can't. Oh no.
No way.
The heal too. Okay, see ya doing Sia things. They regroup back.
Standing.
Support their invents, but now they're left all alone. Arthur, Stinger trying to say debate them into the engagements, and they do for the first, but not enough bullets in that limited Stinger clip to transfer to close out. And Monarch X up 6-0 on Empire's map pick. Remember we mentioned we're like, okay, is this the issues against Swimtrek Blue or issues with Split? I think we've known now that's the former.
Yeah. It was just Strike Blue, and they picked the op back up. And now Fate has it. The Raze has it. This actually is something that could. I wish more teams did. A lot of the times, if the team can act on it right away, they'll just crush you. Because like we said, they don't really have an escape. But you're switching it up in different positions when Empire already can't get a footing. I would hate to see that as them.
Yeah, and you now see why, evidently, was because the Viper's Pit. They wanted it in mid-space. Clappy disrespects it in mid-space.
Very nice.
And just like that, this has been the one victory perpetually Empire can find, is getting that mid-space, but then they don't have a way forward off of it. They don't convert out of it. And even here, they just found the opener there, and they're backing out towards Peep, who,
hasn't made that ground yet.
Yeah.
And this could have been a heaven res situation where they get that space, but you still have to use the ult type deal.
Oh, wow. They're actually going to retake A. I think they're going to give up that space, play for the res in mid.
Yeah.
Oh.
It
CD
looks like
wants
they're
one,
backing
though.
up.
This would be Nightfall for the retake. Oh.
Ooh. It's such an inkling to just get a bit more info, but nobody else is there to assist for now. They get that res. They at least repair a little bit. Night falls out, as you said. Now they have to focus through Drop of Heaven or this A side.
Arthur
that's
hears
being
this.
Very much heard.
Ooh, nice crunch play set up. The timing, though. Arthur wants all of the fame, the fortune, the recognition. The three-piece delivers. Fate hasn't used the boom bot yet to get any additional space out of screens either, so feel a little hopeless here. Just maybe trying to play for some econ damage and an otherwise down team that's about to get their first round.
Just breathe it deep. Set it in the ult. They're gonna get out of it. Maybe a chance to peek. A quick flick. Ooh, a quick flick from Fate. Save with the blast pack. Gets out alive, but it's a much needed round. Talk about Empire on this one. Is it a kill? Oh my gosh. Just freeze frame right there. Empire grabbed one, and it was a bit of the cross map. They got the mid, and even without that space on A, they still just took it as a team, and that's what we've kind of been praising them for, is as a team, they're making it work.
Yeah, and that's where my question mark comes from. Okay, did Empire make the right call, or did Monarch X make a mistake? I think they did make a mistake. They tunnel vision too much on the resurrection. When I can say confidently, I do think Korra and Asadia would have been able to hold the A space on their own if they didn't give it up and play for that retake. So, all in all, they're saying, okay, we're gonna take the space, keep the space this time around. A main Peep. Ooh, tracking. You can't get out.
Ooh, I don't know how Sadia got out. It's like, this is already turning bad, though. Blair, of course. The operator's back mid. This is what do you expect, though. Clappy's got to rush it. Picked up, and now the map is torn apart.
How does going this spawn side help the spike help the cause? Luckily, I was worried about this. So she's able to regroup with the neon.
Coming. Yeah.
Yeah, so they majorly dodged a bullet here. Arthur,
the
though,
timings
still
are
no
so
from the
weird.
shadows. Yeah.
Oh, stepped on the trash can.
They're just, they're all on a different page. They don't have a game plan. And finally it comes to a head. I was worried the neon would go back mid and die, and it would have been like, okay, maybe Spike's never gonna go down, and it still might not. From the shadows into elbow, Sober Sushi keeps it afloat. Every single player for Empire putting themselves out on a limb and winning their engagements. Clappy.
Ooh. Oh, just out in the open. The audacity. Get that swing peek in at the last moment. All right, so we're Sushi. Now they know it's going to be up top, so you can reset for this. It's looking good for EMP here. There's one shot to the gut of Cora. This should be cleaned up by the operator, and Clappy doesn't miss those. Down the scope. Takes down Asadia, and that is another round for EMP. It's in time to make it 6-6, but they got to keep going.
Absolutely, and it's a very roundabout way, but they get there, and that's where I think Monarch X, if they were a little bit faster to re-clear the space behind that Nightfall, they would have narrowed down their options to this being an A end. Instead, again, it was a lot of isolated fights instead of a regroup, retake mentality, and that's when they lost track of things. And Empire, again, that's why they go for these Darkness defaults, is then they can play super reactive in the moment. But this round, similar start. Double up mid, double up main, solo Viper lurk, and Monarch X, similar start as well. They want to challenge somewhere, this time though, with a broken buy behind it. Don't know how that's going to go.
Oh my gosh, the aggression at A, now the aggression at mid. Remember, Blair even hit a shot here last round. There is no breathing room for Empire right now.
Ooh, they don't know about water side. And no, Simulacra head on a swivel, still gets the 180 flick side, and Arthur, one of the wall destroyers here in the round. They've narrowed down their options. They know Spike has to be recovered anyways. So a nice little bait setup here. If you're clearing top or bottom, the other will get ya.
Jeez. Peeking, looking. Cora backs up, gets a gun. Whoa.
What is this?
What the?
They're getting a little
Jumps
impatient,
across.
it looks like.
Ooh. Out of that for a second. Everybody peeks. One does come through, but that's a 3K coming in for Asadia. And another round for Monarch X.
Yeah, I think that was really nice leverage of the double up hero rifle buy, right? You have Fate solo A, you have Asadia paired with that double stack of Simulacra and Blair. And Asadia gets the opener, and then they re-engage off of a perfectly placed paranoia that if they didn't have it, those players would not have been lined up and knocked down on the Empire side. So lead guaranteed off of basically a thrifty round. Operator's back in Blair's hands. There's some ults on Empire's side that could then still favor the idea of a close half, but if falsely invested and no conversion found, it's gonna be difficult half. And oh, again, they're always springing forward, Rivington.
You're kidding me. You're like, how can they be this active? Just
as the team not on double duelist, by the way, or neither. As sorry.
Windows. I mean, it's Blair, right? It's the Viper, the controller that's getting a lot of these first bloods. That one obviously going to a different member. Fate goes forward, but Empire's looking to strike back here. Good swing, good anchor, but again, Monarch is there to answer these kills.
Well, it's a difficult Arthur left, I was gonna say, in a 1v3. Finally uses it from the shadows, and there were so many situations you wanted to have it online, and it's just unfortunate that that's when you get to invest it. And yep, there's the 8-2. Still the Seekers and the Resurrection online at a bare minimum. That's why the Sage while mid was invested to maybe try and pick up a fallen teammate and keep the action going. But now it's like, okay, Empire, we said what was working for them? Taking mid space, converting off of mid space. What is Monarch X now doing? Denying said mid space. They just rotate so fast through vents now. Or again, Blair's just able to anchor it fruitfully that it's
Here's another paranoia B main. Smoke? Oh. Did they hear both TPs with the smoke going out? Oh, yeah. And the paranoia. Oh, my God. It still hit it. an answer for everything. Set up on ramp. Nice shot from Clappy, though. There has to be an answer at some point, and it's going to be a Clappy slide in. Seems like they're straggling a bit into the site. They go for the fight. Can they grab the Vandal? It's a step process right now, but Empire's completing it.
Really nice pause and double fight there. Get the hero rifle in hand. Hopefully get the timing. Cora has to deal with the Seeker first. Should prime Sia for the fight. Clappy, low HP. This might get the gun back. I don't know.
Oh, with the util. Oh, that's so funky. They went to throw out the util, and it kind of messed up the shot. They all return on it with the res on Blair. Oh, Monarch, they have an answer, and even if you shoot them, they'll res somebody back in. They get another round. That's going to be 9 on the first half now, as they are making it so difficult for Empire to gain ground.
Yeah, such a great attempt there on that eco round as well out of Empire, right? Finally simplifying it, handling the opening pressure, making the right call, and having a nice little duo fight there on to get a mistake out of Monarch X. But yeah, I'm glad they invested the res. They knew there was only 2 rounds left in the half. It's like their point confirmed. 9th now. And Empire going back to their, I was gonna say their default, but they've slightly adjusted it so that the Sage is helping out on the A side, right? Peep and Sia, because of how much Peep's getting bullied. And now they just started bullying Arthur, so it's like, okay, now we can't really do either.
Insta Prowler, who's gonna take the space? Blair.
And now this
line, how long though? Like, you can tell a lot by the timing, right? Did they give
Just
it
stay
10?
here.
Did they give it 5? So it's been 5 seconds. Still the
Monarch X, they get
Nancy,
impatient.
though. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
mind Nancy. Okay, 10 seconds. Oh, the B play, though. So it's actually still going to wait to see if the B play activates anything at A. So, yeah, they wait a long time with that up.
Ooh, nice
delay
satchel
here.
usage. Nice slow, no punish. Speaking of punishment, though,
Jeez.
Blair leverages the patience, stayed on the line, but the resurrection on line means that they should be guaranteed to lift them back up. The wall as well. The respect shown for Blair on the off. Their disrespect shown over towards B side. That reclear falling flat.
That's the default Neon hit. Are they going to wait? They're going to go in? Nobody's here for it.
Yeah. Again, the spike's so far back. Again, they've been disconnected from the Neon. That now the overdrive's basically moot on an entry point.
Yeah, I think they're getting hyped in the moment again. State of the game resets need to happen here because Monarch is just set up to knock them down as they come in.
30 seconds left.
So Malek, I mean, it's still a 3v3. 30 seconds isn't much of a pressure cooker just yet, but they're trying to gain space. Just they don't need to take like that.
Oh, and they haven't shut down the Omen. They leave it as well as we'll address it later, but there is no later. The half is up. Double digits found for Monarch X after the backstab through main, and 10-2. This split, obviously a mistaken choice out of Empire.
Thinking that they could throw a fast one at Monarch X, and they know these streets. Instantly playing into the face. They played attack from defense that last half, and now they're on attack. So what are they going to do? What else are they going to do?
Yeah, side swap. It's a great way to set momentum back to 0 if you couldn't find the solution in that half. I do think Clappy as an individual has been again trying to initiate, but then it feels like the plan's a little mismatched. So that does make me think that they will be able to accomplish more on their own this half towards the objective. But I mean, it does feel like Monarch X are just going to pedal the metal, like 5 towards one side, 5 towards next, and you only need 3 rounds of that to find success here. Are we going to Avengers it? We're Avengersing!
Let's go!
Avengers!
3, 2, 1, hit it. Come on. I was off by a second.
Oh, and now
They're over.
Yeah, Sia's heard it. Ooh. They're backpedal. I talked about the individualness.
They're splitting. Why are they? Why did they split on that? The Avengers stick together. Empire takes full advantage of all of that with some very nice shots. A pistol round that is needed in every way possible.
Ooh, reload on the classic.
All the
difficult.
util stuff.
Player standing.
Yeah, bloody paranoia.
Scream in. It's just a smother style gameplay. Nicely done. It's what you need to do because that's exactly what Monarch was doing to them.
And it's all kickstarted as well by Clappy fighting their own battle over towards ramp and getting 2 as well. And then immediately after that, they don't keep going. You talked about how, okay, Monarch X splintered, Empire then regroup and go 4 strong through screens. So That time they looked like they were all on the same page after the individuals of Clappy kickstarted it, which is exactly what you want, I think, from a duelist and the accompanying team. So, getting that pistol, at least a lifeline for the time being here. I'll just keep it up and look at this Outlaw Bucky combination. It does scare me, Riv, a little bit.
Where's that Bucky going? It's going to the L room. Yeah, that's when it gets scary. Oh, over the wall. Got it. Dutch to the backside. Bucky to the front.
Need to pause. Got
Pass
noise.
at the feet. Yeah, this is crazy. Things need to settle down. The Jack in the Box strategy didn't pay off right away. Wait, what's the escape? What's the escape? There's like a Houdini over here.
They got
Peep
the
actually
heel
still
over the
creeping
wall.
up. Oh. And stay.
Wait a minute.
Nicely done. Blair doing a little bit of work towards A, but they can't make too much noise through the water. I think they start running halfway, maybe.
There's some pingers into heaven.
They have a minute. They don't have to run at all.
They attack from the flash, and they've avoided it successfully. So the Viper also going to peel off towards mid-space. It is just Sober Sushi here, and I feel like they are about to get a bullet to the back.
Nice little mid-fake on the smoke, and there is the backstab. Can't get the classic to ring, but they've already done the damage. Ooh, Clappy with a little hop step there to make sure the stinger works effectively. Get the heal up. And 4 strong coming from that screen side again. They do split it into a 1-3, and it's going to be effective for them hiding right in the open part of the site. Cora hunkers down for a battle, and it's not going to last very long. Clappy with the slide, the win, and the defuse. Yeah, go ahead. Get your ult point. Get your ultimate.
Yeah, the timing in that heaven fight is crazy, right? People like runs in front of the gun for Sober Sushi, and then she gets to get the heal off on the Clappy, so Clappy can continue on that re-entry. So, yeah, and the sacrifice for the greater good type of round to keep that chance alive after, again, Blair found that opening pretty heavily that we weren't seeing, I feel like, the lurks from Empire able to accomplish. So, will be a problem to revisit later if it ends up flipping towards a round advantage, but for now, to give them a little bit more money on that second round eco coming into the next, and they're going to need that considering they forced into, again, that Outlaw and that Bucky.
Yeah, you see that hurting Fate at the moment. There's a Stinga. A little regen. Maybe you soak up some utility with that to get a better return. Oh, that was a deep guiding light, and they're going to take all that space at B main. They don't like where Pete played last round. Yeah.
Taking it down.
Instant clear. And the Yudge picked up.
Wait, I don't think they realize that the main flank is coming this fast with the high-low around box and the double down from Sober Sushi. Too late to the party. No guiding light setup. No trade ability. Just has to disengage. And we talked about it. Finding this mid-space and converting off of it has been what Empire couldn't do in their half. And here, you can already see the difference, right? They have a similar game plan. They're on the same page. The A late regroup here. Sia looking to discombobulate this game plan, but I feel like the choke, the dark cover, all setting Fate up perfectly.
Oh no. Oh god. When the crosshair hovers over him, I just get so scared. Great clear to come back in. They're pretty about it now. Oh god, I thought that was gonna work for a second. Maybe they crossed paths, ships in the night, but it did not happen that way. Sia with 2 big ones. The Vandal's there.
Fighting for heaven though.
Yeah. Coated in gold. Let's see if I can make it work.
Single goes slow if they can get on the spike after clearing sight.
I was thinking of that. Oh, it's so out in the open. You slow to the left and hopefully walk in. Oh no, the paranoia. They're not even gonna have to worry about it. Blair picks that up. Another one fed to the Viper. The Simulacra still doing great throughout the series here as they sub in.
It's difficult because it does feel like Monarch X are starting to let the scoreline get ahead of them, right? They were taking so many forward fights alone, right? Fate literally diving into Crossfire somehow gets one. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's the duelist. Like, you'll still have numbers in a spike plan. But then Asadia also, I believe it was, also fighting for screens behind that. Like, I feel like they were giving way too much like disrespect towards Empire that Sia started to flip back in their favor. But yeah, a bit unfortunate in that regard. That was a huge round that you could have secured, and now bye to bye. Ults on the side of Monarch X that would be the one to force an 8-round overtime comeback.
Everybody, because here comes Blair. deflect this. Oh my peeps. What a play. Shutting down Monarch in their track. And one of the biggest ones, this is a round where Monarch want to go for the throw and take control back, and they are just stopped. Dead.
A huge shutout between those two anchors. See ya. Oh, we're Avengerings again. But this is like after Endgame when like half of them are gone. Or Infinity War.
This snap already happened.
Yeah, exactly. Half the team is gone.
See ya. They go in. They're gonna have a little bit of smoke cover here too, so they can encroach even more before just exploding out. Offensive slows are usually defensive slows too. Like they never work for in your favor there, so they can't move too far.
Whoa! Whoa! It is very just. The Avengers this time aren't splitting up, and in fact, okay, look, they're back. They've gone back in time. The full squad is here. The snap reversed, and just like that, they're on for the flawless victory. The one in millions of possibility. Blair leading them towards that conclusion. We just speed ran what, like 6 hours of movies in one round, just like that.
Crazy.
All right, wait. Who? It's that's Black Widow who doesn't survive. Spoiler alert, guys. If you haven't watched it, go back to when it came out. All right, Clappy. Can you hold on to the ops? The question now.
Oh, Vision.
And
Who's next?
okay. And they just don't want this off in their hands at all, right? They had ones to with rounds to burn, money to spend in subsequent rounds.
Oh, and that one's an I don't feel so good, Sophie.
No.
That's tough. Game point for Monarch.
Okay. 12-4. We mentioned 8 rounds needed. Now to get to overtime.
Yeah.
And that's where its issue is. You're scraping the bottom of the barrel round after round. Because you lose, you're out. There are some ults like that resurrection for Sia that I could see posing a difference later on, but I think Monarch X ending this with a death ball off a possible Nightfall with that A main orb does feel very Monarch X styling. So we'll see what happens, especially with Empire playing a very retake-centric look to this defensive start. I need the Nightfall for it. Alright, sure.
Looking around, clear, good. All's calm. Sometimes it feels too scary when things like this happen. I mean, they're not going to be able to take more space. They have the walls around them that they need. So yeah, garrison up. And maybe a late look. No, that's just a late angle. All the way in sewers. Blair should come back.
I will say, when there's been minimal players, the retakes on A have come close. So with 5 strong, even with a weapon differential, there's hope here.
Coming in. That utility goes out now. Oh, Sia. Wait, Peeves makes it work with the judge as well, and they're getting into the site pretty clean here, but there's still a back line, and that's gonna be Cora and Blair to make it 13, to make it an overall win on the map. Nice job coming out from Monarch. That was a just attack side from both sides.
Wow, absolutely. And they ended exactly how we thought they would, just very, very dynamically. And I'm glad we got to see that peep out of Cora there at the end, because I feel like she was also having a quiet map. And I'm excited to see if she's going to be then duelist later on in this series with Haven up next. Yeah, all expectations, I think, for this series have been just chucked out the window, right? Especially with the Super Sub Simulacra in. Like, this team is looking on fire, considering this is a 1-1 matchup in the Swiss stage.
Monarch feeling good. Empire, time to shake it off. Get ready for map 2. We're going to do the same. Take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Game Changers Americas. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us here at VCT Game Changers North America. We got some more Swiss games to go through, and it's the second half of this second match. We've had a 2-0 in the first one, and Empire, they've got to turn the boat around if we're not going to get a 2-0 in the second one. This first map was a 13-4 for Monarch. First kills 12, and I said it a bunch of times, but it really was a factor. They played attack on both sides, it seemed like. It's crazy.
Oh, 100%. They were getting unpunished and unread in where this aggression was. And then they immediately flipped the switch and picked up an op some rounds where Blair then would also continue finding those first kills after you expect them to be aggressive and on that forward line. So I do think Haven's a map that can replicate that success very, very easily. And that's where my concerns do mount, especially since we're heading into their pick. But Rivington, we have an update as well for the side of Monarch X. Chi was stepping back in for Asadia or Biffy on Monarch X's side for map 2. And I'm starting to believe that this is just a 6-person roster that's map dependent. We've seen it before in Game Changers. I think back to like 100 Thieves last year where Misu like came in for like the Viper maps and stepped out for others. Like I'm now interested in what Chi is going to be on.
That's interesting. I like the fresh look. Like whenever we talked about this in League, it would be like, oh, you can totally download them mentally in between games and figure out their style. So maybe this is also what we get. So I love that. I don't know what is going to happen in terms of the switch up. Chiyu subbing in for Asadia. I think, would it just stay Initiator?
Possibly. Let's go see. Chiyu on the Frost side. They played Fade and Sky. I think if anything, Blair's in a normal role. Simulacra was on Smokes. We have to go back, I guess, to the Swim Trade Blue match, which for that one she was on Sky, and Biffy or obviously Asadia was on Mix and Omen. So I guess that is the switch up when you bring in Simulacra, who's a Smokes player. But a big reminder again, after that 13-4 win, they steal away Empire's pick before heading to Haven. And okay, so we're here for it. Maybe you just want maybe like one's good at Fade and like Sky, and the other one's like a Sova player, and that's what we're gonna see. I don't know. We haven't really seen Haven from either of these two teams.
I got a little honking dog next to me. I apologize. No, I agree. Also, Haven's one of those maps that you really can vibe with your own flavor. So maybe Empire can get some wheelhouse picks in here. Obviously not going to go away from what's practiced too much because that's exactly what's going to feel good. But yeah, what we were seeing in the first map with the Neon being ready to hit the site while everybody was still rotating, and just I think it all got in the mix of just being too hype in the moment for the plays, and it just needs a reset. They, like we said, they had everything in order, just needs to be as a team this time.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, coming into this, here we go. Compositions getting loaded in here for these two teams. Again, a reminder, she will be playing on the Monarch X side for map number 2 over Raidiant. And honestly, I think I understand that Haven's a map where you can also bring out the Viper comps, and we saw it earlier today. But I want Blair on a chamber. Saying it now. That opping was crazy.
Okay.
Criminal behind a Viper as an agent. Am I wrong for that?
No. I don't believe so.
Exactly. So we can see that. You wanted the double duelist as well, I believe. And Cora, I have seen, I think, her experiment with the Phoenix before. So that could be a little pickup. That, I feel like, would be nice to see alongside Fate. But I have to see what Fate would be running then. Clappy, we know, could run a solo Neon here. I feel like we're gonna get really traditional, in my mind, composition out of Empire in terms of, again, like, so she probably would be on the Sova. Again, I could see a little KJ Viper action here as well. I could see something like that.
Oh, the KJ for me right now, just I feel like everything's so fast.
The ciphers are here.
I can't.
Okay, I don't know why.
The ciphers are here.
EME Game Changers is sticking to the KJs, all right? That's where I guess
I've noted,
my presence is coming in.
It's true.
But
and it does work. They make it work.
Yeah. Here we go, actually. It is Core on the primary. Fate actually picking up the Phoenix here, so we'll see that. Blair, I mean, I got that they were switching to Senti, I guess, correct, but it's the Cypher over the Chamber, which is sad to see, but a near mirror, again, that Neon being the only difference here.
Near mirror. That Phoenix, I feel like, does so much damage on Haven. Always has. I see those garage plays, being able to get in and out, run it back, but then you still put it up against Clappy's Neon. I think it took a bit for Clappy to get going last time, but then you follow that up with a Phoenix too. I think these two are going to be wreaking havoc here. We see a different Empire GC. Because you can't really do too much without those two together, dart over their shoulder. So I think that synergy, we're looking for them. It just like has to be with this squad, or it's completely going to fall apart. And you almost, when you get up to the site, you're forced to do that. Yeah. So they're already in fundamental land.
I'll say, yeah, I agree. I do think Haven, you just play it more often, I feel like, than you play Split, independent of their starts of the Swiss stage. And I feel like that even translates to ranked, even if it is random. I just see it so much more often. I do feel like they can be on the same page early on, and they're going to have to be, right? Empire starting out on the attack side, every single map in this best of 3, they bring it to that map 3 decider of Pearl. Hear them waltzing around in the server here as well. And there's no issues about compositional difference as much here either, right? Yeah, maybe not stuns there on the Empire, or sorry, the Monarch X side, but they still have that double duels with the flashes that was maybe lacking when we were evaluating Swim Truck Blue in our first series of the day.
All right, wall's about to drop. 5 seconds. It looks like a big C hit here with just a hold on the right side by Sia. Oh my gosh, they're gonna see walking straight out at Phoenix Garage. They hold.
Are we surprised by this from Monarch X? I don't think we are.
No. Insta push. I think Core not being ready though. Sia on it. Knows they saw another one. Peeks in. Those get stepped on there for a second. Malacco's gonna be able to the CIA. They're all pushing towards mid here. A lot more. I thought we were gonna have a full C play, but everybody's come back to party out here on grass.
I like it. The intentional re-clear. It feels like it was something that was lacking when they identified where these aggression points were on the Monarch X side over on Split. And Sia did a good job holding her own as well, and they still end up getting a site, right? And they stay grouped on said site where Fate had the timing, but the shots don't follow, and it's down to the sub stepping back in for map 2, Chiyu, to prevent this pistol from going Empire's way.
Be like, thank you, subbed me back in, and this is what you know. But if they do it,
that'd be crazy.
It's gonna be tough. Got 2 shocks, just lobbable. 1, 2. Oh, why would 3 ever be in there? They got the distance. There wasn't a quick peek because they gave him a chance. 4 shots. Oh, Sober Sushi lets him get all the way over there before taking the hit. Very smartly played, but what an attempt.
Well, I was staring at her fallen teammates like, thank you for your sacrifice.
Yeah. You saw the want to swing. If they were getting swung, you needed to react. But they're like, no.
Just let us go. Let us go. We need the round. Like, we don't care about saving these weapons.
For you.
Yeah. And then you win the round for me. And now they get the weapons buy up. They get the Guardians, the Bulldogs. They're good to go. But they are also headed towards A. Okay, this is where I want Monarch X not to swing into A main. I really wish they would have just silent stacked it, because now I feel like it's just gonna be field day, right? For Empire. Okay, they are staying right here. Oh my goodness, that dart only saw one.
They are all swinging. Family photo down long A here. They're only hiding for a moment. Do they double swing again? No, they stay in. They couldn't get it. The smoke makes it too weird. They're still gonna try to walk forward a little bit. Like maybe I'm gone, mate. Nope, they don't think you're gone. 3 down long A, and Empire are just lapping this one up.
A nice pause there. Good. Utah as well. I wish maybe we hadn't had follow up solo into dark cover, but independent of that, yep, flawless, done, dusted. Peep pause a little bit earlier, but there we go. They keep all the big weapons that they needed coming into the next, and all right. Now, okay, one thing that we have to say though is Monarch X never got punished enough to stop going on the aggressive here. Do we? I mean, I feel like it'd be underestimating them that they don't, but do they have it in them not to fight forward? Do they have another look to them? Is going to become the question here, Rivington, early on, if they don't win this round or they start losing rifle rounds.
Let's go.
Like, do you know when the burner's hot, or do you just keep touching it?
Yeah, exactly.
You keep going. All right, maybe they keep going. We'll see. This round they do have a pretty held back line of scrimmage, but never mind. Blair was totally wanting to go down long C.
The stove is hot, Blair. Don't do it.
The stove is hot. It's hot over there. But
Not
also
only, like,
Blair, so many first kills last round. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. That replicates that like first blood seekage, like of the main that they got away with. This time, people's like, nope, I'm not getting burned by it again. And now they're the one turning up the heat. Run it back in towards C. Now you feel you have to fight if you're Fate. But the timing here. Wait a minute. Figure discipline.
Spike down.
Out the wall. Oh my God, Fate and Cora just squeaking out. They're like, wait a minute, we were in the same site as them? That's how Empire must be feeling right now.
Okay.
We've
seen it.
It looked like they were everywhere.
3 attempt. The Bulldog. We've seen her do well, reacting to these swings, and she's done it again. Still 2 to go though, and that's a very narrow passageway. Unfortunately, Simulacra gets them on the board, but damage dealt regardless for how you spend that bonus round. And I think we got the answer for Monarch X. They know, they kind of like toe the line or know how to pick up the slack if they get burned for touching the stove. I don't know what that analogy would be if they like know like when the heat's enough.
Yeah. It is
like they don't turn it off, they just turn it down, and then the food gets perfectly cooked.
That's when they're cooking. It comes full circle. All right. Down long C. Instant W. Camera first to check for it. Pocket position. And then you're going to take more space now that they know there's action on the right side.
Blair just did not learn their lesson, and like they're just getting away with it this time. And they have like all the advantage now, it feels like. So you wish you had a trip on B if you knew you're going to walk down C, so that these 2 players anchoring here could be leaning A side into Chiyu. But it does feel like they're just playing very retake-centric here. And with no ults on the other side, because of that previous round investment, it would be just a fair fight exchange, and we get to see what that looks like between these 2 teams.
A is one of the harder ones to take. They're going to be coming through. I wonder if one of them goes mid. Fate's 2 off of alt. Oh God, they got a good cam peek on 2 of them coming around. That was huge from Sia.
Oh, this angle is off. Lethal. And but the assistance from Sia, they can now pivot back towards the site, because I mentioned that spy cam info. Heaven falters as well. It's just the CT presence, and they haven't even gotten past the judge. On the other side, Clappy, Upgrade, hunting for the final, trying to escape with their weapon, with their life. And yep, Empire. There we go. Is together for the round 1.
All right. Yeah, they seem much more in sync, on par with what they need to be doing in each other's main roles right now. Like you said, the ideas they had last time where it's kind of like get a kill and take the space without questioning, should we take the space? And now they're just flowing as a team. If they take it, they're taking it as a team, so it doesn't matter. Everybody in on the call. And it's working out. You see if we get it again. And they actually avoided the push that MOX wanted to get out of long C that round too.
Them only go C long side. I'm trying to figure out where it landed. We saw the hot hands invested, but Does not add to the engagement, and suddenly, oh, that's a misclick. That's gotta be a misclick.
Just out of anger. Oh, dang it. Throw my knives down.
Throws the knives down. Doesn't need them. We'll set up crossfires on C with the teammates, or brained into an over-rotate. Now they know, but it's at the cost of Fate's life. You still might not end here.
And that's, I think, what we need to see out of it. That almost right in the elbow. That they do stop this and they pump fake it. Because I think even on this one, they have to be considering there's some silly shotguns or something around the corner here. They're only really dealing with a few sheriffs, but still they connect those and we're out of the fight.
Yeah, I do think just Haven simplified is a good look for Empire.
Yep.
And the rotates are informed, and their util is thorough. Dart for close. The only thing in this throwing wrench into things is the sight smoke. Great timing off the core back sight. Sheriff though, 1-for-1 trade. Little upgrade there to accompany the sniper rifle, and they're still too short here. It's a little questionable, but the better weapons just completely removing that punctuation, and they are good up 4-1 now.
So you got the blade rounds last time that Empire avoided. Now they gotta probably avoid a run it back right away. They're doing a really good job. I think completely remembering and having nightmares about how aggressive Monarch X was on split still. So they are kind of bringing their own fight and not really worried about what's happening behind them, which I think helps to keep them synced and not kind of having stragglers like they did before.
Yeah, and I can see why this strat wouldn't have worked up against Swimtruck Blue, because if you're fighting into them at the start of every round, they're just going to win that fight. They're happy to take that fight. We saw it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now they're getting burned for it, even this round with weapons in hand. The double duelist is fighting down A, and they're playing more retake-centric C, some kill traps in the backside for Blair. So at least Blair isn't peeking down C long, but then they're waiting for this contact, and C is one of those players that I think she can hold her own in swinging, re-clearing this.
Yeah. If they get any more contact there, that could be a run it back. Other than that, it's the retake if they don't have B, because it's going to be completely given up with no util. It's almost like they're leading them there. But they're not going to buy it. They want this C side. Oh, no.
Yeah.
I love the util destruction.
Yeah, Cam down. Singular trip down. The deep peek A is going to be a red herring, likely for Peep and Fate. Ooh, I like that they stay on the line. There it is. Confirmation, and you're gone.
I'm out of here.
Oh, my. There's going to be 3 in A. Almost 4 by the time they get here. Sova's going to stay back for the Hunter Fury. We got a few of those on the map. We'll run it back as well on both sides. Or not both sides just yet. Now it's up for Pete.
They just handed the run it back over. And there it is to exec the Cypher ult as well on top of that Fate corpse. And that's how they know, in fact, to pivot to rotate. But with 15 seconds left, if they could have beaten the B side, they could have stopped this. Unfortunately not. Now you have a backstab from Sia. Oh no, Shock Dart's not going to land either. And ooh. There's an opportunity here.
Oh. Arthur. He's trying to draw them, and there it is from Sia. Drawing the eyes, a few taps from mid B in front, and then it was all the backstab. What a recoup on that round by Empire, and they are now, from map 1 to map 2, throwing Monarch for a loop.
Yeah, I don't know. We're just like looking at a screenshot like when there were those about like 20 seconds left in the round. I think they just didn't think there was enough time for that rotate to come through to front B, so they all stay. And it's a major gap, and I feel like we've seen that multiple times where like B is left open. They aren't like reallocating or recognizing like, hey, here's a gap, who's filling it, let's fill it, and they're good to go.
Yeah.
And I feel like that burned them that time around. And that was a perfect lurk up from Sia as well. 9-2 right now. Again, she had a quiet map on the stage than the previous as well, but back to her prime. Why I highlighted her in the pre-show, and all right, let's see if they can bounce back after a timeout.
Yeah, the sentinel position here for Sia, just controlling everything. That honestly, the double cam info they had on the 2 rounds ago was so disgusting. Like, both of them died as soon as they reached A lobby, and there was no retake potential after that. Everything's falling into place for them. And now it's time for Monarch to have an answer, who looked like they had an answer for literally everything, a paranoia in place for even if they fell behind for a moment. And it seems like a great job of what Empire's doing is keeping Blair down. There were so many first bloods and peaks from Blair.
And this team has a coach. They have an assistant coach. So I hope that they're telling them, like, hey, guys, we're taking way too many fights way too early into the round. And I'll say the eco round's the exception because I'm also looking at the mini-map. 3 about to scale down C long, but you can see every round Empire are slow, waiting for it. Even this off angle from Arthur highlights that they're expecting it.
Paranoia coming from Garage. Almost clips them if they were ready for that fight just a few steps to the right. Just really avoiding everything Monarch wants to throw at him. And now the timeout being called may not pay off. It may be for a further round, but this one looks like it's going to be a good Empire setup on A.
Yeah, I mean, after all that, it's funny that it is a 5v5 retake here on this A space, but it's the perfect call again. Arthur calmed that there was an aggro fight. Is now set up to handle the flank off of the trip. And doesn't even paranoia it until later. Wallbang's neck. That's a weapon down for the retake, unless you maintain this short position.
Yeah, that was kind of a highlight play. Didn't need to happen, but I think they got a little bit of room to work with here. Sheriff's coming up as long as the guns are protected. Peep on 1. Yeah, it works out because they're having to clear so much before they're even into the site to use this utility. It's a great job by Empire to push up a little bit there. Make this hard now for Chiyu. Ooh, great little flick there.
Yeah, good little try, but again, the econ solution not seen in that round. 6-1. This is where we can also, you know, ride off of some copium, like, hey, this is a double duelist comp that likes to get aggressive, starting out on the defense. When the sides swap, I am really scared for Empire. I'm gonna say it right now. I do think that they need a lead at the half.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm not gonna, you know, count our chickens before the eggs hatch right now. And especially now that we get to see a rifle round and change, ideally for this team. And we're already seeing something that, to me, clues them in that they're not going to be as gun-ho, which is the operator split up now from the Phoenix.
All right, so now I ask you, how many rounds do you think Monarch needs to switch over?
8. I'm going to say 8 rounds.
Monarch? They can't get 8 right
sorry. I thought you meant Empire. So they need 4.
No.
Sorry, they need 4. I look at Empire, I see the crown, and I'm like, wow, they're up against also a Monarch on the other side.
No, it's true. Very true. I thought of that earlier. I was trying to make something on it, but I totally flubbed it. But yeah, that I agree. I agree. 4. And you know what's bad is my brain didn't click with 8 and no 4. On the other side, but I was like, wait a minute.
No, they're gonna extend this half purposely to make sure they make a comeback in this half, Rivington. Where they're recoding, they're hacking the game. That's why they took a sec to find their sub. No, I'm joking. Okay, and here we go. Yep. Here they are. I mean, look at them. I'm proud of Monarch this round already, right? They're waiting, responding to ideally next deck, but the issue is Empire with these ults. I feel like is going to be a lot of bang for the buck on this exec.
To the back, they get themselves in. Yeah, I was waiting to see if that crunched anybody, but like you said, Monarch playing it very safe. Blair does go down there, still having trouble grabbing those frags to get back into the game, and Arthur's going to make it even harder for the run it back to get work done. Empire continue to clean up Monarch as they try to enter through the stairs from spawn, and that's where the last 2 players are going to have to enter. I mean, Fate's already just that, fated to this position. Looks like an escape mightn't happen, though.
See ya.
Oh, Sia's always there. The spy with the stab. Another round for Empire.
We need like a Sia flank conversion rate right now because I feel like it's happening every single round at this point. Like it's really impressive. I think the impact she's finding here versus on the stage, and it is again a very role different foundation despite them both being sentinels, and that's honestly helping this team out. So okay, still a little bit more room for error. I said 8 rounds for Empire, so then 4 for the side of Monarch X, but this buy makes it seem like it would have to be 3 in a row, not like 1 in here and 1 in the future. Let's say maybe just keep swinging into the operator, but the mid start, that's less likely. They also switch the Cypher A side. Big switch up on the defense out of Monarch X. Is promising.
I thought they were gonna leave. I was like, and the leave? I love it. Playing omnipresent all over, but still gonna stay with the cam, so no peeks necessary if they lose the initial space to A. But Empire's focus now is Garage. It's kind of been all over the place, not really conditioning too much altogether. It looks like they'll get quick hot hands out of this. And still lose that space.
Ooh, buys time though. That was the idea. Get Cora on plat. Scope for garage. Oof. Fast lane out, but the shots don't align, and they are respecting Cora in this position. Leading now, cashing in on the Sia lurk, which has made its way down short, but that's where eyes go towards Chiyu.
Yeah. Now they start to head towards that trap, funneled onto the other side after knowing Clueless are there, ready to fight. Chiyu's not even gonna let the utility do work right away, getting a nice kill to start. Oh, quickly shooting out the trip. They don't get one, but Simulacra still gets 2 others. And this is going to be a tough one to figure out where they actually need to go. And somebody behind enemy lines is just making it feel weird. Fate's walking around, giving Cora the space to find kills. And Fate will still pick up one for themselves in the situation. That was a clean-looking retake.
Wow, they just did not expect, I think, the Cypher util behind also a Sova playing long jiggling, because then it looks like a very standard setup versus it's usually silent on the front when the Cypher's there, just waiting for them to waltz into the traps unbeknownst. And it's funny that Simulacra is the one punishing off those trips, considering Blair is having a difficult time this map. Again, night and day from the previous map. I'm just saying, I said that Blair should have been on Chamber. But all in all, the bounce back there. A little delayed on the timeout, but it's still there nonetheless. And we mentioned we want 4 for them. 5 would be great. A little slowdown from Empire. It does feel like the coaches said stop taking fights, like 100%. Like look at like just how Fate's playing, right? It, like they reeled him in real nice.
Been a little crazy there. And they're even further back this time. Looks like they might just have to worry about Sober Sushi getting an ultimate. But with Chiyu's up, they can definitely back up when the site hit comes.
Yep.
Drone for drone. Just a little Wednesday fly.
Ooh, spotted the second at the tail end of it. They should know, even the Jet. Phoenix rotating over on the Monarchic side. Hence the fake out. The Omen. Again, Arthur made their way all the way up C-Long here. Blair. This is your moment to shine. 45 seconds. You just need to buy enough time for the rotates to come through.
Oh,
hey,
buying time. That's a huge one. You're not going to have anybody sliding through, so the hot hands doesn't reach. You know that distance. Oh, but Peeps is still just going for the swing. They try to play around the Hunter coming, the Hunter's Fury coming through. It's not enough though. Fate's there, ready to clean up 3. Not quick enough. Is Sia coming around from the back? Spike didn't even make it up long that time.
Oh. They were trying to run away for sure. Buy time for Sia before re-executing into that C space, but it does feel like all of the problems have started to get solved on the Monarchic side before the side swap. Again, Blair forgets their first kill, anchors long enough for the op, and the Phoenix get over there, who are alive in the late round since they're not overpeaking early. And even that little tail end of the round, even though Sia couldn't do much, they recognized that she was going to be on that flank, on that lurk, and it didn't completely explode the foundation they had set a few seconds prior. So here we go. 7-3. Okay. Wait, 4 was enough. On track for that 7-5. Because if they win this round, Empire go into the last... Empire's that rich, actually. Okay, Empire, sure.
Did they get the cam up? No, not as... Yeah, they got the cam up lower, so they're fine. They go up towards long. They gotta worry about mid. This was actually held by Sia on the first round. Exact as the pistol round strat. They're running it again from the side of Monarch.
Yeah, the timing here, once the trip's broken, should be perfect, especially when they were eyes on maybe the regen acre for that run it back. Ooh, Sia heard that.
Oh, waited for the util smoke to come out too. What a play. Every answer in the book right now for what's coming out of Monarch. Empire continue to sit them down and go round for round in their favor. The operator's trying to get back to safety. Fate looking to get a few more kills here from Heaven just to do some damage and wreak havoc on the pockets of Empire, but it's not gonna matter. They are just gilded right now, and they'll go ahead and even look for a kill on this one. It's 2 to the ult. Flappy wants that before half.
Yeah, operator as well. Hold on to it for core in the next. I don't know. They finally get a few rounds and they go back to the old strat. Again, aggressive walkdowns. And yeah, Sia's been able to handle those. Even Arthur has handled it at times, both C-Long and within window. So very, very difficult, I feel like, for them to be calling in back into that strategy. It's like, have we learned nothing kind of vibe. And, okay, wait, Blair keeping the operator here? I'm not against it. They can do it on the Viper, they can do it on the Cypher.
This is true. I mean, they have one. Floodgates are open. That's all you need. And these are where a lot of the kills came from. Like, split mid through smoke, op peaks. Come on. You can find the angles here on this one for sure. Even through garage or anywhere. Put them up to the challenge.
Up though,
Flash
garage.
out. It did go garage. The timing is a little interesting, but it's been Empire working a bit slow. They'll be back in position for long, which was what matters. And they actually have 3 on that site. So it's gonna be strong site.
Oh,
Blair
Fate's going
1.
for this.
Blair 2. This is all we needed.
Blair on up. Sure.
This is all Blair needed.
We don't need is you to throw kills away.
Still
Fate.
pushing. Numbers up, still pushing. Fate's getting a little audacious.
Op's still here though. I'm kind of hoping that Sia will be able to open things up, but Core's past that hole.
Pulled the shot.
Oh.
Almost a headshot from
Sia
Cora,
found
too.
the
All of
timing.
these are just off. Give me a corpse. Pulled that, realized they were going to be stepping back just with the way they shot. Trying to tell the intention, and Sia does read it perfectly well, knowing where the jet was still standing based on Cora's movement. And now they have backside covered, and they've been in front and through garage for so long. They know it's clear. That's one of the kills they need. A head tap. Reloads and safety here for the team as they get back.
Oh, 26 HP. The paranoia could have given them the first, but it's the regroup, re-swing from Arthur. The 3-piece to secure the 9-3-half in favor of Empire on Monarch X's pick. And we said it before, Monarch X has more reps on Pearl, so even if we go to that decider, it might favor them. It's also, I would say, a forward fighting, rewarding map, but for now, they just, again, weren't able to reel it in enough rounds to make it close, to make it competitive. But we said it, Haven attack-sided map. This is a very attack-sided team. So we'll have to see what they can bring to the table now that the sides are swapped.
I think it's a possibility. I mean, some maps just absolutely flop like that, where you get into your groove, and it doesn't matter what the momentum of previous rounds were. It is actually the side switch and the comp that matters. It's almost like playing late game in other games. You're like, you know what? We may start defense, but if we can get X amount of rounds, that kind of feeling. Well, hopefully for Monarch, 3 was enough, and they can get themselves in. Looks like they're going to try to force into this B site. A great paranoia. Keeps them all kind of confuddled for a second, if that's the thing. They were. And there's the kills for Pete coming in. They're not going to crossfire this to the backside. They're pushing a little too far without having enough safety and utility on the site.
Oh, and there we go. Oh, Fate's fine now we're fighting because of how low HP they are. They waited for their teammate, but then the reflash, the re-engage. Okay, dangerous territory. Sia going on the longest flank possible, and it might just catch some locker off guard. Yeah.
Fate's like, I'll set up over here and have a quick tea at the bistro.
Last player standing.
I hate shooting at people throwing utility. It's impossible.
Just not looking at you too.
It's like Cypher no hat. Oh my god. Peeps like, wait, what was that? And now Fate's gone. Here we go. 22 HP out in the open. Some Malacra. No utility. Oh, and it's just going to be a quick shot to the chest. Peep was ready for it. Knew it might have to be even before half with how much time was left. And a 10th round comes in for Empire off a pistol.
And a Red Bull clutch at that. Oof. Yeah. That's something that kind of just stops any fodder that may have been behind a 9-3 curse, is winning that second half pistol. Whew, and it was a strong start for Monarch X. Again, the opener, the pivot was clean. It was, again, just getting chipped off too much by sticking around. And I mean, it was criminal to begin with that I think Simulacra hits that shot onto Sia. So maybe it's just the universe correcting by Peep winning out that fight with the extra 1 HP it had in the engagement. But buy-ups there, no disrespectful Stinger Force on the flip side. For an Outlaw trying and failing to find the opener A side outside of Clappy, and Clappy's going back for seconds short side.
Oh, just seeing the X-ray makes me so itchy to like. It's like, yeah, they're definitely gonna peek. They're right there. Just Clappy's so patient. Here's the shot though. Oh, there's too many indecisive. Oh, too many to pick. Get out of there. Paralyzed by it. Ooh, dance. Tip tap. Pete comes up with the kill there. Almost needed to phone a friend. Sia came right through. And they get back to safety here. Empire numbers up, and at this point they can kind of be aggressive, but 29 HP.
And not, yeah, finish the job. Clappy. Gotta be a careful jump down there for you. Kind of mauling out your teammate just a touch, and there we go. There we go, Empire flawless.
I think the second, like, Allah shot there was a smoke, because you got one on the right, so you just figure somebody else is also peeling up on the right. Would be your left side as a shooter. Yeah, really clean.
Well, 2 rounds now from sending us to that map 3 in more dominant fashion than Monarch X 1-out splits.
Yeah.
Quite surprised. Maybe the team we're expecting to see when we thought Empire might be favored in this series, so maybe there's a really strong charge-up time, but or Sia had an off-map considering she's 18-7 right now on Cypher. But look at this, the stack staring them down. This is the worst possible way to lose a 3rd round bye versus an eco, and they're still fighting right into it. Rivington.
Oh, we're missed now. Gotta reload a few more, and they've already pushed up so far.
They're not gonna leave?
The fights, what? Right to the judge of Peep. Sober Sushi comes up with a kill too, and then looks like they're gonna put this on a 12th round right away. They wanted to go right into everything that they saw still in a flawless round by Empire.
Match point.
Wow, and again, that's the difference between these two teams, right? Empire almost walked into a very similar situation on their attack. They completely pause, reevaluate, and then rotate. And just fighting your head strong in shows again how fortified this team is for Monarch X, but on a map like Haven, again, if the stack is there, if the util is about equivalent, I think running into a judge on a choke is going to win 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, agreed. What can they do on side of Monarch now? The ult's there for the run it back. It looks like they want to open up that space with B and that ultimate in hand.
You're dead.
The joke is over. Here comes Fate. Oh, but Blair's just catching the wrong end of all these plays. The 3rd one in, first one to go down, and they're still dropping Monarch where they stand. Here comes the ultimate. Oh, you wanted a knife so bad. We saw it. Sober Sushi gets the kill there. And another one. Oh, but the knife does come through! You gotta be kidding me. What are the chances? I mean, I honestly think that was just Chiu trying to get in position to still get the shot. But that's funny that the knife still came through. 13-3 for Empire in a wild turnaround for map 2.
I feel like a knife kill to end out the map just explains the map in a nutshell, to say the least.
Yes.
Again, we saw that change come out from that timeout of saying, hey guys, reel it in, you're fighting 2-4-4, we can play retake against these guys, and it started working. Yeah. And then there was just
Monarch
those one or
shifted,
two extra rounds they needed and went back to that old strategy that it fell apart, and then a 9-3 when you lose the pistol is so hard to come back from, and that never really got kick-started. So I do think for a map like Pearl, we mentioned it, it's going to favor, I think, that forward fighting mentality again. It's going to be how does Empire handle it this time around.
I don't know. We got a shiny map 3 for this series. It's heading to Pearl. We are going there when we get back from this break. Don't go anywhere. More game changers after this. We're back here at Game Changers North America. Myself, Riv, and Zobi, right down there. Right down there. Ready for getting to map 3. Our first one here. I'm happy because there were 2-0s last week too, so now we got a 3-0 going in, and this is a peculiar one. We thought this was going to be a 2-0 right out the gate, but we had a 13-4 and turn into a 13-2 for a team. Like, these guys, they're just angry.
Yeah, and it's on opposing map picks as well, which makes it really funny. I feel like it's more defendable. I would say that the Haven one being unexpected from Monarch X, just because neither team had played it recently. Like in this Swiss stage, but the split one, I feel like again, they struggled against Swim Trek Blue, so I feel like picking into that map just because it was weak of an opener doesn't mean it would be weak all the time. But yeah, 7 out of 7 post plants is crazy, and it's the fact that again, out of a 12-round half, they did plant 7 times. Like, they were just waiting and usually just finding openings anyways, and it's that first blood that they were shutting down. Right. Versus if we remember on the last map, I believe it was that for 13-4, it was like 12-5 or something in terms of the first bloods. So again, they are very first blood heavy. When they're not finding them, they can't find rounds, they can't find wins.
We see the scores on your screen here. Yeah, you mentioned Sia at the beginning of this series and came to life in that map. Just the utility helped to win rounds. The shots, obviously, as you see, 20, and it helped to win rounds. And the rest of the team followed up very, very strong. And they did a good job at making sure that Blair's utility and Cypher play wasn't something that affected them. They usually went a different way and were able to circumvent it a lot.
Oh, 100%. And I think Sia was a big reason. I mean, obviously you can see the first bloods on the board, that she was able to handle a lot of those flank plays, again, keep this team afloat. Right. And she also was there, I think, controlling a lot of the rotates as well. So on a map like Pearl, I hope she's in a similar role, because I do think that she can be the master of this space, especially if Monarch X are being a bit too one-dimensional. Again, with their focuses on the mains, if they're not very mid-centric, then I do think this is going to be a very difficult map for them. So it's more for me like, okay, Monarch X, I don't expect them to slow down. I don't expect them to stop being so first blood seeking or fight heavy, because we saw them and asked them to do that on Haven, and it was like a full circle back into disaster. But it's gonna be okay, are they doing it in mid, are they doing it in main, do they know when to change between those? If they aren't going to change that big picture game plan, it has to be right place, right time. You
are going to get your chamber back, which is pretty good, right? That's for Blair. It should be a chamber if they don't switch anything else up. So comps could matter.
I do not remember how many kills they just ended with on Haven, but I think at least like 4 of them were from an Opno after they had started with 0 kills. So that definitely fits it well. I think them being a little bit more aggressive than receiving works really well. Like, that's how they were getting those kills on the defense on Split, and that's very catered to a chamber on Pearl. Again, it's dicey, it's risky, but I feel like at this point that risk rewards Monarch X more often than, or at least for Blair's case, than it otherwise. So I'll say for Fate, is Fate on Phoenix again? You got that one pulled up too?
Is Fate on Phoenix? I think yes, they have a Phoenix and Astra.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Wait, Fate is on Neon, Korra is on Phoenix on this map. I think I like this better. I feel like the Neon, if they end up keeping it, I do think that Fate on the Neon would be a little bit more well suited to this kind of like in and out mentality that they were playing like on Haven.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen that for actually another team recently, where like they switched somebody that was on Brim onto Duelist, and that Brim was getting punished as like solo smokes for playing too aggro looking for kills, and then it worked perfectly for them in the role of the Duelist. So even though this is Duelist for Duelist swap, I do think of that Phoenix as a more support agent than for the main entry Duelist versus Fate. I think this Neon, even though it was 16 and 13, like compared to like Blair and Korra having heydays on the last Pearl, I think this could go well for them.
Absolutely. I think with Monarch too, they had everybody grabbing the op at one point when they really needed to switch out the map, and that, I mean, for the most part, works on Pearl-ish towards B and kind of up street and stuff. So whoever's kind of cycling in and out of their baseball style in the infield may be like, oh, you grab this time, you take this. So that might as well be something they can use to throw off coming into the game.
Well, like we said, coming into this map, this final map 3 decider in round 3 of the Swiss stage for our 1-to-1 teams, Monarch X, they had the final ban. They choose to play Pearl, a map they have reps on, versus Empire. Have not seen this in a minute, right? The only time we can maybe say we've seen it from these teams would be that Ace of Hearts squad instead during qualifiers, and even then they avoided it for the most part, like, and I'm not saying it too much, so I'm a little worried in that regard. They were also running a lot of Neon Waylay, and you can't really do that here on Pearl either in the current meta. I mean, you could, but it's not going to be as strong. So I'm curious if they also are going to have a very similar, like we called it, what was it, a near mirror on Haven. I can see that happening here again with the duelists.
I want it. I think a mirror would be perfect at this point to just actually, we had maps that were so far gone night and day with each other, so a mirror here would be cool, but we're not going to get it, unfortunately. It's actually pretty util heavy on the Empire GC side, and same for the other side here for Monarch X. We get the Phoenix won't even be matched. We have KO for Fade. Yeah, this is their own comfort all the way.
Okay. Peep, I'm curious how I think this one's going to function with the KO, because we were evaluating all the roles that they have been switching in and out of, right? They went from, what, Viper to Phoenix, now to KO. Like, that's crazy arsenal just in this one series alone. Sobu Sushiteho, I'm going to be honest, I've seen it. Sometimes she plays super well individually on it, and it's so fluid, and it is deadly. And other times, again, she can get in her own head in terms of trying to have perfect utility. So I'm curious how that's going to function in setup in conjunction with Clappy, because we did throw back to map 1 have issues, I feel like, with Clappy being ahead of a lot of the teammates' utility, and I feel like that's like what you kind of need with a KO Teho backing you up. And then Sia, KJ, you've been hating on the KJ all day, Rivington. I think this one, it serves a different purpose, right, on Pearl than like running through it, side anchoring on like a map like Haven or Split. So what do you think?
I hate it because I am a KJ main for a lot
Me
of
too.
my play. Yeah, and it just makes me sad when you got people sliding over your stuff or hopping through real quick, or they're finding ways to just get like a one-step hop through and be okay with the fight because they're swarming you, right? So it doesn't really matter if you could stay or stay. These are more delay. Like, they go off pretty early. They're in that entire area. Also at A, big delay for spike. So I feel like they really do delay more here. They can just be ran over by the Neons. We'll see if that's something they want to do, but usually I like KJ here. Also, being able to retake with the ultimate on this, I think, gives you a lot of space to get in preparation for the ultimate retake, which is then A lobby or B long kind of stuff. So, very effective.
Yeah, I think she's gonna be a great lurk player as well. The backstabs through mid-door. Like, if Monarch X cannot get a pinpoint on her timing, they're gonna have as many issues as they had over on Haven. But we mentioned this already. We didn't expect Monarch X to slow down in these early engagements, and it was more of a question, okay, are they fighting for mains? Are they fighting for mid? And at least for the pistol round, we get a double duelist pilling art. We get a chamber that can rendezvous back from a mid-plaza fight, and it looks like Empire are primed, prepared to handle it.
Blair back in Blair mode. And nobody wants to peek that. So you use the dismiss on long to get into position with a clear and close.
Obscuring vision.
And it looks like they'll actually not have too much more than that trademark to get past.
Pulling them in.
Little grab well, isolate, simulacra, looking. Isolate Clappy, a little restun here. Ooh, this is nice for Blair.
Nice follow-up on that. Two come in very fast. Sober Sushi makes the classic ring. And there's going to be some follow-up. Clappy misses a few, but still is able to take down Cora here. The team has had time to get in position, but there's still a third coming around the corner. If CIA is needed, or CIC is needed, he gets them, but it's Clappy that's able to get the
She might as well be the CIA at this point. Again, always very secretive, undetected, there when you need her most. But all in all, Empire. All right, keeping up the momentum. The pistols that they had over on Haven, which were previously flawless. And again, I like it how they start this round. And this was a big difference, was their balance and their direction, like their intention just felt absent on split. Here it's like, okay, we start mid-side, we wait to handle any fight that's outward if very loud, which wasn't loud this time for Monarch X. It was more prepared trap style. And then they pivot away from that and just scale pretty naturally, we'd argue. And now, ooh, that could be a red herring. Only one player getting clipped by the 0 point conceals the 5-person trap stack here on the A site, and with a Bucky close, this might not be a pretty picture if they engage.
Oh, they're gonna slow walk it in. No more util here. Oh, it works. Dry peeking all the way up. Catch the util out. It's cleared. And oh, it's going to be a dry peek right back at him. Why wouldn't it be from Monarch? Walking into the smoke. A great use of the Bucky there to take one back and slow it down. But it is Empire up here to source out the other members. And I mean, it's a sheriff and a Bucky is kind of scary in here. Not gonna lie.
I'm surprised that they're going for the refight here as well.
Yeah.
Right, Blair collected it, is holding the same exact angle. The drone, pretty nice re-clear, calms the force up, and Clappy finally shuts it down. Yeah, this is nice. There's a trap though with Cora, the flash. There'll be a lot of pressure on Simulacra to deliver. Sheriff not connecting. And just like that, Empire, despite the flashy start from Monarch X, are able to keep it together.
Nice little slowdown there to reset and figure out what they needed to do. 4-0-2, Sober on top. 4-0-0, Clappy. Yeah, that's going to be some quick alts and ability to control these rounds sooner than Monarch would like. But they have weapons this round. So what is the idea? I think it's so spread out at this point that you got Monarch that could kind of help each other in situations last time. Here, they might have that A lobby push, but it might be slower from Fate, question mark? Or does Fate just want space? Yeah,
Well,
slower.
I'm liking the early drone. I do think that they are running the double initiator helps kind of tease out these traps, these stacks from Monarch X, so it's very well catered to this double duelist style, this chamber style. Fate now. Ooh, I like the cross, the setup. Being like, yeah, you just droned me out, but I'm here, back in business, and Blair forced off the line as well, kind of stuck now back holes. You expect them to accelerate and Fate to be an afterthought. There it is.
Hasn't even shot yet. They don't know about Fate.
Through the smoke, Cora.
And they don't even need to. Yeah, Cora is just like, by the way, I got another one.
Yep. They're trying to leave. Fate.
Oh, Fate, why? He
Fate
always has to touch the burner.
Yeah.
The stove is hot.
And I thought maybe if multiple had been swinging out, like if you're flashing out with Cora, that would have been A-okay of a re-clear. You get the early intel that they're leaving. And that's the complication here. Sia wasn't lurking this time around, right? This is a bonus. So playing alongside their side, they have no options. 25 seconds left. Re-engaging into the rifles. I'm surprised the chamber's alive, but Cora is not taking a lick of damage, continuing to find these kills one after another. Look for the 4-piece finisher. Curveball into the action. And tracked across the screen. Monarch X on the board.
A very much needed round here. Now let's get the back and forth of the third map. That's the only way that this anime can end. Both of them had punishing fights, chances to get ahead. They've won the opposite maps, and now we get this final battle.
It's a big litmus test.
Interestingly enough, they usually are great on split, but that wasn't our final battle map. It's going to be Pearl. Still more focused towards A lobby here on that right side. Looks like they want to be controlling orbs here as we get to round 4, 5, 6. And it doesn't look like too much movement from Empire. They know Monarch's going to be active. Yep, there it is. Instantly takes out Blair.
It's a nice op cancel, and I would expect them to maybe be accelerating a bit faster towards B, but they're waiting for Sia.
Yeah.
And Cora has slipped the timing. Turret makes contact. Sia doesn't fight it out. It's just a flash to force them back, and they also expected the B lean here. And this is where it's the first rifle round. Armageddon Online is such a nice tool for Sober Sushi to have.
Drone going out.
Monarch X playing this a bit more cautious, right, after the opening aggression engagement. They are playing very, like, denial of info, play for the retake. Minus Fate. Fate's the exception, guys.
Clappy's in. It always seems to sink himself in that corner. Works out really well, makes people force out, and it's a kind of a weird spot to have somebody slash out or slide out of as well.
Knocking them.
Empire getting in there, Clappy able to gain a little bit of space, and it was enough for the team to say thank you very much, we'll do the rest. A beautiful job duelisting in, if you will, and setting everyone up.
They didn't really use much util on that engagement, I'm not gonna lie.
No.
That was just swing out of the Astro Smoke together after Clappy has made enough noise on the entry, and that's something we were questioning in the agent select. It's like there's so much to support Clappy on this entry. There could be some dysynchrony in that timing and that tradability, but I think that's exactly why they're simplifying it. They're just winning out these engagements, standing up to Monarch X, and with money reset, that's where Monarch X and the chaos factor multiplies. 3 players in mid plaza. Ash just super far spawn side just to confirm maybe this drone, this take.
And again, hey, it worked one time. Do you think they will realize we'll do it again? It's even less weapons to fight against. And yeah, they're in. Ooh, just missed. Blair didn't even get a hit on that, and it's going to be a kill for Clappy coming through. Another one for Sober Sushi. So fast, right when the flash came through as well. Holy moly. The reaction time and movement of Empire right now is just on top of it, and they'll pull that right back in their favor.
I want to say at this point, Sober Sushi has like either 100% cast or very, very near to it right now at the 9-1 score line. Has been crazy. Like, she probably would have like had 2, I would say, Armageddons on at this point with the ult farming that they've also been doing on the Empire side, but that just sets them up here perfectly. I think you need to use them this round, right? There's such things as underutilizing ultimates, and like, yeah, they're head 4-1, but you'd rather have those back online when you need them before Monarch X make that comeback. And you're like, huh, why don't we use those earlier? Like, shut out their economy, get up to 6 here and now with a really well engaged plan, and that plan starts with an A side fake and a Cauldron Divide to further sell this Clappy entry. And look at that hook, line, sinker. Both B side defenders start rotating off. There's a little second guess from Blair, which is perfect. They stabilize. Wait a minute. They recognize their faults. They cut noise too fast on the A side.
Yeah. What's the speed now of the people on B long? It seems to be... I mean, have them out of sight. That's already a big win. It's just they have to know the timings now because the map is sorted out, and they actually didn't have anybody mid. They didn't have anybody in other positions. So this is less of a numbers for the hit because those need priority before this. And Fate's going to start taking advantage of one there. Quickly trade it back. Oh, wait. Fate, with long range, gets it in the overdrive. And now the site's kind of flipped in a weird way. This back hall is covered by Empire. And they're going to be taken right out.
Wow. I don't even know where those ults came from. I don't think Monarchs came to the round having them, but you mentioned no mid presence. Sia this time regroups from mid, but in 1v3, 1v4 does not get finished off, and just like that, opt for Blair connects, and they are good to go. 4-2, snuffed out a lot of major ultimates on that Empire side as well.
Yeah.
At least have money, so they could run it back, just get an orb for peeps, see what you can do. Yeah.
I love the sell. I think you're right. The time was just cut too early, and then they took too long getting into B because they were all straggled looking for the lurk who actually made it through. Nobody made it through.
Nope.
They were their own enemy.
Okay. Little fake mid presence here, also to destroy that chamber trademark. Hop on the line. Battle goes Clappy's way.
There.
That opens up B side. You can get that space now. And that's immediately when they have space given up. Fake goes for a little deeper mid line, mid re-clear. Peep better be ready. This is a deep line. Oh, they missed their timing. Korra versus Sia.
Power's out. Placing alarm bot.
Just ready. It's when you know someone's gonna be pushing. And again, they peek again. It's tough because those are just quick shoulder ones, right? You're like, this has to be safe. I'm on my side. I'm not pushing out. Okay, that they still got me. That's what Empire's looking for right now.
And you saw them. They had to give up so much of this B space just to play containment spawn side, like Fate peeling off, and now you had to play a 2v5 retake. Your util's been stripped away, so the clock there subsequently, and
yeah.
Honestly, at this point, money-wise, you might consider saving. Simulacra are the only one that could go for this, looking for a weapon, but now you don't have a chance to leave. Look who's always behind you. Simulacra's aware. There we go. That's a gun handed to you for the exit. Look at that. Happy birthday.
Pick it up and go.
Yep.
Make some distance.
No returns allowed. Thanks. Surprised the Neon is sticking around here, though. Maybe wants an exit or two, since the overdrive is so far away. But, no dice. Gotta leave. They don't need a second operator either on the attack side. They're up 5-2 right now.
Man.
Maybe that's why they stick around. They wanted the op back, maybe.
Between the first, yeah. Cycle a few in there, and then you just have control of both extremities.
Well, hey, if they win, we'll get to ask them what they ate between maps, Rivington, which they're on track quite well for it. We're gonna ask the same question.
Showing the strength still.
Same question that you asked. How many is enough for Monarch X on their defense half on Pearl compared to Haven?
Oh man, right now, I think I'd say 5. If 5 Monarch X gets to 5, we have a fight. But right now, Empire is not showing that it might be possible. The ultimates are going to come in big. Tour de Force is up. You're going to be able to use that. It's the first attempt at Street. And the Street is closed. One way.
Good Trademark undestroyed. Fragment. You narrowly fall short of getting the job done as well. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that they have 3 players in connector on top of the trip. Like, there's a certain balance of like how protective versus passive you are around the Senti-Mutil mid. And I'm honest, I was gonna say Monarch X feel too inclined towards mid control. So now they're starting to redistribute, right? 1R, Asher now regrouping for the A anchor. It's a good call in the late round. And then they immediately pivot away from it. What information do they have to inform 4 players heading B side, especially when they have the Tour de Force from Blair on the deep line? And I think that's what the plan is now.
They just prowlered within the last like 20 seconds too, down A.
Yeah.
With that shot towards Sia in mid, they're going to be hitting A. Everybody's now forced to rush over here. Few lower buys. That's still going to be a Tour de Force. They know a Sheriff is back sight now, so they can play a little safer on that, honestly. And they get out. This is going to be... This gets weird, though. Somebody needs to go arc.
I think Sia will later is the idea here.
Yeah.
Tap off, Bravo off. No util really to fuel this fight, so... Now we get to see the strength of this composition, right? Swarm grenades, salvos, the works coming in clutch here. Smoke out, Simulacra on. Ooh. Salvo in, you cannot stick it all the way. Have to though.
34.
Wait a minute. There's a world.
Get the edge.
Not like this.
Oh, Blair saves it! Blair saved the shot that was gonna be Peep running in to get it. And Monarch get the quick defuse from Simulacra staying on the spike.
That's the round.
Oh my god.
That determines a closer standout half, honestly. That is crazy. Armageddon even utilized at the last second.
Yeah.
Like, that takes so long to get through. And
just see, that was comical. See a Peep jump forward with the knife out to try to break the distance and then get flattened, and just the defuse. That, knowing the defuse could come through, Simulacra believe. Like, you got me, right?
Okay. Huge hot hands lands. Clappy though.
That was
for
awesome.
Challenge, yeah. I do like that Empire feeling confident enough to try different things across the map though. They kind of fell into a repetitive rhythm on the first few maps. Whether it didn't work on Split or worked on Haven, and here it's quite fleshed out. See ya. I do feel like Clappy's starting to pick up a little bit. That slack, and I do feel like, I think it was Fate last round that shut down the art exec from Sia late. So if she can get the wrap timing here as well, that could be nice. Ooh. That's good. Now get out.
Fate's been toying with that position over and over. So it's interesting Empire don't expect that a little bit more. Fate gets out. A little, like you said, hurt. But those kills, especially on Pete, they can gain so much space by walking a lot of the time. I think Monarch's doing a good job of saying, hey, we don't want to just get swarmed.
30 seconds left.
But then they just give him too much space.
Yeah, they just don't go for these frequent enough reclares. And you saw it there, right? She was about to do it, and then Corey gets walked up on and can't play her game. But one thing we've seen Monarch X do well at is these retakes, right? Simulacra last time. Cosmo Divide up. Swarm Grenade not denied, but they know the KJ's art side, so Blair with no util to throw into the game around the corner. Lockdown protected in the nick of time as well. Luckily, no one detained, but the second salvo out, and at this point, it'll finish the job this time. Sober Sushi with 4, and the Red Bull clutch to get Empire up to a guaranteed 6 at the half. That's the fluidity of the Tejo that we were expecting to see. 13-2, Rivington.
Wild. And you remarked that there may be a situation that gets tight, it gets tough, that the util is misused. Not today, apparently. No, holy moly. Like, it's,
I will say,
even under the pressure of Monarch, Sober Sushi is able to get everything clean on these.
Yeah, Sober Sushi is also one of those players that she definitely, if she makes a mistake, wants to make up for it. And you look back to the round prior, right, where the Armageddon comes in, right? Just ever so late that they sneak through, and again, you're the main post-plant agent, and then she clutches around like that, and that's what you're going to remember. Not the missed Armageddon, but the 4K to get yourself a 6 to force a timeout on the enemy team when it's a map 3 decider.
Coach Stagger says, timeout time for Monarch.
Had the right direction on Haven.
Will the talk be? Yeah.
It came too late. This feels early enough, I will say. Again, it's going to be if Monarch X can stick to that game plan instead of win a round or two off of it and then completely backpedal to the faults of old, basically. So let's start seeing what this look is. I do think it's interesting, right? On this map, it feels like they've so far disengaged from, like, oh, duelists typically fight for, like, a main space. We've not seen them do that once on this map. It's been very mid-centric, just wait, hold, trap. And this round with the pistol, the eco is similar.
If it's anything, it was like a hot hand thrown over towards A that we just saw. Really no fight.
Faked it, at least.
Party in mid.
Ooh, Peep, you're lucky.
Yeah, everybody's like, okay, that's enough time just at the right moment. A good smoke to get him out. I like that, to play it in safely. And they're going to walk away from all of these pistols.
Does put a lot of reflux potential here, though.
Yeah. Just making sure there's no straggler. I think everybody goes here before Shiyu. It's just a little late on the lurk.
Ooh.
But no, they won't.
Really nice choke util. Yeah. Double molly, alarm bot, triple molly. They know exactly where these players are coming from, minus the singular flanker that Sia can handle.
Find you.
Explode! Go, go, go! Out the gate, they try to fire in. Clappy and Arthur making quick work as they really only have one thing to watch as B Long is on lockdown. Whee!
Whoa!
It looked like
that sheriff shot connects.
It looks like straight inertia that killed her. Like they just ran into each other
Body
so hard.
slam. All right, 7-3 here, Empire. You said 5 was enough. That would need the next 2 rounds, and the previous was an eco. And it was on the bye round where we got to see that fundamental shift out of Monarch X when the timeout's been triggered. Coming into this round, what's the switch up? Trusting maybe in that.
Quick feet.
Trademark a little bit door side, so you can fight for a main. I like this, actually. It's a great adjustment. Aw, 0 point makes it hard.
Look at that fight. Oh.
I hold C4.
In front of it. Dodging everything. That's a tough one. Oh, but no follow-up. Oh, they're waiting for the drone to go through. See if it could suppress a little bit, but it was just off on the timing. Clappy goes down. And now they're going to have to figure out how to get into sight here. Maybe off a little bit of a flash from Peep. They got to go together without that duelist.
Oh, and that's where the Prowler here could set up a perfect swing from Fate. Pulling with the balance of it, waiting maybe till that minute mark. If it comes too late, though, we've seen this story unfold before. Korra was the victim last time around.
Spike down.
Seas. They got them both. Oh my god, the Seas ties their shoes together. Empire trips over it. Simulacra finds the roam around from Sia at Art. Makes quick work of that one. What a counter to that play.
Yeah, really nice balance there struck on holding a main and giving up so you're not full swinging into util or player presence. Even after that hunt confirmed, I think 4 players there for the side of Empire. They didn't back out. They didn't back up. And that's exactly what we need to see out of them. They're understanding now that, hey, just because a 0 point is here, they have a double initiator, doesn't mean they're actually inserting a player here. And that's what they're seeking out answers for, it feels like. We're going to see it this round again as well. And I do think the solution is to head towards B for Empire, but you gotta get past the op first. Blair on the line again. Drone. Destroyed. Chamber still in the dark.
Maybe?
Arthur.
So much patience. We saw Blair do this before for about 30 seconds on split. That's a nice double peek from Peep. Both players know it's going to take everything right now. And this is nobody wants to lose around here, so we're getting a little bit slower play.
Hot take, even if this curveball connects, Clappy still gets the kill out of the Phoenix.
You are divided.
Doesn't matter, they gotta go. Armageddon out. Cosmic Divide invested. House cleared. These players are still holding mid-sight here. Off the Astro Util. Perfect dissection. These players alone, no way out. Special deliveries more just to keep them alive.
That was a crazy dissection from the Lotus coming up, nullifying the Armageddon, clearing back hall. You thought they were going to fight mid-sight, but no. Monarch was able to stay in the shadows and make it feel weird for Empire. There's the 5. So that's 7 to 5. We're going to switch sides here and now see if that Monarch aggression that they're known for is going to pay off.
I could see it.
Does anyone have funds?
Feel like Fate's right now 12 and 10 again. That's why I expected Korra, right, to be on the Phoenix on Haven and someone else on that primary duelist. Probably Fate again because they were that raised on split. And this is a better look for them. Honestly, that's what I want to see them revisit possibly on Haven later on. But for now, closing out this series, you just gotta lean into that duo synergy. But pistol round, Empire playing a very classic look, taking your main space, you know, deep salvo, deep possible Nebula or Astro Smoke. The Neon being the one to hold B alongside or fake out that presence is what's my question mark for Monarch X right now.
That needs to keep making noise. Selling a few. How fast do they stop though?
Go, go, go.
Yeah, they still have A lobby control. I don't think they're gonna expect this. One shot, the side swipe here with the clothesline.
Ooh.
Protection from the right, but Simulacra comes up big there to stop Clappy from getting another 2.
Chiyu.
Oh, the timing.
Enemy down.
Nicely done by Chiyu. Really needs to start getting on the board there, and the pistol round is one way to do it.
Spike plant secured. Blair low HP but holding the deep line. I like it. They get the post plant player off site. Asher now bodyguarded up, and I'm worried about how disconnected they are from the site still. Asher Util might not be enough on the pistol to fully defend this time. Or Empire. Rescaling here in Art's going to determine everything. Yeah, and look, the main player is so far away. It's Neon, though. Fate has to close the distance. Doesn't matter in this case if you can't get there in time. Arthur can't even get it to half. The right click though aligns. Will the smoke last the distance though?
Taunting it.
Played
Well,
perfectly.
the tap, they know you're not defusing it. Oh, Simulacra comes in for that. It gets the kill. I mean, you have to defuse at that point anyways because the time is there. What a pistol from Monarch, and they bare their teeth here to make sure Empire know they're still in this one.
There we go. Very, very well constructed again. I was worried that the timing was going to get a little silly there with them playing so far away for every player that might not have had a hand in the post-plant util directly, but reposition main from Fate well timed, and Simulacra as well, just know when to entry into that Astro Smoke on Spike or not. So Monarch, if they gain steam, they're dangerous. If they gain confidence, they can steamroll you. And running into a direct fight 0 point or not is not a good idea.
Ooh, relay bolt hit. That just gets Clappy out alive, and they're not gonna stop. Snowballing down the ramp. Oh, send one back. Even with the side. Okay. I think they might get a star on it and try to come around without activating it. Or even a neon wall. They don't know where neon is.
I like the salvo setup here. If we can see Clappy activate off of it, but Playing the close corner, hard cleared. I don't know. I feel like any timing is gone. It's missed, and that's crazy assist there from Fate to slide on in.
Just thank you very much. And yeah, this is the runaround now for Empire. They're gonna go ahead and try and get within the spike range. It's gonna be tough. I think they know their street after a certain amount of time at this point, and they haven't peaked. Their B and their flank is covered from pretty good distance out here.
Exactly. Just waiting, no one entering, exiting through street.
I mean, I think Core has the Guardian. I wouldn't lose that. And they don't really have a cheap gun to run up there.
Yeah. It's gonna make that third one even scarier, right? Like 7-5, you've already guaranteed the tie game. Now with the bonus is 1. I feel like that's the momentum shift they would have been able to achieve with a possible pistol in that 9-3 comeback on Haven.
Yeah.
Again, just never sparked. So I'm a little worried. I mean, look at this. You could also maybe like, if you go for like a double fake, get both orbs for Core, that run it back could be lethal with the full shield combo. Like, if they can come up with a plan, I was gonna say in this round, they'd be good to go. And I mean, you can't talk about a plan, but you can definitely think one up during a tech pause, right?
Yeah. Also, just the plays from Fate, I am actually becoming a fan now because it is the most consistent play, but you're seeing results. Like it's like can sit, will fit, will sit, right?
Again,
it's like can push, will fight, and
but
it's working.
It's that chair size difference, though, right? The Phoenix was like too small, so they couldn't sit on it.
Yeah.
Here, I feel like the Neon's what's facilitating it, right? They can get out unpunished because of the sheer speed. So again, solves the problem for now. It's like, guys, when you're wild reviewing this, switch Core to Phoenix on Haven, and all will be well. Anyways.
Yeah.
But independent of that, 7-7 here. Tech pause at this point's interesting for sure. Again, we mentioned how big of a round this is going to be. I mean, we just side swap
as we request. Yeah,
Ooh.
And 2 for Monarch. Quick rounds. This one, they're pretty healthy for this, but I would hope we can fix it soon. It's just like a ping issue. That's all that happened last week.
Oh wait, let's hope. All
Fingers
right,
crossed.
it is.
And I heard ping. Universe of interwebs, calm down.
It's like we couldn't also get a few more seconds to see like what side they were leaning to theory craft.
Yeah.
Again, my theory crafting is literally just farm up the core of Phoenix ult and do something with it. And I feel like Fate's good at taking that space, like A main, to get you that orb early. That's probably gonna be the one more contested, based on what we've seen from Empire in the early round as well. So you got to start there.
You have to when you have a Phoenix. Like there's times when teams like have a specific play, but you'll see them run by an alt orb, and I'm just like, I'll reach out. You're like, why? That's another alt or something. But like they have it, and they know they're gonna get kills in the round, and it'll just happen next round, kind of thing. But yeah, Phoenix is almost no excuse. Like grab everyone you can. You said before, even use your alts when you can. You don't know what effect it kind of has in the area, an aura around the map. And then you'll get one faster as you get more kills, hopefully, to get it back and farm orbs. So,
Well,
use them if you got them.
Use them if you got them. And I feel like that was an issue for Empire in the first half, right? They tried in that big ult swing round where they used most of them didn't convert, and that's how Monarch X caught up. And we kind of laid that out. We were like, if they keep sitting on them, this would happen. But they still invest them and still didn't come away with the conversion. It's all down to the super sub simulacra, and that one just called a ninja defuse. It was close enough.
Yeah. Talked a little bit about Sober Sushi. I'm keep just eating that name. Sober Sushi. I gotta say it in 2 words and not make it one name. Doing really great and focusing on what to do on this Tejo composition. There's got Empire and Monarch, as we said, coming in here. Familiar names, but not familiar team names. But yeah, these are still the same players, you know, and they are absolutely making it work. CIA having a bit slower of a game on the Sentinel this time, but I think that's now that we're on defense, you'll see that kind of ramp up because the Cypher game last game was
100%. And I will say, I do think that CS slow start is because of Fate, right? I feel like Fate's been the one diffing C in a lot of these head-on 1v1s when she was on the attack, right? It was Fate mid-door swinging out, top, getting them top mid. It was okay late when Sia was trying to wrap art. It became predictable. So you got away with it the first few rounds of the half. That's how Empire got to the 4-1 start. But in that latter close, again, that's when they pinpointed the timing. And that was a big difference as well. I feel like they could not find that over on Haven either. So I do think this half, I mean, I don't know. I feel like as a KJ on Pro, we talked about we're both KJ mains. I think I do better on the attack than the defense, just because it is so team-centric how you play a KJ on this map in particular, that you're not really left with any retake util. Like, you're putting alarm bot mid, you're putting turret art, right? You're more info gathering for your team to rotate off of than playing individually.
See, I am a big defender player.
Oh, you like your microwave setup, sit back side, pop the mollies.
Yeah, but it's more so like back against the box, there's 3 people surrounding you. What's the best way to take on that fight? Like, who's going to be first? Who's going to be second? What util can you get it with? Like, that whole scenario is just...
I suck at retakes. That's why I'm a Sentinel.
Love seeing players make those decisions.
Yeah, the worst meta we are in, where the Sentinel cannot full anchor, site has to leave and play retake. It's my nightmare. I want to live by my site, die by my site.
It is true. The days of like holding down. I wonder how it's going to work on Ascent, because it's still very hard cut angles when you get into side. Like a B is still, you either take front side B or you cut in, right? So
maybe I'll enjoy.
Be good there still.
Maybe I'll enjoy Ascent in the new meta more than I used to.
We'll see. We still got a tech pause. We're trying to work through the ping here versus Monarch and Empire. It is the 3rd map for these in our 2nd series of the day. You can see the first 2 maps on the top left of your screen. Yeah, those are not wrong. 13-4 and 13-3. We did not expect that 13-3 to happen after the 13-4. And now we have a 7-7, which is kind of banger, because this is also what we wanted now that we had those 2 absolute night and day change maps. That it is an even matchup.
I will say as well, then, while we're in the tech break, we can talk about the outcomes in some of the other Swiss games that were happening simultaneously on our amazing Radiant streams, which is that Wadadaa came back stroke hard in their dominance over Ghost Gaming in a 2-0. Sen Otters win 2-1 actually over Ouroboros. So I mentioned that team, don't underestimate them. Might have just a touch to at least get the 3-mapper. MVSK Treasure 2-0 Frost White, and Shopify Rebellion Gold keeping it pretty clean over Sad GC and winning out. There's also 2-0 for that Alexis IGL and Lydia debut. And for the other ones going on, Hyperspeed Golden versus TV. Hyperspeed Golden win map 1. FlyQuest also win map 1. But I think that FlyQuest Catface game was really close, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was a double digits affair. That would have been a fun game too.
Let me see. Is it still happening? So it's 13-10 Haven live.
I see a 13-10. Yeah, Fly over Meow.
So another on split.
Yeah.
The split game. No, yeah, it looks like Shopify did actually go pretty well through that. Like you said, 2-0, 13-6, 13-8. They were still able to get the comp. KJ in there. Tejo Breach on Fracture. They got a Fracture.
Ooh, Fracture.
That's a watchworthy for sure.
No way on the KJ. I'm happy. That's all I will say. She was on the top of the leaderboard. I'm happy. But we're back. We stalled long enough with your, sideline update. Sportscast style, and we're right back into the action and into the speed. Quick B split coming out of that round. We asked for it, right? An effective leverage of some of these ults, and instead they just want to go pretty quick. Or wait, maybe it's a root, and it's kind of working. The reclear from Empire coaxed out. Hora did not get the orb here. Riv, we can frown now, I think. Oh, she did. It's just late. She did. Don't worry, guys.
Okay. Boop.
And are they gonna leave? That was a question. And oh, Empire, this is a nice position from Clappy now.
So this is actually what they waited for a few rounds ago. Monarch left Chi way further back and had a Prowler hit this. Now, oh, they've already got, it beeped. It's like, oh, is it there? How close? Bloop, 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 bloop. They were gonna smoke it. Do something maybe? No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's heads on the opponents and they can make them disappear.
Yeah,
2
Spike
now
hasn't
back
gone
hard.
down.
No, they're pinched in now. And everybody's on Empire is just like, wait for them to make a move. Okay, we'll drone them out, but it's up to them.
30
Yeah,
seconds
and that's
left.
the difference. You see that player that wanted to fight in the lane gets shut down head on by Sia. So before they even get the site fully cleared out, they spread themselves too thin and it's too weak across the board. And 20 seconds left. Yeah, Kale has them contained. Like, there's nowhere to go.
One enemy remaining.
Slide in, doing what they can. Oh, that was actually kind of close. There were a few more kills, but it obviously was not enough. Empire make it 8-7 as they take the lead by 1.
Okay, that was a bonus though as well for the side of Monarch X. We laid out a possible slower approach plan. That was to get an ult online for Korra, but she now has it in conjunction with a shuffling of weaponry choice. Obviously, yeah, they're gonna leverage that for now, but yeah. I think I liked the start of the round, and then it just kind of simplified into the predictable endpoint, and that's what makes it difficult, right? If Fate is going to dive at mid, break that util, you're expecting it to be a B split, so then they're going to rotate B side and be prepared, right? So they didn't disengage, and instead are very similarly replicating that plan, means it's going to be a very similar idea from Empire.
Oh my gosh, so risky on these hits, but you make the move and you create the pressure. But the team's not in yet. Now the team needs to get in, get the plant, and figure out where the rotations are coming from. I like this from Blair, still taking a little bit longer, and that might be the pin they need to get the win round.
Oh, they stripped the util away. The judge is good on the slide, and Blair, the double back, also gets read by Sia.
Way. That's crazy, Zobi. The Molly commitment into the like that's crazy. Into the shot is wild. And they're still sourcing the members of Monarch here while they get the defuse down. Back call. Yeah. Focus it on. Where's the other one? Oh, actually a great little game of cat and mouse here from Chiyu and the rest of the team. This could absolutely be doable. They could tie it up right here, and they do tie it up with a 4K. The Red Bull clutch from Chiyu.
And let me see the scoreboard. That doubles Chiyu's kills. Again, you can never count somebody out for having a difficult map when you don't know what they're fully capable of. Wow. After it felt like Sia and the team for Empire had them hooked at every corner, right? The drone clear of street, the judge follow-up, the molly, like, it ends like that. I was looking at the vision and then I was like, oh, it's going out the window with the high-low here. And then still getting that transfer, it's like the time crunch. Too much.
Crazy stuff. What a play. Arthur looking a little high there. Blair takes advantage of that in a very quick scope. We're kind of back to the same setup here. The back haul seems to cause some problems, but see if they can stay alive in it now. Yeah, Fate controlling it right away and taking a little bit more space.
Okay, that's what they wanted to do prior. They got punished. So that's their box checked. It's an eco as well, so it'll assist in that regard. Ooh, play cautious. All right, wallbang to get off the space. Backstab brewing as well from Blair. This feels like a wrapped up round with all the traps ready as soon as contact is made at Link's side. And you're gonna prowl, you're gonna flash, it's gonna be difficult. Peep, the one that takes start it, and it's all going exactly Monarch X's way. Bow down to the queens.
Lean. Just slide. What an entrance. That was kind of gnarly. Just sliding up the ramp like, hello. Sober Sushi goes down, and now it was 7-8. Empire grabbed one. Too quick back and the other way to Monarch. They say, no, we just made a quick mistake. We have it now. 3 ults ready, too, to keep this going with Blair tour de force if they need the next round.
Yeah, this is looking great. And I would say with these ults, this is the round where you could definitely win ahead on a main fight, because you've been hearing them. I think taking this space willy-nilly every round, and then they immediately pivot off if there's street, if there's B-long presence. So I do want to see them punish it to a certain degree. Blair, alongside Core, looking to kickstart that process. I don't think they would expect the neon here.
Oh. Lappy wants more. Oh, knows it's the diagonal on the box and gets a second spray before taken down. Yeah, they have so much knowledge right now, and they can just chill at 4v2.
Gotta invest the extra util as well. Just to recover the spike. At least there's time to decide on a path forward. But Monarch X in these moments, instead of playing groups, just split up, play a deathmatch, see what you can find to open up the round back. the meantime, with this A split, they have identified the weaker side. It is feeling like caution for Empire. Just Sober Sushi gets contact, plays out, they play the full retake, and they're going to give up the spike plant. Or, if it's late enough in the round, they would all just rotate, but so far, so good.
Nice and clean.
30 seconds left.
Oh, yep. Sober Sushi playing it very smart now.
Has salvos,
walking
too.
A little bit further.
Missile deployed.
Beautiful plant. Great knowledge of what's going to be happening and how close those salvos could be. Oh, hello. Crazy
Not again.
backstab. Oh my god, no way that just happened. Monarch's going to do it again. Peep screaming into the site, realizes the plant is in an awkward position and kind of has to source how they would be able to clean this one up. Shot to hear someone in secret. But no, they don't know about Shiyu. That's the ultimate activated in a situation they can get out of. Fate is just toying with them right now, but that's still one kill. No tap on the defuse, and they're not even gonna get close. Peep goes down, absolutely zapped to death. Another round for Monarch.
I was terrified that we were going to see the same conclusion where they fight just a smidge too early in the post-plant head-on, and Empire is going to sweep them under the rug, but great balance there from Fate as well. Just again, leveraging what they would not have been able to get away with on a different agent. Again, that slide across with the overdrive, more so just so you get that back. The high gear was perfection. And I'm glad that there was zero hesitation on investing those ults as well, right? The Nightfall, the overdrive, they come out immediately. And that's what breaks the bank once again. That's what'll get Monarch X up to at least 11, should nothing go wrong. It's exactly what they needed, a risk and a reward.
Creeping down ever so slowly. I mean, honestly, they're going pretty fast. We're only 20 seconds into the round, and they're ready to reach the site. The wall? Oh, seems like a little indecisive here. Wanted to wall to go straight across, but they're going to keep going to street for once, and now they're absolutely going to catch Empire off guard here. And Sia goes down. Cora gets a kill onto Sober Sushi. Yeah, Arthur, a sliver away.
Wow.
There it is. Nice C's into the corner. They have just sourced every member that was in or around B instantly. Where did this round come?
Silent contact up. And that is so risky on an eco as well when there could be a gamble stack B side, but it works out. Peep as well. Wanting to get an advantageous fight off the corner because that would be the null command to try and keep them afloat, keep Monarch X off 12 later on, but for now... Laura, that's not the player you want to give that to. Now, that's going to be the run it back in the next, in life or in death. Okay, wait.
Oh, it's not many bullets. Five.
3. Oh, there's none left.
No more.
None
Wait,
left.
click. Oh, no. Unfortunate. That was a hell of a lot of spamming with that Vandal coming in through the round there. But yeah, you can see how close, how bloody they're getting, and we're getting a little sillier towards the end, but I think Monarch is feeling a lot of the momentum and very happy with the outcome of the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, definitely a momentum team through and through. Saw it on map 1, saw the lack of it on map 2. Now it's what might carry them into a 2-1 standing here in the Swiss stage after round 3. I do think that we are set up with a nice eco round, give and take for Empire to come back into it if they win this round, and they have the ults to do so as well. Mid though, that's exactly why they're starting there. They understand how these ults can keep main space. They've been defaulting to break this util time and time again. They know how to play against this Killjoy, right? Sia, get to have that star power level performance we know she's capable of, and all this setup finally draws rotations from Empire. Or not, double back, Sober Sushi. This is interesting. Empire are like hesitating.
Yeah. They want to fight, but they don't want to be the one to go down. It's super tough. Oh, how did that miss? It felt like it was just into the armpit. That's going to be enough for now Monarch to start taking the fight. Sia recalibrates the aim and takes down Blair as they get a few more to make that 3-round comeback a little bit more worthwhile. No command still ringing out.
Hey, bullets. Bait the lift. Sia finishes off Chiyu. It's all down to Simulacra.
Oh, this is going to be tough to get out there on the defuse, but this could be a deja vu here. One on the defuse, one watching, but no, Sia is good for it this time. That's going to be locked down as well for following rounds coming up. Big stuff for Empire to get back in.
Yeah, big wins from Sia that round on the Lurking Chamber to then the retake game. Op recovered 2. It's the cherry on top. And the fact that they don't lean into the most ultimates there, they keep the Armageddon as well, so now it's like a full house straight out kind of environment. Yeah, it's exactly like you mentioned. They are going to propel themselves forward, but job's not done yet. When you've won 4 in a row, you're going to have at least a back-to-back bye like we see out of Monarch X. So again, it's like we asked Monarch X for that consistency, they find it. We're asking the same thing now out of Empire.
Slow. Nope, not slow at all. They're going to be screaming through here. I thought those smokes might be slowing them, but they've already passed through what they needed, and now pushing up straight. Oh, now they slow. Don't like if they got any util.
Full cancel. Leave Blair with the op here. I liked it. I then handed off the weaponry and I think it's silly that the operator completely changed then the A strategy when we've seen Empire previously play super far forward there with the Neon Tejo combo. And I can't tell if that's now a wow, they're lucky to be alive moment then because of how fast that was out of Monarch X, or if it now entailed them being too committed to the A side. Now they've realized, okay, I feel like we've been rotating late to B. Yeah, they're like, okay, KJ rotates early, KO rotates late spawn, and kind of hold where we're at. Monarch X, they've never been this rotate heavy this series. You can see how much they want to close out this game.
Yeah. Usually they're just taking the fight right away and they want to make the space happen. There's going to be a lot of util that they have to get through here. But only if the timing's right. If they walk this in again, they just get past all of it. Oh, and they do.
Launching missile.
Gifted.
Ooh, down to 25, but that's going to be enough. They just want to gain point.
You know they reach it.
Huge from behind. Fate finds it. Going to be able to crawl out. And yeah, you said it. Armageddon coming in. Cosmic Divide is up. Here it comes now from Empire. They have to know what's going to happen on this. They know the site is split. They're all going to just try to sidestep to it. It makes it almost kind of awkward with the way it's protected.
They know they're off. Fate's communicated it, and now with that double back, as long as she survives.
Oh my god, no way. Monarch's just really able to cause so much chaos here. Empire and Sober Sushi, the rest of the team can't get it to work. 2 left alive on Monarch for that even as the round goes down. And they are causing so much chaos in these post plants. It's tough to read.
That was a perfect orchestration and understanding of the ults that were on the Empire side, right? They're realizing, hey, there's no retaliation A main. Hey, there's no retaliation R side. And they needed to do something to then deconstruct any of those retake ultimates. And I mean, the fact that they used everything on the Empire side to try and get the consistency that we demanded, and it still falls short, now leaves them with a very desolate position. Look. Stinger, Bucky, right? And no ults to speak of. Like, it is disaster to try and get 3 rounds now for an overtime chance here. And look at Monarch X. Not just the Cosmic Divide, but then 1 off from Chiu's ult, the Fade, 1 off from the Overdrive for the Neon. Like, it's more like, how can Monarch X lose this is the question.
This kind of felt, and not in all the aggression that they had with rounds, but what Monarch had in the first game was where they were, when they started stringing rounds together, the way that their ult synced up is they didn't need 2 or 3 a round. They had a few, then they would get a few and just keep rolling them over. And this is very, very common, it seems, for them to be able to figure out where they want to use them and how it's going to be most effective. Waiting on a quick audio issue for a player for this technical pause as they get that all situated and feel comfortable to get back in game.
Well, we just saw a round where it's important, the audio cues, obviously, with the Cosmic Divide up, the tabs on and off, right? And how perfectly coordinated and synchronized that was then between Simulacra on this Astra kit and Fate on that distraction effect. And that's what comes out on top. So yeah, definitely need those audio cues, I think, in full spirits working operation. Hopefully it's not as long of a pause as the ping issue was, because we already fully extended our, I feel like, our sideline reporting earlier. Actually, I think I have an update. Actually, I can go back to that. I believe I just saw that the hyperspeed versus TV is going map 3. Oh, we got a little refresh doodle. Yeah, I think that's, yes it is, and so is No, okay, FlyQuest 1-2 over Catface. Our game's the other one that's obviously going map 3. Oh, MBSK
Yay.
Treasure 1-2-0. I think I said that one earlier though, actually. So yeah, that's all. So we just had one more game finish, and one going in map 3. Which means our game's not gonna be the last one to actually end tonight, Rivington, probably. I cursed us, by the way. We're going like quad OT now.
Look at that. And that's your 3-0 Shopify Puppy Thieves.
I'm excited for that match. I think they play very similarly, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And, I say that, but I should say the versus the Mel iteration. I'm curious. I feel like Alexis is a little chaos goblin. I could see her getting some spicier calling up in for the SRG squad. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? You know her too.
No.
She'd be
Thrives on
happy
it.
to have that description.
Chaotic.
Indeed. Hey, it might be the spice of life that SRG needs. But all in all, 4 rounds that got Monarch X into this position with a dominant lead that they just now have to close out. We walked through the ult effects that they've had. I think the biggest thing that I've really liked from Monarch X is they have been very intentional, I think, with the round starts as well. Again, deny the A main space. Again, break the KJ util mid. It's just been then hard to track for Empire, and we're consistently seeing Empire these last 2 rounds rotate off their posts and then scramble to get back to them when they realize they've been duped.
Yeah. I think one of the things Empire started doing well, and we praised the Monarch for doing this in the previous matches, is adapting really fast. And Empire started to stay back, knowing Empire wanted to go aggressive, knowing Monarch wanted to be aggressive, and then that turned into Monarch walking into the sites. And then that turned on to Empire kind of figuring, oh, maybe they walked into this site with kind of not, like you said, getting a re-peek or a re-clear in enough time to create that window that would have safe vision on the site. And they're just kind of missing one footstep and everybody's in, and they realize they don't even have a site to themselves anymore. So I think it's the ebb and flow where Empire needs to keep kind of changing the way that they're playing back, playing forward, so Monarch can't feel comfortable to get themselves in. And I think we started to see a bit of that, but it's just Monarch have their grip.
Okay. I mean, we talked about this. I think the last tech pause came before a big swing round. I'm going to double check my math here. That was right before that bonus that we thought would have been really winnable for Monarch X if they focused and like double faked to get the core ultimate online, and they didn't, and then Empire just win it outright, like really, really fast, really paced. And so I'm wondering now, again, you can't talk with your team, but you can chat amongst yourself and internally. They come up with a plan. Because, oh, we're going to just get to see it here early on. Finally, tech pause comes to a close. Monarch X, keeping it simple. No even default into break utility. The pings come out for that cosmic divide. I think they understand how weak this side is after hitting it so many times, Rivington.
It's going to be a push out from A. They try to strengthen it, and it's been conditioned to them. Now, it's going to be that back hall hit again, right? Fate just gets all the way through, and then just makes it uncomfortable. They're somewhat reading it as Empire come back over, and they've already pushed through, so they have to know this is going to be the play, right?
Face your fear!
Sorry, turret is art, and they already hear these calls coming through. It's the hit.
Whoa, why are they pausing is the question.
Pause? Question mark?
Yeah, big question mark. Now the rotates come through. KJ, KO in position. Flank closed out. Entirety from that A main control.
Are they just not happy because they didn't get any tags? Oh,
shouldn't they be happy about
find
that?
One of the flanks, though. I mean, not if you feel like the corners weren't empty and you could just get shotgunned out. It doesn't matter, though. It was just that. They didn't care. It's going to be 3v1 Pete now. The last one standing between them, between Monarch and Victory. And it is victory for Monarch in the third map. They come back strong in the second half and find the W.
Wow, they get your 5-round minimum that you needed to see on that defense. Side swaps, and they take that momentum with it. They have stolen the Empire's crown from atop to their lion head, and just like that, go up in the Swiss stage. Again, there's still wiggle room for both of these teams, no matter how you spin it. 4 wins, 4 losses for in or out towards that main event. And
yeah,
I think they're definitely growing into their own with each passing series. I feel like we saw good improvements from them on the maps they were previously losing to against the recognizable names in the GC space.
Well, we are going to take a quick, that being our final match of the day, but we're not done yet. We have the Verizon post-match interview coming up, as well as a breakdown of the day and just to set up more game changers. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America. We have closed out the day of games, but there's still an interview to go through. We're going to have Chiyu coming on, as well as just kind of a breakdown of the day. And that game definitely deserves a breakdown, because I can't wait to hear from the players in the first place. Kind of what happened in map to map that made it switch so hard, as we see now that Pearl matchup that MOX was able to take 13-9.
We talk about how satisfying this is, like the first kill is matching exactly the round score, and then everything else being the virtual same between these two teams.
That's
and the rest
crazy.
of those head-to-heads. Yeah.
Especially after we had the swap map and we wanted an even last one, the score just delivers.
Oh, 100%. And I do feel like this map, like with the 7 out of 8 post plans, like I do think there was a lot more thought put into the early rounds from both of these teams that then led to such a high conversion rate. And then again, it was decided early on with those first kills as well, who could get in that position. And yeah, what's really funny, I think, then, is that one of those failed post plants is the one that changed the entire game for Empire, which was that simulacra stick. That's so crazy. I think that's probably the one post plant round they didn't win.
Yeah, the simulacra stick was crazy. You gotta think of the other, like, well, the other clutches too that came in, the 4K. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
this one definitely, it delivered. Pearl was shiny and it needed to be. We weren't sure how this one was gonna end, and we actually thought this, like, we didn't have a clear winner on this game, and it was crazy to see that they matched up like they did to even out on Pearl.
Yeah, I do feel like this is one of those that you could roll the dice, and any day one of these two teams could have won against the other, which is what makes it, I think, really interesting for these middle pack like teams in the Swiss stage. And again, these were your 1-1 teams for that notion. But yep, 27-16. Fate on the Neon, never take them off of it. That's my takeaway from this. Second, Blair, put them on Chamber, please. I think can they literally run this exact composition or very similar to it on Haven? Like put Core on Phoenix, put Blair on Chamber, the Neon for Fate. It would change the Fate and the Astra to probably like your Omen and your Sova, right? But like just run this one.
How different was that for Blair too? Just like you said, the waiting to be reactive for a situation on Cypher doesn't play as the Blair active. Even the Viper up on Split was kind of crazy there. And Chiyu, that was a 4K I was talking about on the Fade. That was also a big round for MOX to get in
we gotta ask about that one later.
Yeah,
gotta ask them about that one.
That was a spicy round.
But I will say again, for the players, they're on the side of Empire. Again, highlighting Sia, performance that she had on Haven was super stellar. And again, that's where Fate, when you're dropping 27-16, like any other day, Sia would have had a lot more impact here on Pearl. And so was Sushi, definitely delivering on that Teo, showing why it is still a valid pick here on Pearl. And yeah, that's kind of where the takeaways lie, I think, for this series. And I am glad that I think the players who had slow starts that were on that pie watch definitely started delivering towards the latter end of the match. That made it so competitive.
I wonder how this is gonna, like, teams are gonna be watching, I think, Monarch and just be like, okay, they are aggressive here, they're aggressive here, they're aggressive here. It's very interesting to watch. I love watching a team that does that. And yeah, Empire had to bring their own out too in their second map, but it was just definitive on Split from Monarch X.
Oh, 100% going to be very, very difficult, I think, to work through a team like this in the future. But if they also just wait out the fights, we'll see what happens.
And we do have your interview ready here as we bring Chiyu on for the Verizon post-match interview. Let's get some insight into this crazy match. Chiyu, hello, welcome, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a Miku plushie. I wanted to like match, but you guys can even see her.
Wait, that's adorable. Oh my gosh, twinsies.
So first off, let's just chat about how the match went. The game one was awesome. Team came flying through, and we kind of expected a 2-0 on the desk, and then a night and day second map. Like, how was the transition? What do you think went down, and how was the series feeling overall at that point?
For the first map, I was expecting the match to start at 7:30. I didn't know it was a rolling schedule, so I actually didn't
Oh.
play the first map. Yeah, but I was watching the second half, and my team was looking really good,
Right.
so I was pretty confident going into the second game. But we kind of got rolled.
Oh well, I will say I want to see that. Can give us like Blair on Chamber on that map, and all will be solved. But I do want to talk about this team and how it came into fruition for the Swiss stage, because like you, a lot of these players were on other teams in the qualifiers, and then like after like a team earns a qualifier spot like Monarch did, then it's like you guys all come home to this roster that started to click together. So what was that like trial or recruitment process for you, especially since you were playing qualifiers like earlier with like Catnappers, for example, and how did you end up finding Monarch X?
Actually, the coach came to me. He was a pretty old friend, and I messaged him asking about the team, and then he gave me a trial offer, which I wasn't expecting, but I ended up really liking the team. And on Catnappers, I actually played with Cora, so I had some experience with her before.
That's awesome. Looking back at Pearl, hit me with what the 4K round felt like. That clutch was kind of crazy. You're kind of stuck in the back hall, and we're like, oh no, I'm not. They're gonna actually not be able to get this one, and Empire's gonna surge back. But you cleaned that up. What were you going through?
I was so nervous. I don't know if you guys saw, but I was like 0-8, and then I was like freaking out inside, but I didn't want to like say anything to my team to like throw them off. But I was so hyped, and then I think that brought back our momentum, and everyone was just so hyped after that, and we just kind of won pretty easily.
Props for that. That was good.
Thank
Oh,
you.
100%. This team, we also summarized you guys as very momentum based, because you do like to get a little crazy. You do like to fight out forward a lot, and I feel like that was kind of the linchpin for Haven. And we saw like the dynamic shift on Haven as well after that timeout, where like you guys stopped fighting everything. Is that something that like in the back of your minds has been your biggest like issue to try and overcome, or like what are you guys still working on that like has yet to be like cracked fully, that is going to be like what sets you apart from other teams like in the future if you get past it? What are you working on the most with your team, basically? Don't worry.
We're working on basically, I don't know, we liked flanking a lot, but we decided that wasn't good for us when we just wanted to like retake A from CT. But sorry.
No, I mean that works, right? And then having like more collective standard retakes instead of needing the flank to get it done. It's a good fix and a good thing to work on in scrims.
Yeah, and it seems like everybody's on the page. Zobi, did you have any other questions you wanted to follow up with as well?
No, we're good.
All right, awesome. And I will give you the floor then, Chiyu, to say whatever you would like to the fans and everybody watching.
Just shout out to my team and the coach. I love everyone. And thanks for watching our game and supporting.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate the interview. Best of luck with the rest of Game Changers as you guys move forward, and congrats on that win today.
Oh, very, very
Awesome,
adorable interview.
awesome stuff.
Good energy.
Yeah, very good energy. You can see like the vibes just got to be good on the team, right? It doesn't seem like anybody's like, I didn't want to let them know that I was 0-8.
Exactly.
You know, it's all right. We can get through it. And they did. And that's exactly what happened. Nobody had to say anything, and it was boom, 7-something and even more after that. So really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, like, getting to play alongside and, like, get to watch some of the more Game Changers players, like, it can be in the server sometimes that, like, once you get into a certain headspace, like, you do let it infect the rest of your team, and it brings the whole team down, and you can't come back from a deficit like that, because, again, this team just got bodied, right, on that map, too, and coming into map 3, they were down at the half, so it is really important for a turnaround.
All right, well, that's going to do it for us today. We had an awesome day with the series here at VCT America's Game Changers. Don't go anywhere, at least for a week or so. We'll be back then, and we'll be casting more for you. So we'll see you on May 6th-ish, I believe the date was, and then we'll have some even more fun. Take care, have a great night, and good luck in your games.